Chapter 17. The physician had told Linda Gale the sedatives would allow her to sleep without dreaming and to arise rested and fresh in the morning, but that was not how she felt now. The light outside was brittle and harsh, the inside of the house too warm, even though she had opened all the windows. Her skin was clammy, her breath sour, her coffee cup trembling on the saucer when she set it down. She had awakened in the pre-dawn hours from a harrowing dream, one in which she was covered with tentacles that searched in the cavities of her body and wrapped around her chest and face and squeezed the light from her eyes. All of this was Jack Valentine's fault. After he had filmed her on the gallery of the general store, he had taken her to dinner and then to a private club in Bogalusa. She had never had a vodka Collins. The cherries and orange twists and crushed ice and the sweetness of the mix were wonderful. Perhaps she drank 3. Or was it 5? Her throat was cold, her skin warm, her nipples hard. When he placed his hand on her thigh under the table, she clasped it as she would the hand of a friend. He told her what the ocean looked like from the deck of a house on the cliffs of Malibu. He showed her the photographs in the celluloid windows of his wallet. Jack Valentine standing next to Tom Mix, both of them wearing tall, crowned, snow-white Stetsons. Deanna Durbin handing him a Coca-Cola on a tray. Bob Steele showing him how to load a 6-gun. She hardly remembered what occurred later at the motor court. Or at least that was what she told herself. In the middle of the night, she had gotten up and gone to the bathroom and realized that something terrible had happened and that she was in a place she had never seen, and that there were scratch marks on the tops of her shoulders and a soreness inside her like a shard of broken glass. Her stomach was nauseated, the backs of her thighs shaking, her face a bloodless white balloon she hardly recognized in the mirror. She told Valentine at breakfast that they were adults who had made a mistake and they would treat their situation as such. That's what adults did, didn't they? Whatever had occurred was the result of circumstances that were unplanned and nobody's fault. They would remain friends. He was a nice man. If he didn't wish to introduce her to his fellow directors and producers in Hollywood, she wouldn't hold it against him. While she spoke to him across a plate of eggs and greasy bacon that made her sick to look at, he gazed out the cafe window, a merry gleam in his blue-green eyes she had associated with a buccaneer on the Spanish Main. "Do you find this humorous?" she asked. "I guess I shouldn't suggest the hair of the dog that bit you," he replied. "I think I'll go now," she said. "You can leave me out of your documentary. I'm going to erase the last 24 hours from my memory and restart my life without any of this in it. Goodbye, Mr. Valentine." He clenched her wrist as she started to rise from the chair, his eyes still focused out the window. "You're going to Hollywood, and the world is going to be your oyster. It's your destiny, Miss Linda. You've got it all. Do you have any idea what the average gump would pay to see a sweet-faced girl like you in a negligee?" He held up his thumb and index finger an inch apart. "You're that far away from having your name on every marquee in the country. Don't throw it away." Now, it was obvious that Herschel knew of her infidelity and that Valentine had sullied her name with anyone he could. She could have confessed, but she saw no reason that she should carry the responsibility or the odium for an act that was not the result of a conscious choice. Plus, she would hurt Herschel, she told herself. Yes, she needed to protect Herschel. There was a problem in her thought processes. After she and Valentine had left a cottage party on the beach north of Malibu, he made another pass at her, this time for a go-round in the back seat of his convertible. He had been smoking marijuana and drinking whiskey, and had put his arm around her shoulders and was walking her toward the sand dune where his vehicle was parked as though their coupling was a foregone conclusion. "We'll do it all natural out in the fresh air," he said. "Who the hell do you think you are?" she replied. "You're drunk and you smell bad. As far as skill in the sack is concerned, your reputation among the extras is between a D- and an F+. You avoided getting an F only because of the Japanese rubbers you supposedly use. You're fast on your feet, kid, but there's little matter you've never latched on to. Do you believe you got your contract because of your brains or the space between your front teeth? The people who wanted your name on a contract had other reasons, and it wasn't that heart-shaped twat either, although they'll probably get to it eventually. He got in his convertible and drove away, stranding her on the beach. The wind was cold and blowing hard, full of sand that stung her eyes and invaded her person. The ocean was as black as satin, lustrous when the moon peeked out from a cloud, the waves welling over the rocks along the shore, forming pools where trapped bait fish skittered like handfuls of silvery dimes thrown on the water. 100 yards away, the party at the cottage was still in progress. Should she go back and ask for a ride from people she hardly knew, signaling to all of them the squalid nature of her relationship with a man like Jack Valentine? She walked up the incline among huge wind-sculpted formations that resembled abstract works of art and came out on the highway and began walking back to Los Angeles, ignoring the backdraft of trucks that sucked past her. At dawn, a police cruiser picked her up and a patrolman drove her home. He was young and had olive skin and a dimple in his chin and sun-bleached hair and was obviously impressed when she told him about her acting career. "Sounds like you're on your way," he said. "I bet you're from the South," she said. She was riding in front with him. "You caught my accent, I guess," he said. "No, I can tell because you're a gentleman. They seem in short supply out here. I grew up on a plantation in Louisiana. All the young men I knew were very much like yourself, courteous and genteel. You've been terribly kind." "Can I buy you breakfast?" She touched his arm. "Another time. I think I'm going to sleep for a week," she said. "You've been quite gallant." She let her eyes linger on his. "Here's your place," he said. "That's Muscle Beach down yonder. I'm going to take my little boy swimming there one day. Don't be walking on the highway again, you hear? There's people hereabouts that don't care 2 cents for the welfare of others." When she got back to Houston, the first person she called was Roy Weishart. "Jack Valentine said I was given a contract at Castle for ulterior motives." "He's a gopher and a public fool and one cut above a pimp. He shouldn't be allowed around you." "Why would he make up a story like that?" "Because he's jealous. You're going to be a star. Valentine used to clean dog poop off W.C. Field's lawn. Anthony Quinn lived next door. Valentine thought he'd hit the big time when he was allowed to clean both their yards. This is the guy you're taking seriously. Where are you?" "At home," she said, her mouth suddenly dry. "I just got back to town." "You're alone?" "Yes," she replied, trying to control the beating of her heart and the catch in her throat. "Are you sure you're all right?" he asked. "Herschel will be back this weekend. I'll be fine until then." "You don't sound like it. Would you like me to come over?" "I wouldn't want to impose on you." "Stay there." Her fingers were shaking when she set the receiver back in its cradle. When he arrived, he was wearing a white suit and an open-necked crimson silk shirt and shined loafers. He was holding a bottle of non-alcoholic champagne in one hand and a 78 RPM phonograph record in the other. His cheeks were like apples, his skin glowing, his hair barbered and wet and neatly combed. "Do you have a phonograph?" he said. "Yes, right there," she replied, pointing at the walnut-encased combination radio and record player she and Herschel had just bought. He opened the top of the console and slipped the 78 out of its paper jacket onto the flat of his hand. She had closed all the curtains, and when the record began to play, she felt that she and Roy Weishart had become the only 2 people on earth. "That's Bunny Berrigan," he said. "What's the name of the song?" "I Can't Get Started With You." "You have some glasses?" "Roy," she said. He looked at her, his face warm. "You don't like champagne?" "I'm weak. I want to do right, but most of the time I don't." "You're stronger and braver than I, nobler and much more gifted than you think. Don't ever speak badly of yourself." He slipped his right arm around her waist and lifted her right hand in his body barely touching hers. "I wish I married someone like you, but I didn't. That doesn't mean I can't be your friend. The movie business is full of bad people, individuals who are far worse than Jack Valentine. They're cruel and unscrupulous when they don't have to be. Do you know why they're cruel?" "No." "They have no talent of their own. They have to steal it from others. They don't deserve their success, and they know it. They're always frightened someone is about to catch on to them. 6 months ago, some of them were pumping gasoline in Peoria. I don't understand you. You're so wise, yet you seem so unhappy. She felt his fingers spread across her back, his breath like a feather on the side of her face. I think I used up all my luck in the South Pacific. I don't worry about it, though. We're born and we live and we die. What we do along the way isn't that important. You shouldn't say that. He released her hand and held her with both arms, his cheek against hers. Her temples were pounding. I'm not a philanderer, he said. I take care of my wife, but I don't love her. By the same token, I try not to cause grief in the lives of others. I haven't always done the right thing. You're not causing grief, she said. Not to me. She felt his arm tighten around her back. I wish we'd met earlier. What are you saying? I'm confused. What do you mean? Are you here to tell me you shouldn't be here? He stepped back from her and removed the needle from the record and replaced the record in its jacket. He picked up the champagne bottle from the coffee table. Drink a glass with me. Whatever you want. Do you like Weldon? He asked. Sometimes I do. I don't think he likes me. He's going to get hurt. When that happens, he'll need his friends. You're saying I'm not one of them? You're here about Weldon Holland? I'm telling you that you're swimming among a school of piranhas. I don't want to add to your burden. He popped the cork on the champagne bottle and filled 2 glasses. The door to her bedroom was open, and through it she could see the mix of pinks and blues that resembled a child's playroom. Call me again if you have trouble with Valentine or anyone else, he said. You're going? He touched her hair and cheek in a way that reminded her of how she had touched the sleeve of the policeman who drove her home in Los Angeles. You're a beautiful woman, he said. Keep being who you are, Linda Gale. Be true to thine own self. He set down his glass and opened the front door, then looked back at her. I can't wait to see your first film. He eased the door shut, letting the lock click quietly into place as though not wanting to disturb the solemnity normally associated with a church. She could not remember when she had felt so foolish. Now he was at her house again, this time without invitation or a phone call. When she opened the door, she couldn't believe what she was looking at. He was carrying his clothes and wearing only boxing trunks and a jersey that was dark and soggy with sweat. Do you have room for a wayfaring stranger? He asked. You look like you were hit by a manure truck. Is that blood on you? I went a round or two with a fellow at a gym. It's nothing. Is Herschel home? He's out of town. Do you mind if I use the hose in your backyard? No, you cannot. What happened? This fellow is rude and things got a bit out of hand. I'm sorry to be a bother. What fellow? He was in prison. I thought I'd go a few rounds with him. Weldon was there. I could have gone to his house, but I didn't want to upset his wife. I hate to ask this question, but why don't you go to your own house? Because I have a problem and I need to talk to somebody about it. I don't trust many people. You're the exception. Where are you trying to take us, Roy? What are you trying to do to me? If you want me to leave, I will. Let me be honest. I saw your husband's pickup was gone. It was also gone yesterday, so I came here and knocked on your door. You've been spying on my house. I'll see you another time. No, you won't. Get in the shower, she said. Give me your clothes, all of them. When he hesitated, she grabbed him by the jersey and pulled him inside. While the shower water pounded inside the bathroom, she sat in a chair and tried to think. In 3 days, Herschel would be home. She had already resolved that she would make a clean breast of her bad behavior with Jack Valentine. Again and again she had gone over the words she would use. She was drunk when she went to bed with him. She might even admit that she had been drawn to Roy Weishart when Herschel was away and had danced with him in the living room. Nothing really bad had happened, but she was sick with fear and guilt just the same. She would promise never to be unfaithful again, not even in thought. She would be a good wife and go with Herschel wherever he went, even if she had to give up her career. Her contrition was sincere, her words from the heart, except for the last part. Her breath came short when she thought about turning down a co-starring role that had been offered to her. There was another consideration, one she pushed away from the edges of her conscious mind. She had never loved Herschel Pine. She had met him at a dance when she was 16 and he was about to be shipped overseas in advance of the invasion of Italy. He was handsome in his uniform and the center of attention among all the local boys who had never been farther than 2 parishes from their birthplace. The following night, Herschel took her to a movie and an ice cream parlor in Bogalusa and kissed her under a magnolia tree in the park. In the moonlight, he became a French legionnaire, a Roman centurion, a British officer in a pith helmet firing his pistol at the Fuzzy Wuzzies attacking the walls of a desert fortress. Herschel Pine was her deliverance from the small-town world of cotton gins and 5-and-dime stores and wood-frame heat-soaked churches that groaned with organ music and warnings of eternal perdition. Roy Weishart was dressed in slacks and a golf shirt when he came out of the bathroom, one eye almost shut, the lumps on his face as big as bumblebee bites, the cuts clean of blood. "Sit down," she said. "What are you going to do?" he asked. She took bottles of iodine and peroxide out of the medicine cabinet and went to work on the damage done to him in the ring, boiling out each cut with the disinfectant, painting it with iodine. "Ouch," he said, squinting. "Does that sting?" she said. "Yes." "Good." "You have a rough side to you," he said. "You don't know the half of it." "I tried to kill that kid," he said. "He doesn't sound like a kid to me." "I not only tried to kill him, I enjoyed it." "Stop talking about it. It's over." "I've done it before." "Fight someone?" "Gone after someone with a purpose. Done serious injury." "Is that what you came here to tell me?" "No, I came here to tell you something else. I abandoned my squadron leader when he was limping home. I did it so I could get another kill and be an ace. 2 Zeros lit him up. He was trapped in his cockpit. He burned all the way down." She placed her hand on the back of his neck. It was as warm as a wood stove. "Maybe you were trying to protect your friend. That would be anybody's first instinct." "My brother was an ace. I wanted to be one too. I sacrificed another man's life to satisfy my ambition." "I don't know about military things, but I don't think you should blame yourself. Wouldn't your friend tell you that if he were here now? He must have been a good man, or you wouldn't feel remorse. A good man would forgive you. Are you saying he's not a good man?" He looked up at her. "Run that by me again?" She repeated her words. She could see the shine in his eyes. She stroked the back of his head. He stood from the chair and took the bottle of iodine and the towel from her hands and set them on a chair. He put his arms around her and kissed her on the mouth. Then he buried his face in her hair, squeezing her body into his, running his hands down her back and sides, kissing her neck. She could feel his manhood swell against her. "Roy," she began. "I love you," he said. He pushed her arms around his neck and spread his fingers on her rump and lifted her against him. "You have the loveliest figure on earth. Your skin feels like silk. I'm sorry for the way I'm behaving. I think about you all the time." "It's all right," she heard herself say. He unbuttoned the top of her dress and bit her shoulder. "Can we go in your bedroom?" "Yes." "You're not expecting anyone?" "No. I want to be with you. I want to help you leave behind all those bad memories from the war." "You sure this is what you want?" "Yes, it is. It's the way it's meant to be, or it wouldn't be happening," she said. "This isn't the first time I've done this," he said. "But it was different. It was selfish. That's not the way I feel about you." She took him by the arm and led him into the bedroom. "Get undressed. It'll be all right. Don't worry anymore." He hesitated, and she realized he was looking at a framed photograph of her and Herschel on the dresser. "You don't have to feel guilty," she said. "Anything that happens here is my responsibility, not yours. You don't know the whole history." "History of what?" "It doesn't matter at this point," she said. She turned off the light and pulled back the bed covers and threw all the pillows except one on the floor. She hung her dress over a chair and removed her underthings with her back to him, then turned around. His face softened, like warm wax changing shape. She pushed him down on the mattress and spread her knees, straddled his thighs, and placed his hands on her breast. Next door, she could hear someone bouncing up and down on a diving board, then springing and flattening on the water. "I just want to ask one thing of you," she said. "Anything," he replied. "Don't talk bad about me later, like men do when they brag to others. Don't ever do that to me." "I wouldn't." "I want you to hold me and kiss me when it's over. I want to see you in other situations also." "Whatever you want, Linda Gale." She made a cradle of herself and leaned down and kissed him and put her tongue in his mouth. "You're the most wonderful woman I've ever been with," he said. She reached down and placed him inside her. She shifted her weight back and forth and crunched her stomach and rotated herself until she saw his eyes go out of focus. She had never felt such power in her life. It was like the first time she walked into the waves at Santa Monica, the water sliding above her thighs, the foam wetting the tops of her breasts, the gulls wheeling overhead as though in tribute to her, the sun-tanned boys on Muscle Beach setting down their iron weights to gaze upon her. Now, when she came with him, she went weak all over, her neck stretched back, a ragged sound bursting from her throat. Then she came again and again, something she had never done, as though an entire race were being conceived inside her, as though at that exact moment she was silhouetted against a molten sun descending into the ocean, the palm trees stiffening into black cutouts against a flaming sky, her nails digging into his arms on a beach where there was not another human being. Later, they lay side by side, their bodies damp with perspiration. As he fell asleep, she stroked his forehead with the tips of her fingers and idly stared at the ceiling. Then she kissed his shoulder, enjoying the warmth of his skin and the hint of salt on it. A great and restful fatigue seemed to settle upon her and quiet all the turmoil and anger that lived inside her. Just before she nodded off, she thought she heard wind blowing in a seashell and waves sliding back from a precipitous shoal gnarled with crustaceans. Out in the swells, she saw herself mounted on a porpoise that would take her to a coral kingdom beneath the sea. It wasn't simply a dream. She had earned her place in the pantheon. Today was just a beginning. Chapter 18. Our driveway was unpaved. Maybe that seems a silly observation to make in regard to the place where we lived in the Heights in the year 1947. But it was one detail of many I noticed on that late afternoon when I parked my car next to our screen porch and wondered how I should confront Rosita with the movie reel that sat in a tin box on the seat next to me. The grass was a pale green, the chrysanthemums blooming in the flower beds, the driveway little more than a pattern of white rocks, like an ancient road protruding from the dirt, the lawn scattered with pecans in their husks. There was another detail about our neighborhood that I had not given great weight to, and that was the absence of fences between the houses. It was an era of trust, of a boy on a bicycle sailing the evening paper up on the porch, radios in a window blaring with the overture from William Tell at 6:30 Monday through Friday evening all over the land. I didn't want to go inside. I didn't want to hurt my wife. I didn't want to discover she was someone other than the truthful person I thought she was. She was making sandwiches in the kitchen, trimming off bread crusts on a chopping board. She glanced at me and at the can in my right hand, then resumed slicing. "Where have you been?" "Somebody dropped a movie reel in my car. I took it to a photo shop owned by a friend and watched it." "Your friend didn't have a telephone?" "I asked my friend to leave the room while I watched it." "It must have been interesting material." I set the can on the drain board. "There's a swastika on it." "Get it away from me." "Have you seen a film can like this one?" "Not that I remember." "You're in the film, Rosita." "How nice," she said, the blade of her knife moving along the edges of the bread. "Now take it out of my sight, please." "You don't have to hide your past from me." "No one has any idea what went on in the camps," she said. "You couldn't begin to understand what they did to us and what we did to one another." "Why didn't you tell me about the film?" "Because it's inconsequential in terms of other things that happened." "You told me you spat in an SS colonel's face when he asked you to be his mistress." "Because that's what I did." Then I spoke the worst words that ever passed through my lips. "That's not what you're doing in the film." She set the butcher knife down and stepped back as though untangling herself from thoughts she didn't believe herself capable of. "Do you want to know the colonel's name?" "No." "Why not?" "Because if I find out who he is and learn that he's alive, I'll go wherever he is and kill him." "Tell me what you think you saw." "Think I saw?" "Tell me." She shoved me in the breastbone. "I won't discuss it." "You watched him fuck me. What else did you see?" "Don't you use that language." She hit me again in the chest, harder this time, knocking me backward. "Tell me." "I just want you to explain how it happened. You were well dressed, you were wearing pearls, you had a white rose in your hair." "You're shocked because of what you saw. I was the person he used and degraded while others watched. How do you think I feel?" This time she made a fist before she hit me. "There's no way I'll ever wash him off me." "I saw the whole reel. You acted like you were his lover." "Because he told me he'd spare my family," she said. She slashed at my face, kicking my shins, her thumb reaching for my eyes. I grabbed her with both arms and locked my hands behind her back and lifted her into the air, carrying her into the living room while she fought. "I understand," I said. "I was in an artillery barrage that I would have killed my best friend to get out of. I apologize for hurting you. We have to find out who put the reel in my car." "Put me down, Weldon. Put me down, or I will kill you." "I will. Don't hit me again. Roy Wisehart said somebody would ruin our names and turn us against each other. That's what they're doing to us now, but we're not going to cooperate with them." She started to raise her fists again. "Did you hear me?" I said, taking her by the wrists. "We're stronger than these men are. Whatever you were forced to do in that camp has nothing to do with who you are. Whatever happened back there is nothing more than a decaying memory. It has no substance other than as a reminder that you were willing to undergo a torment worse than death to save your family." I could barely restrain her. She had the body and strength of a woman who had done hard physical work all her life. "Don't fight me, Rosita," I said. "Nothing can ever come between us. I'm going to find the men behind us. It's just a matter of time." "And do what?" she asked. "It'll be a memorable day in their lives." I saw the heat go out of her face, the brightness fade in her eyes. "You were a soldier, but you're not a violent man," she said. "You must never become one." I released her wrists. "You don't know me." "Don't do their bidding. That's what they want. They'll put someone in your path who's dispensable. They destroy people's souls. That's how they work. They're cowards, all of them." "Grandfather went after Pancho Villa. These guys don't make the cut." I put my hands on her shoulders and tried to make her smile. "You don't know your enemy," she said. "What do you think life was like at Saint-Lô and in the Ardennes?" "The men who put that film in your car are far worse. They're your countrymen, too. They have greater power than the Nazis because you don't believe they're among us." "Could be," I said. "But you and I are going out for dinner. Then we have a date upstairs. And no one will ever harm you again." I went into the kitchen and picked up the film can from the drain board and wrapped it in tinfoil and electrician's tape, then got a shovel out of the tool closet on the back porch. "Where are you going?" she said. "To bury this," I replied. "Maybe it'll stay in the ground forever. If I find the men behind it, I'll dig it up and pack it down their throats with a broom handle. That's not a metaphor." Mythos is usually created to justify the self-indulgence of those who control the lives of others. Dalton Wisehart's reputation as an iconoclast was no exception. The supposedly humorous stories told about him were not funny. He called up people in the middle of the night and forced them to make business decisions when their minds were fogged and their defenses weak. He took his private plane to pick up business associates in New York or Los Angeles and have them flown to a hangar in a remote section of Nevada or Utah. After he concluded his business, he flew away and let them get home on their own. He carried a sacked lunch to his office. At Christmas time, he gave bottles of deodorant to black employees. One night a year, he rented every girl in Norma Wallace's brothel on Conti Street in New Orleans. He watched 1930s black and white Mickey Mouse cartoons at a drive-in theater on South Main, where admission consisted of the 10 cents a patron was required to spend on a mug of root beer. He left nickel tips at Jimmy's Coney Island and used a water witch to drill for oil. He spent 26 hours at a Reno poker table, then put his 6-figure winnings in a canvas bag and stuffed it in the poor box of a run-down church on the edge of town. He had no pattern. That was obviously his goal. No one knew his thoughts or plans. He could buy a Banana Republic with a personal check or take a nap in his car at a traffic light. One had about as much importance as the other. Grandfather always said the man to kill you will be the one taking out your throat before you realize you're wearing a red bib. I think Grandfather may have had Dalton Weishart in mind. I wanted to find Dalton and ask if he had seen my wife's degradation on the film that he or his minions had gotten from a British or American intelligence agency. I wanted to ask what it felt like to be a coward and a character assassin. I wanted to humiliate him in public and tell him I couldn't do him physical harm because of his age, otherwise I would probably take a whip to him. My head was filled with my own vituperative rhetoric, repressed anger turning in my chest like a set of kitchen knives. Wealth buys not only control and transcendence, but inaccessibility. Dalton Weishart had turned to smoke. I tried to get to him through Roy. His wife hung up on me again, and his secretary told me he had left for Los Angeles on the Sunset Limited. "Oh, yes, I think I remember his mentioning that," I said. "Can you give him a message?" "He's still on the train." "Is he staying at the hotel he normally uses?" "Nice try," she replied. A week passed. I worked out of our office downtown and left Herschel in charge of our projects in Louisiana. Then I received a call I didn't expect. "This is Jack Valentine," the voice said. "I need to talk with you." "You want to have another get-together with Bugsy Siegel?" I said. "Siegel is dead." "What?" "Somebody shot him through his window in Beverly Hills. His eye was blown out of his head. The photo was in the paper. Maybe he wasn't so tough after all." "Why are you calling me?" "We're on the same side. We can help each other." "Wrong on both counts," I said. "Wait till you hear what I have to say. That cunt is in the middle of it." "What did you say?" "I'm talking about Linda Gale Pine. Get off your high horse. They're going to cook the flesh off your bones, Holland. I know who's going to do it, and I know how. You want to talk or not?" Valentine gave me the name of a bowling alley. I found him in the lounge. He wore a fedora and a brown shirt with a red and silver striped tie, zoot trousers hitched up on his sides. He was drinking a beer at the bar. A pinball machine was dinging just inside the door, the maple-floored bowling lanes echoing with the explosion of wood pins. I sat down on a stool next to him. "You always hold your business meetings here?" I said. "Some people have electronic ears, know what I mean?" he replied. "You ever hear a clicking sound on your telephone? Somebody has my phone tapped? What do you think?" "I think I don't trust you." "Linda Gale got me fired." "How?" "Through Roy Weishart." "Too bad." "I want my job back." "He's your friend. I'll give you his number. You get me my job back. I'll give you everything you want." "What is it you think I want?" "I know all their secrets. I know who's blackmailing who. I know who's screwing who. I know they're going to hang you up by your scrotum." "Can you tell me why they want to do that?" "You grew up down here, right? A coon gets out of line, they give him a warning. Next time around, they take the skin off his back. He does it again, they bounce him off a tree limb. Hollywood works the same way. What do I have to do with Hollywood? He shook his head as though he had been talking to someone of diminished capacity. I hear you got a private screening of your wife's film talents. That was for openers, Holland. You know about the Nazi film reel? Word gets around. He was smirking. I picked up his bottle of beer and poured it on his fly. You don't want to come near me again, Mr. Valentine. When I walked out of the lounge, the sound of the bumpers on the pinball machine seemed to have crawled inside my head, growing louder and louder, turning to flashes of light behind my eyes, reaching a crescendo that left my ears popping. Linda Gale's agent was Morton Lutz and had been introduced to her by Roy Weishart. Roy said Moe was a rare man in Hollywood and would not deceive or cheat her. He lived in Pasadena with his wife and 5 children and looked like a pink whale stuffed inside a 3-piece suit with a red boutonniere in the lapel. When he smiled, which was most of the time, his eyes disappeared inside his face. Moe told Linda Gale she was a nice girl. They were standing in the garden outside the Beverly Hills Hotel waiting to go inside and sign a contract whose content made Linda Gale's head swim. "I'm nervous," she said. "What's to be nervous?" he asked. "I don't understand how the contract works. I'm being sold to Warner Brothers?" "Something is happening here that doesn't happen often," he replied. "It's all because of Roy Weishart. Castle Productions is letting you go to a studio that is going to pay you $90,000 a year. Warner Brothers is very happy to do that. What does that tell you?" "I don't know." "It tells you if you belong to a church, put something extra in the basket." "I feel funny calling you Moe." "If you don't call me Moe, I won't know who you're talking to. Where would that leave us?" "I'm getting a break because of Roy?" "Call it that. Castle is letting you go because of him. The money Warner Brothers is paying for your contract is not a break and not connected to him. That's the kind of money you're worth. This bunch doesn't spend money to give people breaks or make them feel good. The money gets spent to make more money." There was a newspaper folded in his coat pocket. He moved into the shade under a palm tree and put on his reading glasses. "You're in Luella Parsons' column this morning," he said. "I don't believe you." "This is what she says. Linda Gale Pine is the freshest and brightest thing since the invention of flowers and sunshine." He lowered the newspaper. "You're so innocent butterflies light on your hair. Look." He used the back of his hand to lift a morning cloak butterfly off her shoulder. He set it down in a flower bed. "You ready to go inside?" "What do I say?" "Nothing. You'll go home rich. In a week you'll be famous. After that, who knows?" "What's that mean?" "We'll talk," he said. She thought he was about to make another joke, but he didn't, and his smile had disappeared. The signing of the contracts inside the meeting room was formal and perfunctory. It reminded her of people meeting at a bus stop and exchanging pleasantries and disappearing 10 minutes later into their own lives. She had lunch with Moe in the dining room. Through the window she could see the golf course and the swimming pool and the shade trees and the cottages where the most famous celebrities in the world stayed. "You waiting for Roy?" he asked. "Yes, he said he would meet us." "He called and said he got tied up. I forgot to tell you." "Oh," she said. "It's just as well." "Why?" "Because I got to tell you a couple of things," he said. "These are not things meant to offend you. So when I say them, they are not directed at you. These are the rules that apply to everybody out here. It doesn't matter who. You can do almost anything you want in this town, and that means sleep with almost anybody you want to, but you got to be careful. You know what John Huston always says? You got to respect your audience. That means you got to look and act like the sweet girl that lives next door. The girl next door doesn't wake up in the morning not remembering where she left her panties." "I'd prefer you didn't talk to me like that." "I'm not saying these things about you. I'm talking about the rules. There are 2 things out here you don't go near.
Narcotics is one. For you, I don't think that's going to be a problem. You know what the other one is, don't you?
No, she replied.
Some of the writers here are Reds. At least they pretend to be. Most of them read the Wall Street Journal every morning. You know any communists?
In Bogalusa, Louisiana?
That's what I thought. Good for you. You and your husband are busted up?
Pardon?
That's what Roy said. Maybe I got it wrong. There he comes now on the edge of the pond in the golf course, splashing his trouser cuffs. That's what I call a different sort of guy. A war hero blasting Japs out of the sky, more money than King Farouk, a face that melts the ladies' hearts, and not one friend he didn't have to buy.
Say that again?
Mo got up from the table and squeezed her hand. Be nice to each other, he said, but be nice to yourself first. Out here, people don't die. After they are used up and don't have any box office value, they get jobs as doorstops.
For her birthday, I gave Rosita a customized 1946 cherry red Ford convertible, one with white wall tires and a starch white top. She loved her car and found every excuse to drive it. One Friday, while I was at the office, she drove out to South Main to visit the library at Rice University. On the way home, she stopped at Bill Williams' drive-in restaurant right across the boulevard from the university. Just before turning off South Main, she saw a Houston police cruiser in her rearview mirror. The cruiser turned with her and parked under the canvas awning 6 spaces down. She thought nothing of it. She ordered a box of fried chicken and a carton of French fries and a carton of coleslaw to go. Thanksgiving was 1 week away. A marching band was practicing somewhere across the boulevard, the bass drum booming behind the hedges and live oaks on the Rice campus. The sky was a flawless blue, the sunlight in the trees like gold dust sprinkled in the branches, the wind balmy, the awning flapping over her head. The jukebox was playing Glenn Miller's In the Mood through the loudspeaker on a silver pole that supported the canopy. She flashed her lights to get the car hop's attention and ordered a bottle of Lone Star to drink while she waited on the chicken. After she finished the beer, she set the bottle on the metal tray the car hop had placed on her window. The policeman got out of his vehicle and went to a payphone attached to the side of the restaurant and made a call. He seemed to be looking at her from behind his shades, the receiver small in his hand. He pulled a cigarette from a package of Pall Malls with his lips. After she paid for her order, she started the convertible and drove back onto South Main. Within seconds, she saw the police cruiser in her rearview mirror. She turned off the boulevard and went through a residential neighborhood and entered Herman Park. The cruiser followed. The park was shaded by pines and live oaks and landscaped with dales and small hills and wildlife trails. It was curiously empty. She knew she had made a mistake leaving the boulevard. She looked again in the mirror. The cruiser was 10 yards from her bumper. She pulled off the asphalt onto the grass and got out. The cruiser stopped also. The patrolman cut his engine, flipped away his cigarette, and opened his door. "Get back in your vehicle," he said. "Why are you following me?" she said. He was standing behind the open door of the cruiser. His sleeves were rolled, the tops of his arms covered with swirls of dark hair, his brow furrowed, like that of a man whose temper and passions were on a short leash. His eyes moved up and down her body, seeming to take note of her slacks and rayon shirt and the bandana tied in her hair, as though he were looking at an alien or an aberration. "Get in your car and stay there, with your hands on the steering wheel." "Not until you answer my question." He closed the door to his cruiser and walked toward her. She could see her reflection in his shades, trapped, small, insignificant. "You'll either get in your car or be arrested," he said. "What is the matter with you? Why are you doing this?" He stepped closer, his body blocking out the sun. "Put your hands on the fender." "Do you have me mixed up with someone else?" He fitted his hands on her shoulders and turned her sideways. "Lean on the car." "No." He slid his right hand down her spine, flattening his fingers on her shirt, pressing it against the sweat that peppered her back, moving her forward. "Now spread your legs," he said. "What?" "Do as you're told. Spread your legs." "I will not. You will not treat me like this." The thumb and index finger of his left hand tightened on her shoulder bone. "Are you carrying any weapons?" "No, you're hurting me." "Lean against the car." The pain traveled along her shoulder into her neck, causing her left side to wilt. She felt her eyes watering. "Let go of me," she said. "You've mistaken me for someone else. I haven't broken any law." "You made an illegal lane change. You went through a red light. You smell like you've been drinking." She widened her feet, her hands now on top of the fender. He loosened his left hand but let his thumb rest on the back of her neck, kneading her skin. Then he ran his right hand inside her thighs. "You bastard," she said, turning around. He grabbed her by the shoulders again and shoved her against the car hard, jolting her teeth. "What's that on your breath? Mouthwash?" "I had one beer at the drive-in. You saw me drinking it." "Do you want to empty your pockets, or do you want me to do it for you?" "You have no right to do this." "Last chance." She pulled her pockets inside out, her face hot with anger and shame. "That's a good start," he said. "Now give me your driver's license and registration." Her hands were shaking when she took her wallet from her purse and removed her driver's license and handed it to him. "Thank you," he said. "Now give me your registration." She leaned over the seat to open the glove box. "Hold on there," he said, leaning on top of her, his hand reaching past her, his loins touching her buttocks. "I don't want you pulling a surprise on me." He popped open the glove box and raked the contents on the floor. "Pick it up." "Pick what up?" "Are you deaf?" "You don't speak English?" he said, his breath on her neck. "You're not going to get away with this." He backed out of the seat and came around to the other side of the convertible. He opened the door and grabbed her by one wrist and dragged her onto the grass, twisting her arm. "You think you can threaten a police officer?" "I did no such thing." "Oh, yes, you did, lady. You were asking for this when you turned into the park." "Liar." "Just keep talking," he said, rolling her onto her stomach, pressing his knee into her back. He cuffed her wrists, pushing the steel tongues deep into the locking mechanism, bunching her skin. He pulled her to her feet, his fingers sinking deep into her upper arm. She fought with him and tried to kick his shins. He wrapped his arms around her and lifted her into the air, his mouth against her cheek close to her ear, his phallus hard against her rump. "You're quite a handful," he said. "Maybe after this you'll learn not to drink and drive." Chapter 19. My anger didn't serve me well at the police station. Rosita had been placed in the drunk tank. The charges included driving under the influence, resisting arrest, and threatening a police officer. Her bail had not been set. I couldn't get her out of the tank, and I had been allowed to talk to her through the bars for only 5 minutes. "She has to stay in there until tomorrow morning?" I said incredulously to a desk sergeant. "She has to be arraigned. That's how it works. She's from overseas." "Why do you ask?" "Maybe they do things different there." "What are you saying?" "If you don't agree with the system, change it," he said, resuming his paperwork. When you live in a democracy, there are certain things you believe will never happen to you. Then a day comes when the blindfold is removed and you discover the harsh nature of life at the bottom of the food chain. I could hear myself breathing. My skin felt dead to the touch. I had never felt as inadequate in dealing with a situation. "What's the arresting officer's name?" The sergeant looked up again. "Slakely," he said. "Is he in the building?" "Possibly." "I want to talk to him." His eyes drifted down the hallway to a coffee room that had a Coca-Cola machine and a table where several cops were sitting. "He's a hard-nose, but the people he brings in usually deserve it," the sergeant said. "Do yourself a favor. Get a lawyer. Don't pick a fight with the wrong guy." "Thank you," I said. He didn't answer, nor did he look up from his paperwork again. I walked to the doorway of the coffee room. I didn't have to guess who had put my wife in jail. He was eating a sandwich, his long legs splayed, his fingers covered with grease and crumbs. He was the only man in the room whose eyes immediately met mine. "Are you Officer Slakely?" I said. He stopped chewing and set down the sandwich. "What can I do for you?" "Why did you make up those lies about my wife?" "Who says they're lies?" "I do." "This is a restricted area." "The city attorney's office is right down the hall. I come here all the time." I dropped a nickel in the Coca-Cola machine. I pulled a Coke out of a slot and stuck the neck in the bottle opener and pried off the cap and set it in front of him. "Do you other fellows want one?" I asked. They looked at me blank-faced. "Your wife is in jail for a reason. You're not making things easier for her," Slakely said. "I pulled her out of a pile of corpses in a Nazi death camp. She spat in the face of an SS colonel. The only reason she didn't do it to you is she didn't want to bring down trouble on me. Who do you think you're talking to? A cop who's for sale? You better haul your ass out of here." I nodded. A jar of tomato sauce sat on the table in front of him, a steak knife inserted in it. I looked at his throat, the malevolence in his eyes, and the ignorance and hostility and fear that lived like a disease in his face. "You violated her person, didn't you?" "She told you that?" "She didn't have to. It's written all over you. I'm going to expose you for what you are, bub. I've never met a cockroach that did well in sunlight." I heard his chair scrape back as I walked out of the room. But he didn't follow me into the hallway, and I knew I probably would not see him again. Like all of his kind, he would disappear and be only a footnote in a script written by someone determined to ruin our lives. I wished Grandfather were with me. I wished he could tell me what to do. I wanted the moral clarity and violent alternatives available to him when he took on John Wesley Hardin in 1881. The advent of modernity had empowered the bureaucrat and the coward and the bully, and I would not see my Jewish girl from the Book of Kings until morning, when she would be led into court handcuffed to a chain, her hair in disarray, her clothes grimed from sleeping on a floor stained with spittle and cigarette butts and the overflow from a broken toilet. Her bail was $3,000. Her car had been towed to an impoundment, the bumper bent out of shape, the fender scratched by the wrecker's steel hook. When we came home, she immediately went into the shower, and I put her soiled clothes in the washing machine. I opened all the windows in the house, inviting in the sunshine and the wind and the smell of burning leaves as a way of counteracting the pall that seemed to be settling on our lives. Our attorney, an old family friend named Tom Bremer, found out that during the Depression, Slakely had worked private security for a fruit company in California and had been involved in the shooting death of a labor organizer. "How'd he get out of it?" I asked. "The records disappeared. He was a chaser in a Navy brig during the war. He's been divorced twice. Colored people get off the street when they see him coming. He worked vice in Galveston. That's the long and short of it." "Somebody is paying him to hurt us," I said. "Maybe. Maybe not. This is going to be a tough one, Weldon. There's a witness. A woman riding a bicycle said she saw Mrs. Holland try to kick Slakely. That was after he brutalized her." "I'll try to get the charges reduced," he replied. "That's about as good as it's going to get." After I hung up, Rosita came out of the shower, a towel wrapped around her. "How do you feel?" I said, trying to smile. "I'm fine." I sat with her on the side of the bed. Through the window we could see the tops of trees swaying above our neighbors' roofs and a plane towing a Burma Shave ad across the sky. "We may have to pay the fine and be done with it," I said. "Do you know where he touched me? Do you want to know what he did to me with his penis?" "We'll get him, Rosita. We'll get the person who hired him, too. We just need to get the court situation out of the way." She pulled her hand away from me. "By giving in to it? That's how we get it out of the way?" "I'm trying to be realistic. Rhetoric doesn't help. Those charges could get you up to a year in jail." "You don't realize how your words hurt me." The doorbell rang downstairs. Our bell was an old one installed in the 1920s, the kind you twisted. I don't know why I thought of that. Maybe I associated it with an earlier time when I delivered newspapers in a small Texas town and I had no consciousness of the evil that men can do to one another. The bell rang again. I went downstairs and opened the door. No one was there. I saw a kid on a service cycle drive away, his lacquered bill cap low on his eyes, his cavalry-like breeches puffed around the thighs. A flat cardboard mailer addressed to Rosita lay on the doormat. I carried it upstairs, tapping it against my leg. "What's that?" she asked. "It's for you. The return address says Bluebird Record Company." Her face showed no recognition. She removed the towel wrapped around her body and dressed with her back to me. "You want me to open it?" I asked. "No, I'll do it." I confronted Slakely yesterday. If I had my way, I'd shoot him. "He's a functionary." I had run out of words. "I'll fix us something to eat," I said. I went downstairs and began making sandwiches and a salad. I kept hoping she would join me of her own accord, slicing tomatoes and bread crust and cucumbers, smiling and talking at the same time, ignoring my cautionary words, as was her way. 20 minutes passed. I took an ice tray from the freezer and cracked it apart in the sink. I filled 2 glasses with sun tea and inserted sprigs of mint in the ice and lemon slices on the edge of the glass. I could hear no sound from upstairs. "Lunch is ready," I called. There was no response. I dried my hands on a dish towel and gazed out the window at the sun spangling inside the trees. I saw my neighbor's vintage automobile parked on an unpaved driveway just the other side of our unfenced yard. For a second, the year was 1934 again, and I was looking at the stolen vehicle driven by Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker. I'm hard put to explain why I would associate that particular moment with the arrival in our lives of the Barrow gang. I think it was because I had never understood them, or perhaps I had never understood what they represented. Some considered them nothing more than pathological killers. Grandfather believed they were lionized by J. Edgar Hoover for political reasons. Others saw them as products of their times. I guess I believed they were all three. But why would I dwell upon them now? The answer was simple. Something far more wicked than a group of semi-literate small-town bank robbers was wrapping its tentacles around Rosita and me, and also Linda Gale and Herschel Pine. Worse, the people trying to hurt us were using the law to do it. Rosita was sitting on the bed, wearing only her skirt and bra. The cardboard mailer was on the floor. She had opened it with a pair of scissors that lay beside her. A 10 by 12-inch black and white glossy photograph rested on her knees. Her eyes were wet when she turned and looked at me. She picked up the photo with her left hand and held it in the air, waiting for me to take it. "What is it?" I said. "It's self-explanatory." Even as my fingers touched the edge of the photograph, I knew what it showed. Or at least I thought I did. I saw Linda Gale propped on top of her lover, her breasts bare, her face gone weak with orgasm. It was the same photo Harlan McFay had shown me, except the bottom half of his copy had been torn off. "This is a trick photograph," I said. "That's not you putting the blocks to her. That's the term for it, isn't it?" "That's my face. I suspect someone photographed me at a distance and superimposed one negative on another." "I can see the scar on your chest. That's the shrapnel wound you received at San Lo." "Somebody photographed me at a beach or at a swimming pool. Don't buy into this, Rosita." "I've been too kind," she said. "I don't understand." "Linda Gale is not the eater of the apple. She's the serpent in the garden. But she's too stupid to know it. Her selfishness and vanity and ambition are at the center of all this. She's manipulative and treacherous. I hate her." "This isn't like you, Rosita." "Stop it. If they sent this picture to me, who else do you think they've sent it to?" I stared at her. In my mind's eye, I saw Herschel opening a mailer similar to the one on the floor and pulling a 10 by 12 glossy from it. I went downstairs and called our office in Baton Rouge. The phone rang a long time before the secretary picked up, out of breath. She was an elderly lady who had graduated from Millsaps College in Mississippi. "I'm sorry, I just went outside to get a delivery," she said. "Where's Herschel?" I said. "He left late yesterday for Houston. He was planning to go back today, but he said he had everything tied up here, so he was leaving a day early." "Was he all right, Miss LeBlanc?" "He seemed quite happy. Is something wrong?" Not at all. You said you just had a delivery?
Yes, a beautiful bouquet of flowers. They're from Mrs. Pine. The card is tied on the vase. I couldn't quite help seeing what's on it. I hope Mr. Pine won't be mad at me.
What does it say?
You're sure it would be all right for me to do that?
Yes, it's fine, Miss LeBlanc.
It says, I just signed a contract made in heaven. Love, your Louisiana sweetheart. Isn't that wonderful?
I'm sure it is, I said. Have there been any other deliveries or important mail I should know about?
None that I can think of.
I ordered a phonograph record from the Bluebird Company. Did you receive a package that might have a record inside it?
No, nothing like that. I'm so happy for Mr. and Mrs. Pine. They're such a fine young couple.
I eased the receiver back into the cradle, hardly aware of what I was doing. I dialed the office downtown. Herschel had not checked in. I asked the secretary about special deliveries we might have received, or packages that might contain a phonograph record. There had been none. I called Herschel's house in River Oaks. "Hello?" he said. "How you doing?" I said. "Everything is great except I overslept." "That's good. You need some extra sleep." "I just got off the phone with Linda Gale. Wait till you hear this. She's got a 5-year contract with Warner Brothers. She's going to star in a movie about the French underground. My little Linda Gale is an actual movie star." "That's something, isn't it?" I said. "All those worries I had, they didn't mean anything, did they?" "I guess not." "She's flying in tonight. Let's go out on the town." "We've had some trouble, Herschel," I said. I told him what had happened to Rosita. "Who's this cop?" he asked. "He's not important. It's the people who hired him we have to nail." "In the meantime, this guy needs to be taken off at the neck." "That's what they want." "You think this bastard is working for Dalton Weishart?" "That'd be my bet." "I feel awful about this, Weldon. I wish I'd been there." "Let me call you later." "Tell Rosita we're all on her side. Linda Gale will tell her the same thing." "I'll tell her, Herschel. You and Linda Gale take care." "It's y'all I'm worried about, not us," he replied. "Don't do anything without including us in. We got us an agreement on that? We'll always be Rosita's friends. We'll back your play, whatever it is, Lute." I went back upstairs. Rosita had finished dressing but had not put on any makeup. "You don't look well," she said. I sat in a chair by the window and told her of my conversation with Herschel. "He has no idea what's going on, does he?" "None at all." "Why didn't the people who sent us the photo also send one to Herschel?" "You already know why," I said. "They didn't want to use all the knives in the set. They want you to live with the knowledge that at any given moment they can destroy Herschel's marriage. They also want to make you party to the deception of your best friend." "That's exactly what they're doing." "Maybe you should tell Herschel and show him the photo." "The photo of Linda Gale looks like it was taken in a motel. In all probability, it was taken the night she got drunk and allowed herself to be seduced by Jack Valentine. Should I tell Herschel that?" "I think we have to let go of Linda Gale. Her choices are always about herself. She won't change. She seems incapable of understanding how much injury she's done." I couldn't argue with that logic. "I'm going to destroy this photograph," I said. "They have others." "Good," I said. "One day I'll catch up with the people who took them. When I do, I won't feel any qualms. They'll get the reward they've earned." "I don't want you to talk about killing again." "What do you think I did in the war?" "The war is over." "It's never over. You enlist and you fight it for the rest of your life. I'm going to make these people pay for what they've done. There's a difference between justice and vengeance." She walked toward me and placed her hand on my forehead as though checking to see if I had a fever. "Don't you ever start thinking like that," she said. "Don't compromise yourself because of scum like these people. Do you hear me, Weldon?" That was Rosita Lowenstein in full frontal attack mode. It was a state of mind I had learned not to challenge. I put my arms around her, crossing them behind her back. I could smell the fragrance in her hair and the heat in her skin. I looked her in the eye. "Straight shooters always win," I said. She buried her face in my neck, her fingers kneading my arms, her bare feet standing on the tops of my shoes. I swore I would get every one of them, one at a time or all at once. It didn't matter. I knew I could not get close to Dalton Weishart on my own. But maybe there was another way into his inner circle, I told myself. He might have an enemy who would be only too glad to help undermine the outer wall of the fortress. Weishart had made a remark about his daughter-in-law, Clara. What was it? She was a different kettle of fish? I wondered in what way. While Rosita took a nap, I drove to the far end of River Oaks, where Roy and Clara Weishart lived amid a level of Greco-Roman glory that Nero would have envied. Her name had been Harrington before she married. Her family had made its money in rice and cotton in the early part of the century, then doubled its wealth during the Great War by growing beans for the government and investing the profits in the demand for explosives. Unlike many of their peers, the Harringtons were reclusive and generated no mystique about their personal lives. They were rich and gold-plated against the minuscule concerns of ordinary people, and that was all that mattered. What else did anyone need to know? I pulled into the driveway and walked across the lawn toward the porch and the massive 3-story columns at the front of the house. I had no idea if anyone was home, nor did I have a plan. During the drive from my house to the Weisharts, I had decided to approach whoever was home in the most honest fashion I could. If I was rebuffed, at least I wouldn't have to resent myself. I saw her in the side yard, weeding the garden on her knees. She was wearing cloth gloves and denim pants and a straw hat and a gray work jacket with big pockets for garden tools. "How are you, Miss Clara?" I said, lifting my hat.
"Roy is in Los Angeles, Mr. Holland," she said.
The sunlight was not kind to Clara Weishart. The foundation on her skin was cracked, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes showing through like cat's whiskers. I realized she was at least a decade older than her husband. "May I talk to you?" I asked. She inserted her weeding trowel in the dirt.
"About what?"
"My wife was arrested on false charges. She was molested by the arresting officer." One of her eyes was smaller than the other, an intense blue, triangular in shape.
"Why would you want to tell me about something like this?"
"Because I think Dalton Weishart is trying to injure us, because I want to make him accountable for the evil deeds I think he's done." She got to her feet and brushed off her knees. "Follow me." I walked behind her into the backyard. The swimming pool had been drained, and pine needles and oak leaves were stuck to the bottom and the sides like crustaceans. The air was cold in the shade and smelled of gas and herbicide and a moldy tarp carelessly piled against the pool house. The yard seemed marked by neglect in the onslaught of winter, or better said, the ephemeral nature of life and our inability to deal with it. An old hand-crank record player had been set on a low brick wall that bordered an elevated flower bed. It had a fluted horn on it and a record mounted on the turntable. "Sit down," she said. The chair was hard and cold to the touch, the glass tabletop the same. She sat across from me, her triangular-shaped eye watery. She took a drink from a coffee cup that smelled of liqueur, her gaze never leaving my face.
"Why would I be your confidant regarding the character deficiencies of Dalton Weishart?"
"I'm not asking that of you. I'm telling you of the harm I believe he's done to an innocent woman. I want to talk to him. I want him to look me in the face and tell me he's not responsible for hiring an evil man to commit sexual battery on my wife and put her in jail."
"Dalton plays the role of an avuncular wheat farmer for journalists stupid enough to write about him. He has squandered millions buying professional baseball and football teams. He also spends huge sums trying to control an electorate that, in my opinion, shouldn't be allowed to vote. Dalton is a bumbling idiot and should be treated as such."
"Do you think he's capable of paying a Houston police officer to hurt my wife?"
"I feel sorry for you," she replied. "Oh? Is he capable of hurting your wife? He's capable of anything. He used to make his son beat him."
"I don't know if I heard you correctly."
When Roy didn't fulfill his father's expectations, Dalton would lie across the bed and make Roy whip him with a razor strop to demonstrate how much pain his son was causing him. You ask what he's capable of? The answer is anything. I see, I replied, not knowing what to say. I doubt that. You've entered a world you have no knowledge of. You remind me of the man who was king because he had one eye in the kingdom of the blind. Isn't that the kind of place where you grew up? A kingdom of blind people where the gentry have the astuteness of Cyclops? It must be harrowing to find yourself in an environment where you're never sure whether you should go to the front or the back door.
I've never had anyone say something like that to me, I said, getting up to go. This has been quite an experience.
Don't put on self-righteous airs with me, Mr. Holland. You brought Mrs. Pine into our lives. I know my husband's propensities. He has the appetites of an adolescent. When they wane, he comes back home, repentant and talking about tennis and his coin collection, just like a little boy. Next time he'll be at it with the maid. She would be the logical step down from your business partner's wife.
I looked again at the hand-crank record player. Normally I would have thought it was completely out of place. In this instance, I did not. I had come to think of Roy and Clara Weishart as people who lived inside an inner sanctum where the difference between death and life was hardly noticeable. It was a place where the bizarre and the pathological were norms. "I'll find my way to my car," I said. "No need to see me out. I'm sorry I intruded upon your privacy."
You wanted to be a gamesman, she said. Now you are. Enjoy it. An actor I knew before I met my husband once called it a divine and sweet, sweet sewer. That was right before he killed himself. Maybe you won't drown in it, Mr. Holland. Your friends probably will. As I walked away, I heard her start up the phonograph. I turned around, the air even colder now, the leaves of a transplanted swamp maple lit like fire against the sun. "Is that Bunny Berrigan?" I asked. "It's I Can't Get Started With You. Roy gave it to me on our second date. I guess I still have my sentimental moments." Are we our brother's keeper? Her face was a Grecian mask of callousness and cynicism so blatant you wondered if it was pretense. Did she fear the great shade? Did she know the last names of her servants? Did she ever experience joy? As I looked around, I wondered if I was standing inside a necropolis. That night, I wrote these words in my journal. "Dear Lord, thank you for my dear wife. Thank you for the wonderful life you've given us. God bless all those who work and play in the fields of the Lord." This is Weldon Avery Holland signing off again. Amen.
Chapter 20. Linda Gale's flight back to Houston had been canceled because of bad weather, so she took a cab to Union Station and bought a stateroom ticket on the Sunset Limited, an expenditure she previously would have thought unimaginable. It was late afternoon when the train pulled out of Los Angeles, and in no time she found herself gazing through the lounge window at orange groves and palm trees and painted deserts and a red sunset that seemed created especially for her. She ordered a glass of sherry and took her fountain pen and monogrammed stationery from her bag and began writing Herschel a letter she would ask the conductor to mail at one of the stops. When she thought about Herschel, she had to reconstruct her mental fortifications one brick at a time so an inconvenient truth or two didn't steal its way into her peace of mind. It was a difficult task. He would never be able to understand the complexity of her situation, she told herself. Why burden him unnecessarily? She had made a conscious choice to enter into an affair with Roy Weishart, that was true. Yes, it was morally wrong and indefensible and even treacherous, but it had happened. That was it. It had happened. Things happened. Passive voice. And there was nothing to do about it. So enough about that. She had stayed true to Herschel when he was overseas, hadn't she? There had been temptations, many of them, potential boyfriends lurking around the edges of a dance floor or looking at her from a back pew in the church. What about Herschel? No French or Italian girl ever tempted him? Had anyone thought of that? People were weak, she told herself. Her infidelity didn't mean she was indifferent toward him. He doted on her and would give her anything she wanted. She wasn't unappreciative. It wasn't his fault that he didn't understand the creative world and the people who dedicated themselves to the arts and humanities and the making of great films. There was a simple way of putting it all in context. She had grown up in a place where she didn't belong, and she had finally found her milieu. It was no one's fault. That was life. Dear Herschel, she wrote in a navy blue calligraphy that had been the envy of everyone in her high school English classes. I'll probably be home before you receive this, but no matter. I just wanted to organize my thoughts and put them down on paper for you to look at. I've been thinking about building a home in Santa Monica, not far from the ocean. I think my commitments are going to keep me there much of the time. Would you object if I talked to an architect? A small house on one of the bluffs would be a grand place for you to relax, and it wouldn't cost much. It's not Malibu. The train pulled into a biscuit-colored stucco station covered with a Spanish tile roof and surrounded by an oasis of date palms that reminded her of an illustration from the Arabian Nights. She could see the ice and mail wagons on the loading platform and the marbled pink and purple stain of the sun's afterglow on the hills and desert floor, and car lights tunneling through the dusk out on Highway 66. She looked down at the flowery design on the borders of her stationery and the blue swirls in the letters that comprised the words she had written to her husband, her heart becoming sicker and sicker at the betrayal she was making a systemic part of her life. She had to stop this self-flagellation, she told herself. Adults needed to behave as adults and deal with the world as it was. Guilt solved nothing. She began another paragraph. I think from a financial perspective the investment would be a good one. One home in River Oaks and another by the beach in Santa Monica. Who would have ever believed that? It's funny how things work out. Remember when we met at the dance? Boy, howdy, life can be a jack-in-the-box, can it? She felt her face shrink at her hypocrisy. She tore the stationery into strips and put them in her bag just as the train jolted forward, and two men in suits and fedoras, one of them with a Gravlex speed graphic, entered the lounge and sat down on the horseshoe-shaped couch across from her. The photographer raised his camera and popped a flashbulb in her face. Good heavens, who are you fellows? She said innocently. We almost got you at the airport, but you were too quick for us, the other man said. Can you give us an interview? He held a notebook and pen in his right hand. Who's it for? It's a wire story about the new girl at Warner Brothers, he said. Anything to pass the time. Can I buy you boys a drink? She was surprised by her ease and familiarity with the press. Well, why not? That was Hollywood. They were all part of the same culture, weren't they? Others didn't understand what it was like out there. The weather was beautiful. It seldom rained, although the bougainvillea and orange trees seemed to bloom year-round. The actors and producers and directors and news reporters and the army of people behind the camera were guests at a party that never ended. One that began with a mist-shrouded sunrise over the Santa Ana Mountains, and at night was domed with the constellations, and rimmed by waves that created a sensation like an erotic kiss when they surged around her thighs. The two journalists sitting on the pale blue vinyl couch seemed like pleasant and considerate men, not lighting cigarettes without asking permission, the man with the Gravlex dropping his used flashbulbs in his coat pocket so the porter would not have to clean up after him, both of them smiling good-naturedly. She particularly liked the older man. He said his name was Jimmy Flynn, and that he had worked for several of the studios as a publicist and had been a correspondent during the war at the Battle of Monte Cassino and a friend of Ernie Pyle's. He was handsome and dignified and wore a wedding band and addressed her as Miss Pine. Actually, I'm married, she said. Out here all actresses are eternally Miss, he said. What profession is your husband in, Miss Pine?
Do we have to go into that?
Not if you don't want to, he said.
He's from an old plantation family in central Louisiana, but he's in the oil business these days. He has his own company.
How do you like being with Warner Brothers?
It's wonderful. Everyone has been very nice, Mr. Warner in particular.
I think I remember reading about your husband, Jimmy Flynn said. He set down his pen. He created a big breakthrough in natural gas technology, didn't he? Something to do with welding machines.
That's correct, he did.
His business partner is a man named Holland?
Yes, that's true, she said.
They call themselves the Dixie Belle Pipeline Company.
It's not what they call themselves, it's the name of their company. Outside the window, she could see the headlights of the vehicles on Highway 66 veering angularly into a stretch of desert that was white and cratered and devoid of vegetation, even cactus.
It's quite a story, if I remember it correctly, Flynn said. They were in the war together. Mr. Holland brought back a girl who was a prisoner of the Nazis. She's related to Rosa Luxemburg. Her father was a communist.
Linda Gale's smile had faded. I don't know anything about that, she said.
Her name is Rosita. To your knowledge, is the wife of your husband's business partner a communist?
I don't know why you're asking me this. I don't know her.
Not at all?
I have met her, but I do not associate with her. Does that answer your question?
You didn't know she was a communist?
If I knew that, I would have reported her to someone.
Really? Flynn said. You're a tough lady. She's tough, isn't she, Quinn? Real tough, the photographer said, blowing his cigarette smoke out the side of his mouth. One more before we go, sweetheart. You don't mind, do you? He didn't wait for her answer or let her recover her composure. He popped the flashbulb 3 feet from her face. Even after they were gone, her eyes were filled with receding rings of red light, as though she had stared too long at the sun. I went back to work on the pipeline down in the Louisiana wetlands close to Grand Isle and took Rosita with me. We stood on an oil platform at the southern tip of the state and gazed at the slate-green surface of the Gulf, the wind cold and smelling of salt and leakage from a well. Winter was on its way. The sky was black with thunderclouds and empty of pelicans and gulls. In the distance, I could see gas flares burning on 3 wells and lightning striking the water on the southern horizon like gold wires without sound. Behind me was the largest and grandest watershed in North America. I wondered how long it would remain as such. Not far away was one of the channels our company had cut from the Gulf into freshwater swamp and marshland. The deleterious consequences had not been instantaneous, but their growing presence couldn't be denied. The tide was coming in, flowing like a river through the pilings under our feet. The grasses along the edges of the channel had turned yellow, and in some areas brown, and could be torn loose from their root systems in the sediment like handfuls of human hair. That's an unpleasant simile to use, but to me it seems appropriate. The Tupelo cypress and willow and gum trees and cattails and bamboo were being killed slowly through their root systems, the leaves and old-growth trees dying first. Ironically, the saline was reconfiguring the very channels that carried the salt water into the swamp. One of the first channels we had cut was no longer a straight line. Its banks had eroded and collapsed in places, and it had taken on the shape of a huge, sulphurous-colored slug that a giant had stepped on. The damage wasn't confined to saltwater intrusion. Our bulldozing and dredging operations had dammed up streams and caused stagnation in ponds that were now coated with mosquitoes and a thick bacterial film as thick as paint dried on top of a bucket. You could pick it up like a tattered, soggy garment on the end of a stick. It wasn't good to brood upon the excesses of the industrial age, I told myself. Give unto Caesar. That was the latitude given to us by our Lord. The earth abideth forever, said the writer in Ecclesiastes. Who was I to argue with Scripture? Unfortunately, my debates with myself on these matters were becoming more and more frequent. There's Herschel, Rosita said. He was walking down the right-of-way toward the platform wearing a slouch hat and khakis and a navy blue corduroy shirt and his old field jacket. I had no idea why he had come down to Grand Isle, My puzzlement wasn't lost on him. "I had to get out of Houston. I guess I'm just not good at big cities," he said. "Let's go up to the cafe and have some etouffee." But Herschel was a poor actor. During lunch, he seemed to catch about half of what either Rosita or I said. "You'll have to excuse me," he said. "My father isn't doing well. I thought I might go up to the farm and spend a couple of days with him." "That'd be fine, Herschel," I said. "Everything is on track at both offices." "He wants to go squirrel and bird hunting," he said. "Pardon?" I asked. "My father. He wants to get out his 20-gauge and make a squirrel and robin stew and shell pecans and make a pie. It's funny how old people retreat into the past like it can bring back their youth. I think this might be his last Christmas." I nodded as though in sympathy, but in reality I believed Herschel was talking about himself, not his father. Then I asked a question I should have left unsaid. "How is Linda Gale?" He looked at me like a man trapped under an airless glass bell. "Did she call?" "No," I replied. "I thought she was about to start work on a new film. It's about the French underground, isn't it?" "She hasn't told me a lot," he said. "I know what I read in the papers." Rosita set down her knife and fork. "It's nice to have you here, Herschel," she said. Her words could have been snowflakes sliding down window glass. That evening, Herschel rented a room at the same motor court we were using, way up the 2-lane, surrounded by cypress and oak trees hung with Spanish moss. The clouds were lit from behind by the moon, the bamboo that grew along the flooded roadside clattering as loudly as broomsticks. I never knew a more haunted land, or one that was more beautiful. I tapped on Herschel's door. "It's open," he said from inside. When I opened the door, he was removing his clothes from his suitcase and laying them out on his bed, his back to me. He didn't bother to turn around. On top of his neatly folded shirts was a 1911 Model Army issue .45 automatic. "When did you start carrying a gun?" I asked. "Recently," he replied. "What for?" "You never know." "Never know what?" "When you might need one." "Did you come here to talk about something, Herschel?" "She wants to build a house in Santa Monica. I told her we don't have that kind of money. She said our house in River Oaks looks like a filling station. She doesn't like our snooty neighbors either. She says they're too stupid to know what it means to have a contract at Warner Brothers." "Maybe she's got a point. I mean about your neighbors. It might not be a bad idea to own a home in Southern California. A lot of people say that's the place to be." "You think so?" "It's a cinch that any land you buy there will go up in value." "Except I think she wants to build a house for herself. I don't think she wants me out there. I embarrass her." I couldn't meet his eyes. How could anybody be embarrassed by you? You were at Kasserine and Salerno and Omaha and San Lo and the Bulge. Don't talk about yourself like that, Hirsch. "She just got back from Los Angeles. I made dinner reservations for us at the San Jacinto Inn. I filled up our bedroom with flowers. She told me she had a stomach ache, then told me it was her time of the month." "I'm sorry to hear that." "There's something else I got to tell you. A guy from a wire service called me. He asked if Linda Gale and I were friends with a communist by the name of Rosita Holland." "What did you tell him?" "I said if he was calling Rosita a communist, he was a damn liar. I'm correct on that, right? Rosita was never a communist?" "Would you feel differently toward her?" "I don't know." "That's not a good answer." "Maybe her family was. That doesn't mean she is," he said. "What if I said she was?" "Then she wouldn't be Rosita. Why are you talking to me like this, Weldon?" "Because she's my wife. Because people are trying to hurt her, and my friends are either behind her or they aren't, no matter what her politics were." He sat down on the side of the bed. He was in his socks and undershirt, and there was a V-shaped area of tan below his neck. The top of his forehead was pale above his hat line, and the effect made him look older than he was. There was a strange cast to his face, like that of a man who had seen into the future and realized the fates had perpetrated a terrible fraud. He picked up the .45 from his stack of shirts and opened the drawer on the nightstand and placed the .45 on top of the Gideon's Bible inside the drawer. "I had a peculiar experience today," he said. "How's that?" "I was looking at one of our welding machines. I saw a swastika inside the frame. It was like the Krauts were telling us they were still with us. They weren't going to forget." "Forget what?" "That we made our money off their invention, that we owe them, that maybe we weren't supposed to come home." "I'll see you tomorrow," I said. "Linda Gale is in a sack with another man," he said. "Sometimes we have to let things run their course. That's a tough lesson, but it's the way it is." I could see his face darken, his restraint beginning to slip. "What would you do if it was your wife?" he asked. "Leave my wife out of it." "I thought you might say that," he replied, his jawbone flexing. "I'm worried about you, partner." "Don't." He closed the drawer hard with the heel of his hand. "You shouldn't take your anger out on the wrong people," I said. "Is Rosita a communist?" "I won't answer that question." "I know she's not. But what if you knew she was a turncoat? How would you feel, Lud? How would you like to be deceived by the woman you love?" I didn't have an answer for him. "See what I mean?" he said. "I was a virgin when I married Linda Gale. I've never wanted another woman. You ask why I'm carrying my .45? I think I might shoot myself for being so damn dumb." "I don't think that's what's on your mind." "It's my upbringing. If a badger digs under your back fence, you deal with it." I didn't want to hear any more. Herschel had said he planned to visit his father on their farm. I had never met his family, but I knew their frame of reference well. Whether Herschel knew it or not, he was rejoining his family and the culture they represented without ever stepping out of the motor court. I clicked off the light switch for him on my way out. Rosita and I returned to Houston 2 days later. Historically, in the long and weary traditions of warfare, snipers were treated as ignominious individuals who seldom became prisoners of war. The degree of enmity directed at them was for a reason. A successful sniper destroyed morale, robbed exhausted soldiers of the few hours of sleep they were allowed, and inculcated feelings of nakedness and vulnerability in a foot soldier that can only be compared to having your skin stripped off with a pair of pliers. A single sniper could influence the behavior of hundreds or even thousands of troops, whether he was close by or not. We didn't salute in combat zones or silhouette on a hill or wear good luck pieces or watches or rings that reflected light. We believed in the 3-on-a-match warning passed down from the Great War. The first and second man who lit his cigarette off the same match would probably be all right. By the time the third man lit up, the crosshairs of a scoped rifle would be on his face. An effective sniper did not simply command territory. He lived in your mind like a parasite, sapping your energies, eating away at your nerve endings. The people trying to hurt us operated in the same fashion. We did not know who or where they were, but they could reach out and touch us any time they wished. We were blindfolded, groping about in the darkness, waiting for them to strike, while they stood faceless in the sunlight and enjoyed our plight. We had been home 3 hours when I saw a police cruiser pull into our driveway, a uniformed officer behind the wheel and a middle-aged woman in the passenger seat. The woman got out and walked across the grass to the front porch, her plain black bag hanging from her shoulder, her dark suit too tight for her body. As adherents of a Judeo-Christian ethos that teaches us not to judge, we have a tendency to shut down our instincts and avoid first impressions that are cautionary in nature. But as I review my own experience, I have to conclude that my choice not to pet a junkyard dog was probably a good one, and I should not have been surprised at the irritability of a black-garbed, wimple-encased 200-pound Catholic nun on a 100-degree sidewalk when I asked for directions to the San Jacinto battleground. Of course, those are facetious examples. There was nothing humorous about the encounter I was about to have. The woman who knocked on my door wore no expression unless you counted the flat stare in her eyes and the bitterness around her mouth. She seemed to radiate the kind of repressed animus that has no origins, the kind that is probably pathological and characterizes functionaries who serve perverse abstractions created for them by others. When we meet people of this kind, we assume their source of discontent has nothing to do with us, and hence we're often incautious in dealing with them. I was not the exception. She said her name was Lemanyan, and that she was a probation officer assigned by the court to make a recommendation regarding the charges against Rosita. Recommendation about what? I said through the screen. I've called 3 times to make an appointment. No one answered, she said. So I came out. May I come in? I pushed open the door. Sit down, I said. Is Mrs. Holland here? She went to the store. I also sent a letter and asked that you call me. We were out of town. We haven't had time to open the mail. Out of town, she said, sitting down in a stuffed chair but touching it first as though it might have dust on it. Yes, my company has several pipeline contracts in Louisiana. I'm over there 2 weeks out of 4. She looked at a spot midway between her chair and me. You're telling me you and your wife were in the state of Louisiana? That's what I said. Excuse me, but I don't understand what you're doing here. Obviously, she said, looking around the room as though its old furniture and bookcases and dark drapes and big globe mounted on a stand were an extension of an attitude she couldn't piece together. I'm doing a background report on your wife. She can be tried for misdemeanor battery or for felonious assault. Do you know the difference between the two? Yes, I believe I do. You believe? This time I didn't speak. Do you know the penalty for felony assault on a police officer? She said. My wife did not assault anybody, I said. She just goes out of state while she's on bail? I didn't know there was a prescription on the bail. The prosecutor knows our attorney. We were a phone call away. She left the state. What is it you don't understand about that? I wasn't sure what that was, but I knew I had made a terrible mistake. The anger I saw in her eyes had nothing to do with the issue at hand. Rosita and I were a personal affront to Miss Lemunyan and the system that validated and empowered her. I thought of the nurse who came to our house with a psychiatrist in 1934 and took away my mother. I also thought of the death camp where I had found Rosita. Deviants and monsters ran the camps where families were sent up the chimney or turned into bars of soap, but they would have been powerless without the clerks who sat anonymously behind typewriters and gave them bureaucratic legitimacy. The fault is mine, Miss Lemunyan, I said. What do you think bail means? I don't understand the question. Do you think it means permission to do whatever you want? Any answer I gave her would be the wrong one. I knew that. I also knew it was too late to turn the situation around. Would you like to talk to our attorney? Maybe he can assure the prosecutor's office that Mrs. Holland had no desire to be a fugitive. She's an alien? A resident alien, that's correct. Her file has been flagged. Flagged? She's come to the attention of the FBI. Where did you go in Louisiana? Down by the coast. You were there for business purposes and you took her with you? Yes, that says it. I want to see the letter I sent you. I'm sorry you've lost me. You said you had not opened it. I want to see it. It should be in your mail. You're right, I said. I found her letter among a stack of unopened envelopes on the dining room table. I showed it to her. She placed a business card on the coffee table. I want her in my office by 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll be there. She got up from the chair. She brushed at her skirt and straightened her jacket. Don't get the wrong idea, she said. Pardon? There's a chance Mrs. Holland might not leave the building. I haven't made up my mind yet, she replied. Linda Gale met Roy in the lounge at the Shamrock. After they had a drink, he went up to the penthouse. She followed him 20 minutes later. From the balcony, she could see the nocturnal glow of the swimming pool and across South Main the oil wells that pumped night and day, as steady and reassuring as the beat of the human heart. Roy turned down the lights and undressed her and laid her down on the bed, then sat beside her and looked into her face. You like the hotel? He asked. Of course. He put his mouth on hers. His lips were cold from the whiskey and soda he'd been drinking. He tried to put his tongue inside her mouth. Roy, she said, turning away on the pillow. What? Nothing. What is it? He asked. She shook her head and smiled. You know me. I'm just funny sometimes. He undressed and got under the sheet. He molded himself against the curve of her buttocks, his hands slipping around her hips. "Is there something you want to tell me?" he asked. "No, I just have moods. It's a silly way to be. If you have a problem, I'd like to help. Eventually we all die, and then nothing makes any difference, so why talk about it?" "We're not going to die now, though. Why not enjoy the party in the meantime?" "You're right," she said. She went through it with her eyes closed, her senses dead, her face slanted away from the hardness in his jaw. Minutes later she felt him rise from her and his weight lift off the bed. She kept her eyes closed and turned toward the wall and pulled the sheet up to her shoulder. She heard the blender flare to life, the grinding noise as invasive as a dentist's drill. He sat down next to her. "I made you an orange frappé," he said. "Put it on the nightstand, would you?" "You weren't quite with it tonight." "Thanks. A girl loves hearing she's a bad lay." I wondered if it was because of something I said or did. She felt for his hand and squeezed it, but did not look at him. "You're fine." "Then tell me what it is." "It's a funny feeling I have, like things are coming apart, like birds are all flying from a tree, the way they do at sunset." She heard him set down the glass he was holding. His hand was ice cold when he touched her shoulder. "Do you want me to call the hotel physician?" he asked. "I'm not sick. I just feel strange. We start production in Mexico in 5 days. "I thought you were making a movie about the French Resistance." "There are flashbacks in it, about the Spanish Civil War. The male lead is based on André Malraux." "I just don't follow you, Linda Gale. I don't know what we're talking about." "I'll be playing in scenes about the Spanish Civil War. I'm the lover of an aviator fighting for the Republic." He turned her on her back so she was forced to look into his face. He was wearing a blue robe. His hair was combed and shone like bronze in the subdued light of the apartment. His expression was full of pity. "I've heard that everyone at Warner Brothers is delighted to have you on board." "I told some newspaper men on the train that I didn't know Weldon Holland's wife. No, that wasn't how I put it. I told them I didn't associate with her. I said if I knew she was a communist, I'd report her." "She isn't a communist, so what does it matter?" "I lied. I think they wanted me to. Then they could treat me like I was dirt." "Give me their names." She sat up, the sheet gathered in front of her. "I have to get into the shower. Turn around, please." "Is Jack Valentine involved in this? He's been telling people you got him fired." "That's not true," she said. "I know that, but somebody should have taught Jack Valentine a lesson a long time ago." "I have to go into the bathroom. Look the other way." "You're my girl, Linda Gale. Do you think you have to act shy? Why are you doing all this?" "Herschel knows I'm cheating on him. I don't know what's going to happen, that's why. You don't know the kind of world we come from."
"The way I see it, a cuckold invites his fate."
She got up, the sheet wrapped around her, and started toward the bathroom. "People break their vows for a reason," Roy said. "None of this is your fault. It's not mine and it's not your husband's. It's just the way it is. Come back to bed." She stood in the center of the room, the sheet trailing off her body. The rug was tan and thick and soft under her bare feet, the glassware and bottles behind the bar sparkling. The curtains on the French doors were gauzy and rose-tinted and transparent, filtering the light but preserving the view for the occupants, who were located so high in the sky that their privacy could never be violated. "You want me to come back to bed?" she said. "That's what's on your mind? A more successful go-round?" "I could make love to you 5 times a day, Linda Gale. It's an honor to be with a woman like you." "I don't think it's an honor at all," she replied. "I think we're all cheap goods." She walked to the French doors that opened onto the balcony, 17 stories above the swimming pool shaped like a 4-leaf clover. Clutching the sheet to her chest with one hand, she depressed the brass lever on the door with the other. "What are you doing?" he said. "Nothing," she replied. "I'm doing nothing at all." She stepped out on the balcony and let the sheet fall from her body. She raised her arms straight out from her sides and stood on her tiptoes, her head tilting back, her eyes closed. She could feel the wind in her hair, her nipples hardening, the pores of her skin opening in the warm air. Across the boulevard, the oil wells were clanking up and down, the rhythm not unlike the sounds created by copulation upon a noisy mattress spring. She stepped up on a footstool beneath the retaining wall, then on a table, as gracefully as a woman ascending a winding staircase, and with one push she was up on the wall, the evening star winking conspiratorially at her. For just a moment, she thought she heard multitudes of people crying out in alarm, yelling at her, reassuring her that she was loved. She leaned forward, the night air sweet with the smell of flowers and chlorine, the promise of eternal summer sealing her eyes, quieting her heart, anointing her brow. That's when she felt Roy grab her with both hands and pull her off the wall and carry her as he would a child back into the apartment. "How do you like your girlie now, Roy?" she said. "Do you still like your little cutie pie from Bogalusa, Louisiana? Tell me, Roy, tell me." Chapter 21. Our attorney and Rosita and I met with the probation officer, Miss LeMunyon, in her office at City Hall at 8:30 a.m., the day after she told us Rosita might be rearrested for bail violation. Then she said she had to confer with her supervisor and left us in her windowless office for almost a half hour. Our attorney, Tom Bremer, told us that in reality Rosita had not violated the terms of her bail by temporarily leaving the state. The charges against her were misdemeanors that could be kicked up to felonious status depending on what the prosecutor wanted to do, but nonetheless misdemeanors. Technically, we were in the clear. Then Tom added, "Unfortunately, these guys can elevate the resisting charge to a felony, and you can spend weeks or months in jail proving you're right." "What are we supposed to do?" I said. "You want my honest opinion?" Tom said. He wore a clip-on bow tie and a seersucker suit and looked like a high school civics teacher. "Go ahead." "The arresting officer deserves a bullet in the mouth. Maybe that would have happened to him in your grandfather's time. It's not going to happen now. You provoked Dalton Wisehart. This is the consequence. We plea out and hope that Wisehart contracts bubonic plague. No, don't argue about it, Weldon. Count your blessings." "I don't buy that," I said. "You know why people say justice is blind? It's because it's blind," he said. The door opened and Miss LeMunyon came in and sat rigidly behind her desk. "You can go," she said. "That's it?" I said. "No, that is not it," she said. "You have a court appearance in 3 weeks. One other development you might note. The Immigration and Naturalization Service has taken an interest in your whereabouts and your behavior, Mrs. Holland. Our office is at their disposal. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?" "Yes, I think I do," Rosita replied. "You're certain of that, are you?" Miss LeMunyon said. "I won't knowingly cause you any more difficulty," Rosita said. "I believe we're done here," Tom said, rising from his chair. "Thank you for seeing us." Miss LeMunyon didn't reply. Her face contained a dry, colorless heat of a kind you associate with people for whom personal humiliation has been a way of life. These are the worst people imaginable to have as enemies. As we left the building, I felt something else needed to be said. It has always been my conviction that nothing is ever lost by appealing to reason in others. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You tried. I knew that's what Grandfather would say, at least when he wasn't loading a gun in preparation to shoot someone. I put Rosita in the automobile and went back inside the building. I tapped on the frosted glass inset in Miss LeMunyon's door. "Come in," she said. "I'll make this brief," I said. "I think you're probably a good judge of character. Officer Slakely molested my wife. He's poor white trash and a liar and a coward. What he did to my wife, he's done to other women. Don't let him use you." She looked at me for a long moment. I noticed for the first time there were no cuticles on her nails and that the sides of her fingers on her right hand were yellowed by nicotine. Her mouth worked without sound, then there was a dry click in her throat, and the words finally came out, thick and ropey and barely audible. "How dare you speak to me like that?" she said. My mother was no longer able to adequately care for grandfather, so Rosita and I brought him to Houston and put him in a back bedroom where he could see the esplanade and the baseball diamond and the trees and picnic shelters in the park. Grandfather didn't do well in the city. To him, sirens, traffic noises, the drone of airplanes, the quarreling of neighbors, and solicitors knocking on the door were acts of theft. I thought that, like many elderly people, he might retaliate by making life hard for others, but that proved not to be the case. Grandfather was a study in contradiction and unpredictability. He had killed a number of men, but he was not a killer. He could be visceral and coarse, but under it all he was a kind man. Rather than publicly rinse his sins, as many others were fond of doing, he wrote off his early years as lively times. I loved grandfather. It was a pleasure to have him in our home. I didn't want to burden him with our troubles. He was a good reader of people, though, and I didn't fool him long.
"I heard y'all talking. Those same oil people are out to get you, are they?"
he said when I spread a quilt over him and turned on the electric fan. "Yes, sir."
"Tell me about it."
"It's a long and dreary business, grandfather. We'll just have to see it through."
"Tell me anyway. It's not like my schedule is overly crowded."
So I did.
"Suffering God, Satch, it sounds like they've tried everything except give you anthrax."
"They can do whatever they want. We'll do it right back."
"It's not always that easy. You trust Roy Wiseheart?"
"He's got sand, I'll say that."
"So did John Wesley Hardin. He was also a bucket of shit."
"Roy's not like his father. I think there's more than one person living inside him."
"I bet one of them is a coral snake."
I didn't reply. The sky was dark, and the bedroom was brightly lit by an overhead light. Grandfather's face looked soft and pink against the pillow, his thick hair a tangle of gray and white. Even in his 90s, he was a big and powerful man and not to be taken for granted.
"Don't get slickered," he said.
"By whom?"
"I know your thoughts before you have them, Weldon. You're fond of Wiseheart. You both went to war. Like you, he was brave. But when push comes to shove, he'll stick with his own kind. It won't be because of love, either. It'll be about money."
"Your revolver's sticking out from under your pillow," I said.
"I saw some of Pancho Villa's boys outside the window last night. I'd hate for one of them to get the drop on me."
I looked over my shoulder and back at him.
"Been on any snipe hunts lately?" he said, his chest shaking with silent laughter.
By the time Linda Gale arrived on location in Mexico, she had done her best to forget what had occurred on the penthouse balcony of the Shamrock Hotel, 17 stories in the sky. She wouldn't have really gone through with it, she told herself. She'd had too much to drink. If something hadn't happened, it was not meant to happen, and hence could not happen. "Liar," a voice said. She saw herself plummeting past the rows of hotel windows, spread-eagled, naked, upside down. Oddly, the image disturbed her not because of the fate she had almost imposed upon herself, but because of the grotesque and unseemly fashion in which she would have been remembered. She determined she would no longer think about what could have happened. This was Mexico. This was now. Somehow she would find a way out of her problems. Who would have believed where she was today compared with 1 year ago? The location was the most beautiful stretch of terrain she had ever seen, the topography and seasons out of kilter in a way that convinced her a remarkable change was about to take place in her life. The mountains were purple in the distance, the grass long and yellow in the fields, and the earth the color of rust where it had been plowed, the irrigation ditches brimming with water that looked like coffee-stained milk. On the long slope that led up to a dead volcano were orchards of walnut and avocado trees, and at sunset the Indians built fires in the shadows and roasted ears of corn in the coals like people from an ancient time. The set was meant to replicate a Republican airstrip in Andalusia in 1936, complete with biplanes that had Vickers machine guns mounted on the fuselages. But to Linda Gale, This enormous fertile valley, containing livestock and tall palms with trunks that were as smooth as elephant hide, and clumps of banana plants, and orchards bursting with blood-red peaches, had nothing to do with modern times. The mountains and the warm, dense air, and the great freshwater lake nearby where Indians fished from boats made out of reeds, convinced her she was standing in a legendary place that had been transported from the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. If that was true, or even a possibility, it could mean that mankind was being given a second chance. And if mankind could have a second chance, why couldn't she? Roy Wiseheart had shown up on the set out of nowhere, driving a British lorry, wearing an Australian flop hat and khaki shorts and a hunter's jacket with cloth loops for bullets, a scoped rifle jiggling in a rack behind his head. When he braked to a stop next to her outside an airplane hangar, a cloud of dust floating across her and the crew and the other actors, she tried to pretend she wasn't angry that he was irritating everyone on the set at her expense. She glanced at the director. His name was Jerry Fallon. He had the leanness of a lizard, and his skin was just as rough. He removed his sunglasses and hung one of the arm pieces from his lip and stared at her and Roy, his nostrils dilating. "What are you doing, Roy?" Linda Gale whispered. "Seeing what you're up to," he said, getting down from the lorry. "I'm a co-producer now. Didn't Jerry tell you?" "No." "I want to keep an eye on my investment." "You look outstanding." "You see those World War crates over there? One of them is mine. I'm going to take it up." Her face was burning. She lowered her eyes. "I need to talk to you." "About that little episode? Don't give second life to the shadows of the heart." "Roy, I'm working now." "Time for lunch, everybody," he shouted. "Is that okay with you, Jerry?" "No. You're a bloody nuisance, you fucking sod," the director said. "Thank you," Roy said. "Come on, Linda Gale, I made up a picnic basket. Don't worry about Jerry. I was his wingman in the South Pacific. He's a digger, but a swell fellow. Right, you malignant wog?" "Take a break, everyone. Be back at 1, Jerry said. "Linda Gale?" "Yes," she said. "I have high hopes for this next scene," he said. "We want it right. You with me, love?" "Yes, I'm with you. I understand." "Do you?" he replied. Why had Roy done this to her? He drove them to an adobe ranch house at the base of the volcano. The bougainvillea reached to the roof. The lattice work over the walkways was interwoven with wisteria that had just gone into bloom. "Whose place is this?" she asked. "An absentee landowner. He rented it to me." "Did you arrange this role for me?" "I don't have that kind of power. Regardless of what people think, it doesn't work that way out here. You got it on your own hook." "I don't believe you." "Let's go inside. I've missed you terribly." He shut off the engine. "God, you're lovely." "I have to work this afternoon," she said. "You heard what Jerry said. What are you doing to me?" "To you?" "I never know what to believe. I think maybe my whole career was bought and paid for. You made me look like a fool in front of the whole cast and crew. How did you suddenly become a producer of the film? You're on a first-name basis with my director. You seem to orchestrate everything you come near. You're everywhere and nowhere." "I was on a first-name basis with famous actresses when I was 10 years old. Sometime I'll tell you the names of some my father slept with." "Did you buy me this role or not?" "Let me tell you a story about Jack Warner. He once said, 'I've got the best script writer in Hollywood, and I've got him for peanuts.' He was talking about William Faulkner. You know who else he said that about? You. In light of what you're going to make for him, he considers your salary peanuts." "I don't believe you, number one. Number two, what if I said I want out of our situation?" "You'd hurt me beyond repair. But if that's your choice, I'd honor it. Is that your choice, Linda Gale?" She felt a great dryness come into her mouth. "It should be." "How should I read that?" he said. "What does a statement like that mean?" "People are what they do, not what they say or what they think. You're with me of your own volition. You've made a choice. We both have." The sun went behind the clouds. She could see the wind scouring dust out of the fields, peaches thudding to the ground in an orchard, the parked biplanes straining against their anchor ropes. I grew up in a fundamentalist church, she said. So did Herschel. You don't know what that does to you. Maybe I don't have your strength. Maybe I'm one of those weak girls who always have to like themselves. Let's have lunch, he said. You want to have lunch? Yes. Don't take all these things on yourself at one time. Whatever decision you make will be fine. If you walk away from me today, you'll always remain my girl. A man meets a woman like you once in a lifetime. Every day with her is a gift. Then one day the gift ends. I can't stand the thought of losing you, Linda Gale, but I can't control your emotions. Just tell me what you want to do. She thought she would cry. That wasn't what she did. 10 minutes later, she was in bed with him, his head buried between her breasts, a wave building inside her with such intensity that the moans she made seemed to come from someone else. That evening, Jerry Fallon came to her trailer, a new Airstream that had been brought from Guadalajara for her sole use. He was dressed in tennis shorts and a blue polo and a white cap and was carrying 2 bottles of champagne. "Where's the lover boy?" he asked. "Roy?" "I hope you only have 2 of them. Lovers, I mean." "He had to go to Mexico City. He'll be back tomorrow." "Nice of him to tell me. Want one of these?" "No, thank you," she replied. "I admire your abstinence. You're going to do great, love. You know that, don't you?" "Why did you call Roy Assad today?" "That's from our flying days. I used to call him Assad because he was anything but." "He chased women?" "Not too far. It was wartime. We'd get what we called 72 in Pearl. The Navy nurses were everywhere. Roy cut a wide swath." "What do you want, Jerry?" "Can I sit down?" "Do whatever you want." He was wearing shades and had the darkest tan she'd ever seen. His arms and chest were covered with swatches of black hair, his fingers tapered like a piano player's. He cracked the cap off a champagne bottle with an opener on his knife. He caught the foam on the web of his thumb and put it in his mouth. "You want to be shark meat?" "Are you talking about Roy?" "America is in love with Betty Hutton and Margaret O'Brien. They love Judy Garland. They love mythology, and the Puritan in them is still alive and well. Rob them of their myths, and they'll tear you apart." "You think I'm doing something wrong?" "I'm saying don't get caught. Anybody who was on the set today could sell a very nasty story with one phone call. Wake up, doll." "I don't like you calling me names." "I'm assuming you're an adult. The space between your teeth is worth $1 million. Roy is reckless. He thinks his crate should have burned with him in it. One day he'll find a way to do it. You want to ride it down with him?" "He's suicidal?" "No, he's worse. He wants the funeral of a Viking." "I don't know what that is." "He wants lots of companions for the trip across, a dead dog at his feet." "You're upsetting me, Jerry." "That's why I brought you a drink. Roy's box score is legendary. You drove off with him at lunchtime in front of 100 people. You know what I heard one of the cooks say? This is from one of the cooks. Her husband and Wiseheart were both war heroes. Now they're sharing the same foxhole." Her face was as hot as an electric iron, her head throbbing. "And what did you do about it?" "I'm not worried about what 2 scullions say. Hedda Hopper is another matter. You know the fun she'd have with a juicy bit of news like this?" "Roy and I are friends. You stop assuming things." "When you came back from the hacienda, you looked like you'd forgotten to put your panties on." "Don't you dare talk to me like that." "I got a call from your husband 15 minutes ago. He'll be here tomorrow morning. We're shooting the battle scene at first light. We don't need distractions, love. Now you clean up your act and get with the program." "Herschel is coming here?" "That's what the man said. Does he know about you and Roy?" She sat down in a chair. Her ears were ringing, her stomach roiling. Jerry upended the champagne, the foam running through the neck and down his throat. He set down the bottle and looked her evenly in the face. "I hate to see you foul your own nest," he said. "You've got it all, love. You don't need the wrong guy crawling around on top of you. Dump the bastard while you have the chance." "Get out," she said. Maybe she threw something at him. She couldn't remember. When she went to bed, the wind was buffeting her trailer, blowing dust devils out of the hills, dimming the stars that 1 hour earlier had glittered as brightly as electric bulbs in a theater marquee. Just before dawn, she woke from a dream in which wolves were sitting on tree limbs, their muzzles moist with blood. At first she thought the wolves were looking at her, a frightened small girl unable to flee her attackers. Then she realized that was not the case at all. She was sitting on a tree branch among them. What did the dream mean? The answer wasn't long in coming. She was a kindred spirit, her agenda as predatory as theirs. Linda Gale Pine had taken on a new identity, one that was probably hidden inside her all her life. The first scene Jerry shot the next morning involved a Heinkel coming in low, out of a watery yellow sun, bombing and strafing the airfield, the planted explosives, geysering showers of dirt and rock into the air, the Heinkel's engines rattling the tin roofs of the hangars as it swept overhead, the bombardier hunched inside the plexiglass nose cone, his face like a pig's inside the leather cap and goggles and fur collar on his leather coat. The explosions were deafening, their aftershocks vibrating through the ground under Linda Gale's shoes. Curds of black smoke coiled out of giant smudge pots, powdering the air with soot and filling it with an oily stench that reminded Linda Gale of the refineries in Baton Rouge. A small tank clanked across the airstrip, a phalangist flag flapping from its radio antenna. After the driver got out, Jerry told a stagehand to fire a fully automatic weapon into the cupola so he could record the sound of live rounds ricocheting off the steel plates. Linda Gale found herself stepping back involuntarily, her arms folded across her chest as the bullets whined into the distance and a German fighter plane streaked low overhead, the barrels of its wing guns flashing. Was this what Rosita Holland actually went through? Linda Gale looked around, wondering if any of the crew or cast sensed the fear that had invaded her body. Jerry put his arm around her shoulders. "You ready?" he said. "For what?" she asked, startled out of her reverie.
You're about to witness the fascists executing Republican wounded. It's not your everyday event. You rush out to stop it. You're the angel of Andalusia. The poor buggers just want to touch the hem of your garment and be made whole. Remember Scarlett O'Hara walking across a train yard filled with Confederate wounded begging for water? That's you, love.
She felt as if a piece of wire were being tightened around her temples. Jerry stepped in front of her, placing his palms on her shoulders, staring into her eyes.
Many women live inside you, Linda Gale. That's why you're going to be a great actress. Don't let anything get in the way of that goal. Give voice to those women who depend on you. You're a strong woman, a fucking Amazon. You could rip the head off a fascist officer and spit in it. Are you hearing me?
"Yes," she replied.
Then get on it. Don't let me down.
"I won't, Jerry."
That's my girl,
he said. He squeezed her against him.
Put the fear of God in them.
The cameras began rolling as she ran toward a rampart that had been overrun by soldiers who carried bayonet-fixed rifles and wore tasseled caps and rolled blankets tied across their chests. Republican wounded, some wearing French helmets, were lying on the ground, their hands raised futilely against the bayonets being plunged into their bodies. The barrel of a knocked-out machine gun was still smoking behind a wall of sandbags. Some of the wounded were teenaged boys, their faces terrified as they awaited their fate. Somehow, the scene taking place around her had become real. The screams of the dying and the smell of cordite and burning vehicles and the raw stench of blood no longer imaginary or a creation of Hollywood, but part of an actual battle in 1936 that she had stepped inside and was participating in among her comrades, all of them scarred by poverty and hunger and oppression. She not only owned this moment, she had earned it and would never separate herself from its suffering and pain. She shielded the body of a fallen boy. She shoved aside bayonets with her bare hands. She implored a fascist officer to show mercy and yelled in his face when he didn't. She had become more than the angel of Andalusia. She was the angel of Goliad whom she read about in high school, The Mexican prostitute who saved the lives of many a Texas soldier at the Goliad Massacre of 1836. She was no longer Linda Gale Pine. The tears in her eyes were real. Her clothes were rent by the bayonets she shoved aside, the smears of blood and saliva on her hands and face and hair no longer cosmetic, the alarm she saw on the actors' faces no longer feigned. She beat her fists on an officer's chest and tried to gouge his eyes. She cursed and used words that were not in the script. She tore at her own skin with her fingernails as she recognized a dead boy who had sold goat's milk to her family in their village. The actors playing the roles of fascist soldiers shrank back, blinking, afraid she might blind them. "Cut!" she heard Jerry yell. The world seemed to stop. The people around her frozen inside a single frame of film, their mouths open in mid-sentence. When she tried to speak, no sound would come out of her throat. The land, the sky, the orchards in the distance, the insignias on the wings of the biplanes, all of them were drained of color, just as the dust-covered bodies on the ground were, all of it caught forever inside a photograph taken in a place she had never been. She saw Jerry walking toward her, his hands outstretched. He lifted her in the air and spun her in a circle. "That was bloody fucking glorious," he said and kissed her on the cheek. "Ernest Hemingway couldn't hold a candle to what you just did. By God, you're a marvel." The wounded and the dead were rising from the ground as though a form of secular resurrection were taking place. Everyone in the cast and crew was applauding, as happy for her as they would be for themselves. The joy she felt was like nothing she had ever experienced. Herschel arrived at noon in a battered taxicab he had hired in a coastal town 50 kilometers away. He was wearing a sport coat and slacks that didn't match, and carrying a canvas suitcase he had bought in an Army PX, his serial number stenciled unevenly on the side. He was also carrying a cardboard tube, the kind that held architectural plans. She ate lunch with him in the outdoor tent that served as a commissary for the cast and crew, the canvas swelling and flapping in the wind, the mountains as blue as steel in the distance, the sun golden on the peach orchards. If anyone noticed Herschel and the conflict he was causing his wife, they pretended otherwise. "I hope you don't mind me popping in like this," he said. "Does the director mind if I stay in your trailer?" "I'm sure that will be fine," she said, avoiding his gaze. "I have this architect friend in Baton Rouge. He made up some sketches." "Sketches of what?" "That house you want to build in Santa Monica. Is there somewhere we can go look at them?" "I have to go back to work." "I mean later." "Whatever you want to do is fine, Herschel." "There's nothing wrong, is there?" "No, not at all. I said everything will be just fine." His reddish-blonde hair was freshly barbered, his face clean-shaven, his eyes clear and devoid of guile. "I saw that tank and those biplanes out there. Where'd y'all find that stuff?" "A contractor supplies it," she answered. She tried to repress her irritability. It wasn't his fault he didn't know about these things. Why was she angry at him? "I'm sorry we're so busy now." "I heard some people talking about how good you were this morning." "Jerry helped me a lot with the particular scene. It involved the fascists killing the Republican wounded." "You talking about the Spanish Civil War? Rosita's father was mixed up in that, wasn't he?" She started to reply and realized his gaze had drifted away out the tent flap. "Is that Roy Wisehart yonder?" he asked. "He's co-producer on the film," she said. "I didn't know that." "He just showed up out of nowhere. He surprised me, too." "That boy sure gets around, doesn't he?" Herschel said. He took a bite of his hamburger, lowering his eyes, his meaning, if any, concealed. She was sweating, the veins in her scalp dilating. "How can an architect in Baton Rouge sketch a design for a house on the cliffs above Santa Monica or Malibu?" she said. "What would he know about the soil or the building codes or anything for that matter?" "A house is a house. This one will be 2 stories. It'll have a baby room, too." "A baby room?" "We're not getting any younger." He waited. "I don't know what to say, Herschel. You drop in with no advance notice and bring up these things in a public place and make decisions for me without asking." He was looking outside the tent flap again. "Wisehart is getting into a biplane." That guy is something else." She glanced at her watch. 23 more minutes before she went back to work. 10 more minutes of Herschel and she would be exhausted. "I have a difficult scene to do this afternoon. I can't talk about these other matters now." "What other matters are you talking about? I just wanted to show you the sketches." "This is the wrong place and the wrong time." "We've got to make some choices about where we live. Our rental arrangement with Jack Valentine got canceled," he said. "We're being evicted by Jack Valentine?" "Not exactly. He's dead. He was beaten to death 2 days ago in Los Angeles." She stared at him stupidly. "It was in all the papers. Someone did him in with a lead pipe down in the colored district. The real estate agent said we have to either buy the place or get out. Maybe it's just as well." "I can't follow all this. Just as well what?" "It's just as well about the house in River Oaks. I don't think you like it there. I don't either. River Oaks isn't our kind of neighborhood." "Not our kind of neighborhood?" I knew you'd say something like that. I just knew it. "They look down their noses at us." "Then fuck them." "When did you start using that kind of language?" "Just now." "Where are you going?" "To lie down for a few minutes. Maybe I'll take a sedative, or maybe not. I'm very upset. It's not your fault. I was just telling you how I feel. But I can't take this anymore." "I'll go with you." "No. Finish your lunch." "Do they have a doctor here?" "For God's sake, sit down and give me a few minutes alone. Please do that, Herschel. Don't argue. For once, don't argue about things you don't understand." She walked out the tent flap, avoiding the stares from the other tables, her magenta silk blouse rippling in the wind. She saw Roy Wisehart's open cockpit biplane lifting off the dirt runway, his goggled face turning toward her. He was grinning. As he flew past her, he waved and pointed upward as though telling her his destination lay somewhere beyond the heavens, and his plane made of wires and struts and fabric would take him there. Then he began climbing almost straight up, higher and higher, until his plane became a black speck and seemed to dissolve inside the sun. She continued toward her trailer, trying to remember what Roy had said about Jack Valentine. He needed to be taught a lesson? Was that it? Yes, those were Roy's words. She heard the plane's engine sputtering as though the fuel line had clogged. She shielded her eyes and stared up at the sound, then saw Roy coming out of the west over brown hills that looked like clay sculptures of a woman's breasts, his plane upside down. As he roared past her, low over her trailer, he let his arms hang loose from his body, his full weight hanging against the leather safety harness, his shadow and the shadow of his plane rippling like an effigy of a feathered serpent across a field of green corn. Then she turned and saw Herschel behind her. He was watching the biplane disappear over the hills, a look of resignation on his face. "I didn't come out here to cause you problems, Linda Gale," he said. "I missed you, that's all." Chapter 22. I can't tell you what evil is. I'll leave that to the theologians. But I can tell you what it looks like in human form. In this instance, its name was Hubert Timmons Slakely, the uniformed cop who arrested and molested my wife. We had left Grandfather at home and driven to a miniature golf course a few blocks away. There was still light in the sky, and it was cool enough for a jacket. The stars were out, and families were putting golf balls down felt-lined corridors into imitation greens outfitted with toy windmills and tiny bridges over watercourses and tunnels that plunked the ball into a cup. I had no reason to worry about Grandfather. He enjoyed listening to the radio by himself and reading his encyclopedias and putting up preserves from our garden or the vegetable market, and we had told the next-door neighbor where we would be in case of an emergency. Earlier, I'd said I didn't expect to see Officer Slakely again. I was dead wrong. Wicked men do not go away of their own accord. Grandfather was sitting up in bed with his spectacles on, the King James Bible propped open on his stomach, when he heard the house creak and felt the air in his room decompress. Someone had just opened and closed the front door. "Is that you, Weldon?" he said. A tall man wearing a pearl-gray short-brimmed Stetson and a sharkskin suit and a black shirt with red flowers on it appeared in the bedroom doorway. His hands were big, the back of the right hand tattooed with a string of blue stars. He was smoking a cigarette. "Howdy," he said. Grandfather nodded. "Where's your ashtray?" the tall man asked. "I don't have one," Grandfather replied. "You must be the former Texas Ranger." Grandfather didn't reply. "I didn't figure you for a student of Scripture," the visitor said. "I was looking for the loopholes." The visitor's cigarette was almost down to his fingers. "I gotta remember that one. Where's your grandson at?" "He comes and goes. Mind telling me what the hell you're doing in our house?" "I'm Detective Hubert Timmons Slakely of the Houston City Police Department." "You knocked and walked in? Or you didn't bother to knock and just walked in?" "I knocked and I thought I heard someone say come in." "Are you the one who arrested Rosita in Herman Park?" "It's my opinion she got herself arrested." "When did you become a plainclothes?" "I passed the test a few months back, but only got promoted recently. It's a little late for me, though. I'm fixing to retire and buy a beach home down by Padre Island." Grandfather worked himself up on the pillow, one hand propped behind him. The detective wore a half-smile on his face. He unhooked the window screen and flipped his cigarette into the yard. "What's an old fart like you doing by himself?" he said. "Listening to the radio." "You were listening to the radio." The detective clicked it off. "When are they due home?" "Who?" "Your grandson and his wife." "They didn't tell me." "Then why did you just look at the clock?" "I listen to Lux Radio Theater every Sunday night." "It's not Sunday." "That's probably why it didn't come on. What do you want with my grandson?" "I'd like to make things easier for him and the little woman." Slakely sniffed and pinched at one nostril. "What's that odor?" "A pot of stewed tomatoes and peppers I have on slow boil." "I think it's you. Somebody hasn't been taking care of you. You need somebody to wash you. You want me to take you to the tub and do it for you?" Grandfather could see the neighbors' lighted windows through the live oaks and pecan trees in the side yard. He could hear music playing on his neighbor's radio and leaves tumbling across the yard, striking the screens. "An old man is a nasty thing," Slakely said. "He yellows the sheets and leaves his stink in everything he lies on." "How much do you want?" "How much what?" "Money." "I was thinking more in terms of stock options. You know what? I'm going to bring a washcloth in here and wipe you down." "Have you ever been shot?" "A few have tried." "I killed 6 men. I wish things had worked out otherwise, but they didn't give me much selection. Has it ever been that way with you?" "Is there supposed to be some kind of message in that?" "You could call it that. You're about 2 seconds away from getting your head blown off." "Get up, old man. I'm taking you in the bathroom. I think you messed yourself." Grandfather peeled the sheet off his hand and forearm. "I had it converted for conventional ammunition in 1880. I shot one of Bill Dalton's gang off a windmill with it. He fell straight down into the cattle tank." He raised the barrel of the revolver so it was pointed at Slakely's face. He cocked the hammer with his thumb. "It looks like a relic to me," Slakely said. "If you can see into the chambers, you'll notice there's an X cut in the nose of each round. It's more or less the equivalent of getting hit with 4 pieces of buckshot. The exit wound is the size of a silver dollar. In your case, there won't be an exit wound. Your skull and your brain matter will be on the wall." "Hold on." Slakely stepped back involuntarily, trying not to raise his hand in front of him. "I think you should not move around too much," Grandfather said. "I just came here to talk, not for trouble." "No, you're here to bring grief to innocent people. You put me in mind of an egg-sucking dog. There's no cure for your kind. Where's your weapon?" "I'm not carrying one," Slakely said. He opened the flaps of his coat. His face was tight, the color gone, his pulse jumping visibly in his throat like a damaged moth. "See, you need to put that thumbbuster away." "Where's your throwdown?" I don't carry one. I don't do that sort of thing.
Pull up your pants cuffs.
Slakely tugged on his trouser leg, his face turned to one side, his forehead and profile cheek shiny with moisture.
Unstrap it with your left hand and let it fall to the floor, Grandfather said.
Slakely leaned over and released the strap on a small holster attached to his right ankle. It contained a .32 revolver. The sight was filed off, the grips wrapped with black tape.
Step away from it, Grandfather said.
Whatever you want. My visit here is according to protocol. There's no need for...
How many times have you planted one of those?
I never had to. I never shot anyone. Not as a police officer.
I think you're a liar. Close your eyes.
Why?
Because if I pull this trigger, I don't want to see the look in your eyes. The men I killed all had the same look when they died. They knew their lives and souls were forfeit and there was no way they could change what was about to happen. That's why I read Scripture. It allows me to forget that look. Then a simpleton like you shows up and taints my spirituality.
I apologize.
You've got another problem. Like most white trash, you're disrespectful to your betters and proud of your stupidity and ignorance. If you didn't have the Negras to feel superior to, most of y'all would kill yourselves. I'm done talking. You want to say anything before I shoot you?
We came through the front door seconds before Grandfather probably would have pulled the trigger. I wished Grandfather had killed him. There is no downside to the death of a man like Slakely except the body is an insult to the earth in which it's buried. Get that gun away from him, Slakely said.
What are you doing in our house? I asked.
I offered to take him to the bathroom. He pulled a revolver on me. This man belongs in an asylum.
You didn't answer my question.
I came here to make your problems go away. I'm not a bad man.
Yes, you are, I replied.
Tell him to point that gun somewhere else.
Grandfather, it's all right, I said.
He rested the revolver on his thigh and released the hammer.
This boy strikes me as highly excitable. He doesn't seem to do well in manly confrontation. I think he should stick to abusing women and cripples and children and such.
I picked up Slakely's ankle pistol and holster and handed it to him.
Out of my house.
You need to talk to me, Mr. Holland.
I already know what you're going to say.
I don't think you do.
Rosita was standing in the doorway, her eyes fixed so intensely on the back of Slakely's head that he seemed to feel their heat. He turned and looked at her.
We meet again.
Say what you have to say, she said.
I've got your husband by the short hairs. That's what I was going to say. I can have the old man arrested for threatening an officer of the law with a firearm, or I can forget all this and see that the charges against you are lost in the process.
Get him out of here, Weldon, she said. You heard her, bub, I said.
Suit yourself. I tried. Someday y'all will figure out we're all little people, even you, the big war hero.
Slakely walked back through the hallway into the living room. The porch light was on and candle moths were bumping against the screen. The wind was blowing, and the live oaks and pecan trees in the yard were full of shadows that kept changing shape, the leaves spinning on the lawn and driveway. Slakely was only a few feet from the door. In seconds he would be gone, and we would return to our lives, and in the morning I would call our lawyer and see what could be done about Slakely's invasion of our home. Then he turned around, like a man who can't leave a dice table or an unfinished drink on a saloon table or a situation in which his paucity as a human being has been exposed. He was still wearing his Stetson, his hands opening and closing at his sides, the veins knotting like twine under the skin.
The old man says he killed 6 men. That's a lie, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's what I thought.
He killed 11 or 12 I know of. He killed some of them while he was blind drunk. He doesn't count the Mexicans he shot on one of Pancho Villa's troop trains. If you think he won't kill you, call up Frank Hamer and ask him about Grandfather's track record.
Frank Hamer? The Texas Ranger who killed Bonnie and Clyde?
That's the one.
My goddamn ass.
Rosita was silhouetted in the kitchen doorway, wearing an apron, a wooden spatula in her hand. Behind her, strings of steam were rising from Grandfather's pot of stewed tomatoes and peppers.
Next to the stove was a white table lined with glass jars and brassy metal tops, a metal spoon inserted in each jar to keep it from cracking when the preserves were poured into it. It's my belief that lust, greed, and violence die hard in all of us, whether we're Semites or Gentiles or pagans, river-baptized, born again, or redeemed by a blinding light on the road to Damascus. But there's another group in our midst. I believe some are born with the scales and the tailed spine of the four-footed reptilian creature with which we share a common gene pool. I never bore an animus toward the average German soldier. I did, however, toward the Waffen-SS, and I was glad I had killed as many of them as I possibly could. I didn't think Slakely had twin lightning bolts tattooed under his armpit, but if he had, I'm sure he would have worn them with pride. "It doesn't have to be this way," he said. "Which way?" I said. $10,000 in cash or stocks, that's all I want. I'm putting myself in danger on your behalf. You haven't figured that out?" "I'm going to get you," I said. "You're threatening me?" "It's not a threat. I'm telling you what's going to happen to you. You violated my wife's person. You invaded my home. You tried to degrade my grandfather. You think you're going to get away with that because you're a Houston police officer?" He huffed air out of his nostrils. "Live in your own shit. You'll wish you never heard my name." "I believe you," I said. He went out the screen door and let it slam behind him. I saw Rosita go back into the kitchen and lift the lid off the metal pot on the stove and put on cloth gloves so she could begin filling the jars. "Grandfather wants to do that," I said. "He'll burn himself. Let him do it or he'll get riled up again. I'll go get him." I went into the back bedroom to help Grandfather out of bed. I hadn't latched the screen or bolted the door. It would have made no difference, though. Hubert Timmons Slakely was a man whose greatest enemy was knowledge about himself. He had been humiliated and treated like the white trash he was. Under the bedsheet that hides the identity of every Ku Klux Klansman is a cretinous, vicious, and childlike human being whose last holdout is his whites-only restroom. He is pathologically incapable of change this side of the grave. Slakely came back through the screen and entered the kitchen, his shadow falling across Rosita. "I'm on to you, Mrs. Holland," he said. She stared at him without replying. "You know what the Jewish piano is, don't you? The cash register. You're a kike. You won't let your husband's money get loose from your hands. Also, you're too dumb to see what you're doing to both y'all." "Did you know it's rude for a man not to remove his hat in someone's house?" she said. "Wait till you get up to the woman's prison. I'll put some interesting notations in your jacket. There's a section for bull dykes. I'll make sure you get to meet them." "I'm looking forward to it." "One day somebody is going to tear you and that smart mouth apart, woman." "That's what you would like to do right now, but you won't because there are witnesses. A man like you doesn't care for witnesses. They're inconvenient when you arrest a street prostitute or a hapless Negro or a vagabond. You frighten the defenseless and impose your will upon them in order to hide the fear that governs your life. That's why I pity rather than hate you." I put Grandfather in his reading chair, and as I approached the kitchen doorway, I saw Slakely's right hand, the one tattooed with a chain of blue stars, curl into a fist. I had no doubt that a blow from a man of his size could crush the bones in her face or even kill her. But if I thought I needed to protect my wife, I was mistaken. Rosita Lowenstein Holland did not need protection. Her adversaries did. "The Kraut should have melted you into a bar of soap," Slakely said. He heard me behind him and glanced over his shoulder. It was bad timing for Hubert Timmons Slakely. The stewed peppers and tomatoes on the stove had become as thick as ketchup, bubbles rising like big red blisters to the surface. She flung the pot with both hands into his face, covering his eyes and nose and mouth like a wet red kerchief wrapped around the head of a mannequin. He screamed and pushed the heels of his hands into his eye sockets and crashed into the door jamb, fighting his way blindly through the living room and down the steps into the yard. She wasn't finished with him. She went through the door after him and poured the rest of the pot onto his head and neck, then threw the pot high in the air and watched it bounce on the lawn. "Voila," she said. "There's a garden hose by the hydrant if you want to wash off. Thanks so much for dropping by." I called a sitter for Grandfather, went upstairs and packed a bag for Rosita, and drove both of us to Galveston before Hubert Timmons Slakely could return to the house with his colleagues. I rented a motel room right across from the seawall that had been built after the great hurricane of 1900. I had not told her I would have to leave her there and return to Houston. Rosita was brave and loving and honorable and all things that are good. She deserved none of the things that had been done to her. Leaving her alone was one of the hardest things I had ever done, but I had to distract the authorities from her and somehow neutralize the power we had given Slakely. "You are leaving," she said. "There's a taxi on the way." "I don't like being a fugitive, Weldon. We've done nothing wrong." "They're not going to get their hands on you again. I'm going to call the state attorney. I'm going to the police station tonight and file a complaint. There's Grandfather to take care of, too. You'll have the car, but if you go anywhere, take a cab. Don't talk to anyone. I registered us as Mr. and Mrs. Mallory." "As in Thomas Mallory?" "Why not?" I said. For the first time since we had left Houston, she smiled. Through the curtains, I could see the amusement pier extending from the beach into the surf, the waves bursting against the pilings. All of the rides and concession stands were closed for the season, the long row of windows in the seafood restaurant darkened. "Lie down with me before you go," she said. I saw the headlights of the taxi turn off the boulevard into the motel. I went outside and gave the driver $3 and sent him away. When I came back inside, Rosita had already turned off the lights and undressed and was lying on top of the sheet, one knee pulled up in front of her, her back propped against the pillows. "You look like a painting on the side of a flying fortress," I said. "Maybe that's what I am." I undressed and got in bed beside her. I put my hand inside the thickness of her hair and kissed her on the mouth. I did not believe then, nor do I believe now, that any woman in the history of the world ever made love like Rosita Lowenstein. It was total and complete and unrelenting, and even after I was physically spent, my desire for her never dissipated. I never knew a woman whose hair was both mahogany-colored and black, one color inseparable from the other, yet always changing depending on the light. Nor had I ever known one who had eyes that shone like sherry in a crystal glass. As I write these remarks, I know they are personal in nature and perhaps violate good taste and might be embarrassing to read. They may never be read by another, but they reflect my feelings about Rosita. She never had to seek modesty. It was built into her. Reclining nude on a bed, or making love with an almost animal pleasure, or creating an erotic moment unexpectedly in a conventional situation, was simply the expression of who she was. She never had fewer than 3 climaxes, and after each one she began all over again with such heat and energy that I thought my heart would fail. I buried my face in the sweat on her neck and the dampness in her hair, and could feel both an ache and a rhythm in my loins that I believed would never end, in the same way that you know your love for another person will never end. That's what it was like with Rosita Lowenstein. The two of us let go of the world and floated away to a kingdom under the sea where no one would ever disturb us again. At 3 a.m, she bit me softly on the ear and released me and lay back on the pillow. "This will be over soon," I said. "No, it won't, Weldon. They're like the fascists. They torture with passion and murder with indifference." "They messed with the wrong bunch." "The Hollands?" "Sure. You're a Holland, too. How's it feel?" "You still believe there's light in all men. They know that about you. They also know you'll never change, that you'll always be bound by the restraints of conscience." "You worry too much, kid." She squeezed my arm and turned toward the wall, the sheet pulled over her shoulder. I showered and dressed and called again for a taxi. As I drove away with the cabbie, I looked through the rear window at the darkened amusement pier and the great slate-green moonlit roll and pitch of the Gulf, and I felt a pang in my heart that I couldn't explain. Maybe it was because I felt the spring and summer of our lives had slipped away, as though a thief had sneaked onto the pier and clicked off the switch on the Ferris wheel before we could reverse the terrible attrition that time imposes on us all. Or did my sense of mutability have another source? In 1942, Nazi U-boats had lain silently in wolf packs under the Gulf, waiting for the oil tankers that sailed from the Houston Ship Channel and the oil refineries in Baton Rouge. 4 of them had been sunk by depth charges and were supposedly scudding along the Gulf's bottom, some of the crew members still aboard, their uniforms in empty eye sockets strung with seaweed. I wondered if their time in history was about to roll round again, like Pharaoh and his chariots laboring up on the shores of the Red Sea, determined that God's chosen would never get away from the points of their spears. Chapter 23. The location of the office I maintained in downtown Houston was one I had chosen for reasons that had nothing to do with commerce. The building was in a seedy area off Congress Street and looked more like a structure you would find in the New Orleans French Quarter or Old Natchez than in a commercial center. It was made of stucco and crumbling brick and had a courtyard and an upstairs balcony with Spanish grillwork. More important, one wall in the courtyard contained a wall within a wall, one constructed of heavy stones that were out of context, rocks not from the coastal plains, but perhaps from the bed of the Comal or Guadalupe River, or the rough terrain of the Texas Hill Country. Regardless of their origins, the wall within a wall resembled a mosaic, the rocks held together more by their weight and their chiseled shape than by mortar and plaster. According to the legend, 3 Texas soldiers had been executed against this wall by Santa Anna's troops just before Santa Anna was entrapped, not far away, in the San Jacinto Basin on April 21st, 1836. These 3 soldiers, who in all probability were boys, may have lost their lives hours before Texas won its independence. A Mexican lady used to run a flower stall between 2 buildings on Congress Street, right next to Eddie Pearl's pawn shop, and once a week I bought a bouquet from her and put it in a ceramic vase filled with water and set it in front of the wall within a wall. I'd already gone to the Houston police station and had just gotten off the telephone with an assistant to the state attorney in Austin when Roy Wisehart stuck his head in my office door and said, "Buy you lunch, Lieutenant?" "Another time," I replied. He stepped inside without being invited and closed the door behind him. He was dressed in a powder blue sport coat and a polo shirt and pressed gray slacks and ox-blood tasseled loafers, his face fresh and ruddy as though he had just come from his gym. Roy had a perpetual aura of youthfulness that made me wonder if there wasn't a bit of Dorian Gray in his glue. "You mad at me about something?" he said, pulling up a chair. "No. Why do you ask?" "Because you look like it," he replied. I told him of Slakely's visit to our house and what Rosita had done. Roy's face was composed while he listened, not one hair out of place, his eyes never blinking or leaving mine. "You want me to look into it?" he said. "In order to do what?" "I don't know. Blitz the sod, as Jerry Fallon would say. Your troubles make mine sound minor." "What troubles?" He looked through the doorway into the side office where my secretary was working. I got up and closed the door. "What's the problem, Roy?" I said, barely able to hide my impatience. "I'm co-producing Linda Gale's movie. Her husband showed up on the set down in Mexico. I think he's got the wrong idea." "Regarding what?" "I guess there are rumors going around about me and Linda Gale." "The rumors aren't true," I said. "I suspect it's a matter of how you look at it. Things happen on a set. I can't say I've always stayed on the straight and narrow." "What kind of statement is that?" "I know Herschel's background. He comes from a place where they lynch Negroes and castrate people. That is, when the family isn't diddling one another. Do I need to start carrying a weapon?" "I feel like knocking your teeth down your throat." "I don't think that's a very rational attitude. I don't want trouble with your friend, and I certainly don't want to hurt him." "What do you call ruining a man's marriage?" He rested his forearm on the side of my desk and gazed wistfully out the window. "Did you spend a lot of time with your father when you were a kid?" "No, I spent it with my grandfather. My father died at the bottom of a bell hole." I think the time spent with one's father figure makes all the difference in the life of a young fellow, don't you? What kind of boyhood do you think Herschel Pine had? Can you imagine the kind of public school he attended, the kind of medical care he had? Actually, I envy a fellow like that. You know, growing up on a cotton farm and squirrel hunting and going to barbecues and fish fries and outdoor dances, things like that. There's something a bit grand about it. Its simplicity, I mean. I realized I was sitting next to a man who had probably lived inside a soap bubble his entire life and had no idea what privation was and no awareness of the travail that people of Herschel's background endured. Does Linda Gale plan to leave Herschel? I asked. I really don't know. That's their business anyway. Why should we be discussing something like that? Why? Because he worships his wife. Because he's coming apart. Because he stayed alive from Kasserine Pass through the invasion of Italy and France to the Ardennes Forest so he could come back to her. I see what you mean. Yes, he seems a good fellow. That's why I'm asking for your help. Come on, have some raw oysters and a beer with me. Let me tell you how I feel about your father, Roy, I said. No man is more cowardly than one who uses a surrogate to injure others. That's what your father has done. My wife and I go from day to day wondering who your father will send next into our lives. Right now it's Hubert Timmons Slakely. Tomorrow it will be somebody else. Roy looked at me a long time before he spoke. My father doesn't care enough about people to hurt them. Why do you think you're so special? His company was responsible for my father's death. He could settle your suit for pocket change. I'm not planning on suing your father. I want to see him in prison. He pinched his eyes with his thumb and forefinger. In the state of Texas, what world do you live in, Weldon? The United States of America. You still have those oil leases around New Roads, Louisiana, don't you? We brought in 2 dusters on those leases. They almost bankrupted us, I said. But you still have the leases. What if we do? I'd hold on to them. Will you talk to Herschel? No, I will not. It's time you carry your own water, partner. You have it all, Weldon, but you don't realize it. Others covet what you take for granted. You're an honorable man. Your wife loves you. You're the captain of your soul. With time, others will take all that away from you. That's what you fail to understand. They don't want your possessions. They want your soul. And how will they take that from me? They'll turn you into one of them. You'll wake up one morning and look at your reflection in the mirror and wonder what happened to the little boy in his white First Communion suit. See you around, Buster Brown. I followed him into the street. The sunlight was cold and brittle, with a reminder of winter and the shortening of the days in the air. Leaves were scudding out of the alley next to Eddie Pearl's pawn shop. The Mexican woman who ran the flower stall was gone. Come back here, I said. Not a chance, he replied. I went back into the office but couldn't think my way through the exchange. Roy had made a cuckold of my best friend but had presented himself to me as a victim. He seemed genuinely concerned with my fate but remained firmly entrenched in the world of wealth and power that threatened to destroy Rosita in order to get to me. Last, and perhaps most tragically for him, he was brave but beset with guilt because his ambition may have cost a life. I went into the courtyard and poured out the stale water in the vase of flowers. It was green in the sunlight and had a rancid smell when it struck the flagstones. I had never felt more alone and helpless, even at the Ardennes. I leaned against the wall with one hand. The stones were hard and gritty and cold against my palm. As the wind gusted across the rooftops, I heard a sound that was like the staccato popping of small arms fire when first contact is made between 2 armies. But the series of reports was only an automobile backfiring on the street. I was almost positive about that. I knew what was coming next. In the way you know the next pitch is a slider when a left-handed pitcher mops the sweat off his brow and wipes the back of his hand on his pants and not his palm. Saturday morning, I got a person-to-person call from Linda Gale. I could barely make out her words. "We're having a terrible electrical storm here," she said. "Can you hear me?" "Barely. Where are you?" "In Santa Monica. The sky is black. Lightning is striking the cliffs above the beach. I've never seen the sky this dark here." "What do you want, Linda Gale?" "You better talk to Herschel. He's acting crazy." "You're just becoming aware of that?" "I'd appreciate it if you'd moralize on your own nickel. Why do you think I called you?" "Roy Weishart was in my office yesterday and was probably more candid about you two than he should have been." "Roy came to you?" "I've had to put Rosita in hiding. She threw a pot of scalding tomatoes and peppers in a police officer's face. If you want to have a dalliance with Roy, that's your business, Linda Gale, but stop dragging your problems into my life." "I didn't call you because of me. I called because I'm worried about you. God, you make me angry. Sometimes I want to break my fists on your head." "Somebody sent Herschel a photograph?" "Yes, exactly. Do you know who's in it?" "If we're talking about the same photograph, I've already seen it. It's a fake. Or at least part of it is." I could hear her breathing into the phone even though thunder was booming in the background. "You're talking about me in the nude?" "Yes, I am." I expected her to say something vitriolic, to take on the mantle of outrage that she was extraordinarily good at, but there were facets to Linda Gale that sometimes surprised me. "I hate myself for this. It's all my fault, Weldon. It's not Roy's or Herschel's or yours. Do you know about Jack Valentine's death?" "I read he was killed in south-central Los Angeles." "He was killed after Roy told me someone should teach him a lesson." "That's probably just rhetoric." There was a violent intrusion of static on the line. Then she said in an almost plaintive voice, "Weldon." "Yes?" "The lightning is hitting the water. I've never seen it do that. The ocean looks like it's full of black oil and electricity. There's green vapor rising off the waves. It looks like the world is ending." "It's an optical illusion." "Do you believe in karma?" she asked. "If there was such a thing as karma, most of the world's leaders would have leprosy." "It isn't funny," she said. "Do you think I'm a bad girl?" I couldn't think of the right words to use. "No, I don't think that." "I'm afraid," she said, "for all of us. Roy says we're wayfaring strangers like the Canterbury Pilgrims trying to win their way past the Black Death. He says death is the only reality in our lives." "Roy is a nihilist." "Say it again." "Say what?" "That I'm not a bad girl." "Good luck to you. I think you're a formidable woman with qualities that you don't give yourself credit for. Don't let Herschel get hurt any more than he already has." The line went dead. I drove to Herschel and Linda Gale's box of a house a few blocks off River Oaks Boulevard without calling first or knowing what to expect. It was hard for me to think of Herschel as a possible adversary, perhaps a dangerous one, but in light of how human frailty and jealousy affect us all, I knew if he had received the bogus photograph, anything was possible. As I drove down the boulevard past some of the grandest mansions in the Western world and turned onto Herschel Street and pulled into the deep shade of his driveway, I smelled an odor that was like wet leaves burning in a barrel, and water that had gone sour in a pond, and moist dirt oozing with white slugs spaded up in ground that never saw sunlight. Herschel was bare-chested and pushing a shovel deep into the soil with one booted foot, his back knotted and red and sweaty and powdered with dirt. His shirt and leather jacket hung on the back of a wood chair. He had torn the flowers out of the beds and stripped the climbing roses and the trumpet vine from the trellises and smashed the trellises into sticks. He dropped the shovel on the grass and began ripping divots out of the St. Augustine grass with a mattock, destroying the root systems, driving the mattock deeper into sandy soil and rock and a metal sprinkler line. Herschel was waging war on the environment that Linda Gale had been willing to trade her marriage for. "What are you planning, farmer?" I said. He looked up at me like a primitive creature hard at work in front of his cave. There was a crooked grin on his face, a liquidity in his eyes that I normally would associate with yellow jaundice. The knees of his canvas trousers were green with grass stains. "I'm putting in a vegetable garden." "It's December." "I know. I kind of got carried away and tore up Linda Gale's roses. She flat loves those roses. I'm sorry I did that. It's mighty cold to be digging a vegetable garden. I'm late this year. That's why I'd better get on it. Behind him was an above-ground swimming pool constructed of a pipe frame and sheets of blue plastic. A garden hose hung over the rim. Want to take a dip? What's that smell? Linda Gale says the neighbor's cat drowned in it. I don't believe it, though. Cats don't fall into pools. A coon or a porcupine might do that, but a cat is too smart. Can we talk? I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm going to explain some things that have happened. Put down the mattock and let's go inside. I like it out here just fine. His chest and shoulders and upper arms were hairless and smooth, his nipples as small as dimes. The temperature must have been 50 degrees, but sweat was leaking out of his hair and running down the sides of his face. Did somebody send you a photograph? I said. They sure did. With me in it? Looked like you. It's a fake. That's not Linda Gale in it? Yes, that's Linda Gale, and that's me, but the photos were taken separately and the negatives manipulated in a dark room. The head of the mattock was resting by his foot, his palm propped on the handle's nub. He looked at the rose petals and torn trumpet vines scattered on the grass. He had no expression, as though all his motors had shut down. Forget everything I just said. Do you think I would betray our friendship? Look me in the face and tell me you believe I would have an affair with your wife and then come here and lie about it. No, sir, you wouldn't do that. So let's put an end to this. Who was with her when that photo was taken? I think it was Jack Valentine. I think he got her drunk and took her to a motel the same day he filmed her on the gallery of that general store outside Bogalusa. She's been having an affair. Not with Jack Valentine. It's that damn Roy Wiseheart, isn't it? It's not my business. His face tilted up into mine. I could see the grainy lines around his eyes and smell the damp earth on his skin. He confides in you like you're his lost brother or something. He's told you about Linda Gale, hasn't he? I say let both of them go, Herschel. You'd give a thief the run of your house? They'll come to a bad end. If that's their choice, you have to honor it. Linda Gale was the only girl I ever wanted. There were any number of things I could have said to him to no avail. Herschel Pine was one of those who went down with the decks awash and the guns blazing. Rosita scalded the face off the cop who molested her. Dalton Wiseheart is doing everything he can to destroy us, Hirsch. Don't help him do it. I'm done here. Don't go, he called. I ignored him and drove away. I didn't get far. There are certain kinds of currency you acquire in life. Most of it is ephemeral. But friendship and faith in the unseen world and the commitment to be true unto thine own self are the human glue that you never give up, not for any reason. I turned the car around and went back to Herschel's house. His garden tools lay amid the havoc he had visited on his lawn and flower beds, but he was nowhere in sight. A small boy from next door was staring through the hedge, his face full of alarm. "What's going on, little partner?" I said. The boy was not over 8 or 9. His mouth was shaking. He pointed at the wood chair where Herschel had hung his shirt and leather jacket. The jacket lay on the ground. "Mr. Pine had a gun," the boy said. Then he ran for his back door. I tried to see through Herschel's windows, but the shades were drawn. I went to the front door and eased it open. Herschel was sitting on a footstool in front of a gas log fireplace. The logs were not lit. His 1911 Model 45 automatic was propped on his knee. I took it from his hand and released the magazine and ejected the round in the chamber. I sat down in a stuffed chair next to the stool and placed the gun on the coffee table. We survived the Tigers. We saved Rosita from a death camp. Are you going to let a Houston oil tycoon do us in? There were lines of dried sweat and dirt on his face. Maybe if I'd spent more time at home, this wouldn't have happened. That's like trying to figure out how you got hit by a bus. The only thing that counts is you got hit by a bus. My attempt at humor was in vain. He started to cry, his head down, his back shaking, and his hands hanging in his lap. I waited a long time before I spoke. I may need your help.
Doing what?
Killing at least one man, maybe two, I replied. I never thought I would have a discussion about the premeditated, cold-blooded murder of another human being. Herschel listened as though a stranger, rather than a friend and business partner, had wandered into his living room. Even to me, the words I spoke seemed to come from someone else. As repellent as they were, I meant every one of them. When I had visited the Houston Police Department the previous day, hoping to sit down with the chief and explain why Rosita had almost burned the face off one of his detectives, I was told by a captain that I could either bring her in or be charged with aiding and abetting. I didn't believe him. I had learned long ago from grandfather that a serious lawman never told you what he might do. He simply did it, and usually with his sidearm or a baton or a blackjack. The target of his wrath seldom knew what hit him. When I talked with an assistant to the state attorney, I got a much better perspective on the strategy about to be used on my beautiful and brave and loving wife.
Her case is being turned over to the Department of Public Health, Mr. Holland, he said.
It's being what?
You asked me to make an inquiry, sir. I've done that. This office no longer has any jurisdiction in the disposition of your wife's case. Neither does the district attorney's office in Houston.
That sounds like quite a coincidence.
Considering the seriousness of the charges against Mrs. Holland, perhaps y'all should show a little gratitude.
You bastards, I said. After I left Herschel's house, I used a payphone to check in with Rosita at the motel in Galveston. Are you coming down? She said. After dark, I replied. You sound a little strange. I just left Herschel. He's not doing too well. Someone sent him that bogus photo of me and Linda Gale. I really don't want to talk about that, she said.
I'm telling you what happened.
That doesn't mean I want to talk about it.
The air inside the phone booth had become hard to breathe. The sunlight through the scratched and vandalized plexiglass windows was smudged and ugly, stained with the smell of the diesel trucks and junker cars passing on Wayside Drive.
They want to turn us against each other, Rosita. There was a pause. When are you coming to Galveston? After dark, I repeated. In my own country, we were taking on the identity of fugitives, people who thought and behaved in surreptitious fashion and traveled by night. Where had we gone wrong? What were we turning into? I picked up a box of take-out Mexican food for grandfather and drove to our house in the Heights. I know I'm repeating myself, but it's hard to explain how much I loved grandfather. In the darkest times of my life, wading ashore at Omaha Beach or shrinking into an embryonic ball at the bottom of a foxhole while German 88s rained down on us, I thought of grandfather and said his name over and over in my mind. Even when I rebelled against him as a boy, he was always my model. And what a model he had been. A compulsive gambler and womanizing alcoholic who had knocked John Wesley Hardin out of the saddle and stomped in his face as an afterthought. A man who read the encyclopedia every night of his life. A gunman who feared bloodlust and was the friend of professional killers with badges who considered him a colleague but had no understanding of him. I set the kitchen table for the two of us and laid out our dinner. "Did you remember the pralines?" he said. "Yes, sir, I got you a mess of them." "Are you going down to Galveston tonight?" "I surely am." He bit into a taco, the shell cracking between his teeth, his washed-out blue eyes never leaving mine. "Would you not stare at me, please?" I said. "What's fretting you, Satch? It's not just Rosita's situation, is it?" I talked earlier with Herschel Pine about killing one or two people. The winter solstice was almost upon us. The sunset was a purple melt beyond the live oaks in the yard. The Christmas lights in the neighbor's house flashing on and off. I couldn't look at grandfather's face. "Anybody I know?" he asked. "Dalton Weishart, for openers. I thought I might throw in Hubert Timmons Slakely for good measure." He placed his taco on his plate and cleaned the corner of his mouth with his thumb. "Did you learn that from me?" "Learn what?" "That it's all right to shoot an old man or maybe one you have to sneak up on?" "They're turning Rosita's case over to the Department of Public Health. You know what for, don't you?" "It doesn't matter." He lifted his finger at me. "You killed German soldiers in war, Because you had to, not by choice. Don't you dare let these worthless people make you over in their image. You were fixing to drop the hammer on Slakely. I wanted to do it, but I didn't. I wish you'd parked one right in his mouth. The men you kill stand by your deathbed. Did you know that? I've seen them. They're out there, waiting on me. They're going to take Rosita from me, grandfather. He looked into space, a great sadness in his eyes. Chapter 24. That night, as I drove down to Galveston Island, I could not free myself of images that seemed to have nothing to do with my situation. The moon was up, the clouds lit like silver plate, the sand dunes on the roadside spiked with saltgrass. When I passed a lonely filling station, I thought I saw a box-like vehicle with a lacquered black top and fenders and a maroon paint job on the body parked at the pumps. It had white sidewalls and chromed wire wheels. I was almost sure it was the 1932 Chevrolet Confederate, the same model driven by Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker shortly before they were cut into pieces by automatic weapons fire in Arcadia, Louisiana. I thought I saw a man wearing a slug cap fueling the tank. Almost 14 years had passed since my encounter with them. Was I imagining things a man my age? Or did I want their ghosts to pursue me? Did I secretly admire their cavalier attitude toward the law, their indifference to the lives they took? No, that was not the case. My fascination was not with them. It was with Bonnie Parker. Someone from the car spat on grandfather, and I had always prayed that it was not she. It was the kind of thing Clyde might do, or Raymond Hamilton, or Mary with her cleft chin and mean-spirited, down-turned Irish mouth. Miss Bonnie wouldn't do that, I told myself. They had been despised by the law. The 4 lawmen who went after them never intended for them to survive the trap they created with a broken-down truck on an isolated Piney Woods blacktop. What had always bothered me most in the aftermath of Bonnie and Clyde's death was the newspaper's failure to mention they had shot their way into Eastham Pen to honor their word and free a friend, with nothing to gain and everything to lose. How many law-abiding people would be willing to do the same? The odds were stacking up against Rosita. Her immigration status had become suspect. Her father had been an official in the leftist government of the Spanish Republic. She was related to Red Rosa Luxemburg, and she had assaulted a plainclothes detective. I had no doubt the referral of her case to public health was an attempt to circumvent the legal process and place her in a mental institution. Where do you go for help under those circumstances? That night, grandfather had our maid Snowball drive him to a payphone from which he called me at the motel. "Your old commanding officer was here," he said. "He gave me a number in Houston for you to call." "Lloyd Fincher was at the house?" "That's the one." "What's he after?" "He said it's got something to do with Garth McQueen. Fincher wants to help you." "What's your opinion of him?" I asked. "I'd say he's a ladies' man." "He had a woman with him?" "She put me in mind of a Yorkshire pig that's been shampooed at the county fair, pink all over and fresh-smelling as a rose. She had a laugh just this side of an oink. You gonna be all right, boy?" I didn't want to have contact with Lloyd Fincher, but I didn't have a lot to lose. I drove down the boulevard and called him from the payphone to the Jack Tar restaurant. Through the front window, I could see waves crashing on the beach, sucking the sand backward in the undertow. "My grandfather says you want to talk to me," I said. "Holland? Is that you?" he replied. Who else would I be, I thought. "Yes, sir. What can I do for you?" "I don't want to talk over the phone. Know what I mean?" "No, I don't." "Tell me where you are. I'll be there." "I'm down on the coast." "The coast, huh? 10 miles north of Galveston, there's a pure filling station on the east side of the highway. Meet me at the diner next door in 1 hour. "What's this about, Major?" I guess I'm trying to undo my sins. Who the hell knows? Life's a bitch, isn't it?
The Pure station was the one where I thought I'd seen the 1932 Chevrolet Confederate. Was it coincidence? I had no idea. The station was dark, but the diner was open when I pulled into the Shell parking lot. The only automobile out front was a pre-war Cadillac. The bottoms of the fenders had rusted into orange lace. The interior of the diner was dour, the menu written in chalk on a blackboard above the stove, the air smelling of grease and disinfectant. Fincher and his girlfriend were at a wood booth in back. She was just as grandfather had described her, pink-complexioned and rotund and jolly and drenched in perfume. Her hair was dark red and tied with a pink scarf. Fincher introduced her as Norma, no last name. They had white coffee mugs and a plate of French fried onions in front of them. He saw me glance out the window at the Cadillac.
I picked that up just recently. I'm restoring it, he said.
I see, I said.
I heard about your troubles, he said.
They'll pass.
That's what Garth McQueen thought when he built that damn hotel. He went into catastrophic debt so he could erect a monument to himself and leave behind the raggedy little boy who used to tote water in the oil field. Now he's teetering on ruin.
You came down here to tell me about Garth McQueen?
Garth shouldn't be in the hotel business. He should be drilling wells. I thought you might want to partner up with him. Wildcatting may have gone into history, but he's still the best there is.
I have a partner, and I have a couple of other things on my mind right now.
Have you been swimming at his pool? Norma said. It's shaped like a big four-leaf clover. We saw a gangster there. What's his name? Frankie something? Lloyd knows him. He was a friend of Bugsy Siegel.
Frankie Carbo, Lloyd said.
It's getting late, Major, I said.
I made a mistake at Kasserine Pass and got a lot of men killed. I'm trying to do good deeds here and there to make up for it.
He pushed a brass key across the table to me.
I've got a duck hunting camp down by the swamp southeast of Beaumont. The place is yours, for whatever purposes you need. You hearing me on this?
Can you tell me who's trying to hurt me and my wife? I said. He pinched his eyes.
Hell if I know. It's like the Army. Somebody up top gives an order and it gets carried out by people they never see.
I picked up the key and dropped it in my shirt pocket. Why did they have it in for me? Fincher leaned forward.
You really want to know?
That's why I asked you the question. It doesn't have anything to do with you. It keeps their minds off the fact that they have to die and all their money is worthless on the other side of the grave. They can buy anything they want except a free pass from the Grim Reaper. It makes them madder than hell. Norma turned and looked at the side of Fincher's face as though she didn't know him.
Linda Gale's co-star had contracted dysentery in Mexico and had sidelined production back in the United States for almost 2 weeks. In Santa Monica, she stared out her picture glass window at the bronze-skinned young men lifting weights on Muscle Beach. Many of them had peroxide hair and wore bathing trunks hardly more than G-strings. She wondered how many of them were as unfaithful as she. Jerry Fallon sipped from a vodka Collins at her wet bar. Down below, against the brick wall that surrounded her tiny garden and patch of lawn, the bougainvillea bloomed as brightly as drops of blood in the cool, sunlit air.
"You're going back to Houston," Jerry said.
"Does that bother you?" she replied. He pulled a cherry out of the ice in his glass and bit it off the stem. His mouth made a sucking sound when he swallowed it.
"Yes, it does, love."
"You think I'm escaping the menagerie?" she said, turning around.
"As talented as you are, you share many commonalities with the girls we dig out of these small-town anthills you Americans are so fond of. You do grand for a while, then you start to grow a conscience. You look upon your former life as one of naivete and goodness. The rest of the world thinks of these places as the cultural equivalent of Buchenwald. That's why all of you left. You might remind yourself of that."
"You know how offensive that is, Jerry?"
"You had a fling and your hubby found out about it. What did he think happens out here? This is Babylon by the sea. On a spring night you can hear the hymen snapping like crickets. Are you going to dump your career and go back home and serve your redneck friends beer while they tell nigger jokes?"
That word was never used in our home.
"I'm afraid you're about to leave us in the lurch, love. It's in your eyes. You want it both ways."
Why did Jerry always make her feel like a child? "I don't know what you're saying," she lied.
"Your lover is a handsome war hero and millionaire movie producer, except you can't have him and still be the virginal lass from Hushpuppyville."
She sat down next to him. He started to drink from his glass, but she took it from his hand and replaced it on the bar. "You drink too much," she said.
"I hope you don't divorce, because if you do, I'll probably marry you, and you'll make my life a bloody hell."
"Don't flatter yourself. What you told me on the set in Mexico, that was true?"
"About your ability? There's no question about it. Everybody knows it. That is, everybody except you. I'm going to speak a bit coarsely here. Every man in this town wants to go to bed with you because you're beautiful. But that's just part of it. They want your talent. That also goes for the ladies who are AC/DC. They're like candle moths swimming around the light in the bottle."
"Where does that put you?"
"I'll probably be an asterisk by your name. You're a temptation, though. I'd love to have a run at you."
"Why didn't you ever try?"
He stood up from the bar and put his arm around her shoulders. "Come over here," he said.
"What for?" He walked with her to the picture glass window.
"See all those guys lifting weights down there? They want power and success that will never be theirs. They'll sleep with men or women to get it, or maybe to have the crumbs from under the table. By the time they catch on that they've been had, it's usually too late. When you get fucked out here, it's for keeps. And when it's over, you hate yourself forever, thinking you were the one in charge."
"I don't understand," she said, her cheeks already burning.
"You never fucked somebody cross-eyed all the time telling yourself you were in control? You never told yourself you had sexual power over others that they couldn't resist? Because the day you did is the day you not only got fucked in spades, but helped the other person do it."
She went into the bathroom and locked the door and sat on the side of the tub, her sobs muffled behind her hand, unsure for whom she was crying. On the night flight to Houston, the plane hit a violent electrical storm, one as intense and terrifying as the storm Linda Gale had witnessed off Santa Monica Beach. The windows of the plane were streaked with rain, the clouds erupting with great yellow pools of lightning. The thunder crashing so loudly that drink glasses were shattering in the stewardess's compartment. The plane was dropping with such rapidity through the air pockets that she couldn't hear the engines, but she kept writing on top of a book balanced on her knee, the beam of a small nightlight aimed at her sheet of stationery. Once again, she was putting down on paper the words she needed to say to Herschel. This time she was determined to hold nothing back and accept the consequences of her behavior, whatever they were, and to let Herschel decide whether he wanted her. She didn't mention Roy's name. She simply stated that she had been unfaithful and the fault was hers alone. If there was any lie in her words, it lay in her statement that she loved Herschel. Though she did, it was not in the way a wife or lover would. As the plane slammed against the updraft, spilling luggage and hat boxes into the aisle, she wondered if she had underestimated the storm's potential. The plane's wing lights were blinking, the clouds streaming through the propellers like black smoke, making her wonder if her eyes were playing tricks on her or indeed the engines had caught fire. When a stewardess was knocked to her knees, none of the passengers was willing to unhook a seatbelt in order to help her up. The door to the pilot's cabin was swinging wildly on the hinges, but there seemed to be no one available to secure it. She pulled the curtain on the window and kept writing and tried to suppress the fear that caused her hand to tremble each time she reached the edge of the page. The great challenge was not in admitting wrongdoing, it was incurring the possible loss of her career. What if her betrayal caused Herschel to ask her to quit Warner Brothers or to leave Hollywood? As soon as she posed the question in those terms, her ego immediately flared to life, burning like an indignant white flame in her chest. "You earned your career," a voice said. "Why should you have to give it away? Was she supposed to be a penitent the rest of her life?" She felt her fountain pen leaking across her hand.
She had forgotten what the variations in a plane's cabin pressure could do to the rubber bladder in a fountain pen. The ink left a dark blue stain in the shape of a monkey's paw on her white dress. Down below, she saw a break in the clouds and the lights of a city spread across a prairie as flat as a breadboard. The pilot came on the intercom and announced that the plane would be landing at Lubbock, and all the passengers would be placed in a hotel at the airline's expense until the storm passed. 3 hours later, as the dawn was breaking coldly in the east, Linda Gale called Herschel at home. There was no answer. She called 3 times. Then at 8:30 a.m. she called the office in Houston. The secretary said he had not come in, nor was he at the office in Baton Rouge. She called Roy Weishart at his home. "Oh, thank heavens," she said when he picked up. "Linda Gale," he said, his voice dropping into a whisper. "We had to make an emergency landing in Lubbock. Will you go to my house and check on Herschel?" "Me? I have no one else I can depend upon." "Call Weldon." "I already did. He's no help. He's a stick in the mud on top of it." "You shouldn't have called here." "I'm worried about what Herschel might do. He has a gun." "He's a grown man. He needs to be treated like one." "You were both war heroes. He'll listen to you." "Do you realize how inappropriate this is?" "Inappropriate? I'm talking about somebody's life." There was a silence. "Tell me what you want me to do." "Go to the house. If he's not there, try to find out where he is. You have resources that other people don't. Do I have to explain this to you?" "I've got to go now." "Don't you dare hang up on me. I'll call back. I don't care who's there either." "I'll do what I can." "I want your word." "I promise." "You don't know how much this means." "Are we still on?" "On for what?" "On. What do you think I mean?" "We also have to talk about the picture. I spoke with Jerry Fallon 20 minutes ago. He wants us back in Los Angeles in 5 days. So does Jack Warner." There was another beat. "Are you there?" "Call me after you check on Herschel." "Did you hear what I said? Jack Warner wants us both in L.A. "I don't care what he wants. Find Herschel." "I'll take care of it," he said. "Linda Gale, I can't simply turn my feelings on and off. I feel sick when I can't see you." "I'm sorry if I've hurt you," she said. "It goes a little deeper than that." "What? Into your glands?" she said. "Goes deeper into what? How many people have to get ruined before you understand there are other people on the planet?" "I don't care about them. I care about you," he replied. The plane touched down in Houston at 2 that afternoon. Linda Gale took a cab to the house and was stunned when she stepped out on the sidewalk. Her flower beds had been destroyed, the roses and trumpet vine torn from the trellises, holes chopped in the side lawn, dirt piled on the St. Augustine grass like strings of anthills. A plastic bag that had contained processed cow manure was impaled to the ground by the point of a mattock, the plastic rattling in the wind. "You want me to carry your bags in, ma'am?" the cabbie asked. "What?" she said. "Your bags. You want them inside?" "Leave them on the porch," she said. "What porch you mean?" "The front porch, the only porch. We don't have another porch," she said. "Yes, ma'am," he said, laboring with her 2 bags to the concrete bib around the single step that led into the living room. She took her house key from her purse but didn't insert it in the lock. Her Cadillac was parked in the porte-cochere. A curtain rod on the front window was broken, the curtain sagging in the middle. "Is everything okay here, ma'am?" the cabbie said. "Yes, thank you," she said. "Why do you ask?" "You look a little bothered, ma'am. Is there somebody inside you're worried about? I'm asking if you want a cop." "No, you're very thoughtful. I'm a little tired. Long plane trip." "You're a movie star. I saw your picture in the Houston Post." "That's nice. I appreciate it," she said. "Could I have an autograph? It's for my daughter." "I'd be honored. What's her name?" she said, taking a piece of stationery and her damaged fountain pen from her purse. After he was gone, she opened the door and looked at the living room. There was nothing out of place other than the curtain. She walked into the kitchen and the dining room and onto the sun porch. Everything was clean, intact, in its proper place. Then she went into the bedroom. The curtains were closed. When she clicked on the light, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The ambiance of frilly rayon and puffy quilts and pink and silver and pale blue was as she had left it. Then she saw the marriage photo of her and Herschel in front of the Assemblies of God Church in Cottonport, Louisiana. She had been wearing a white suit, a corsage on her shoulder. Herschel had been wearing his uniform, his new chevrons on his sleeve, his ribbons pinned to his chest. They were smiling into the camera, their hands joined. Except Herschel was no longer in the picture. The photo had been scissored in half, and now only Linda Gale remained inside the frame, her hands cut away just behind the knuckles. The photos in their scrapbook, which had a velvet cover and a glossy plastic heart glued on it, had been altered in the same fashion. Each photo left Linda Gale by herself, sometimes smiling at someone who was no longer there. She opened the top drawer of her dresser, where she kept a piece of framed ceramic that contained her handprint and Herschel's side by side, the only souvenir she brought back from their honeymoon in Biloxi. The ceramic had been broken neatly in half, all dust and fine particles and rough edges wiped clean. Her handprint had been refitted in the frame and Herschel's removed. As she closed the drawer, she felt a level of loss and abandonment she hadn't thought possible. She went back in the living room and sat down in a deep chair and called Roy Wishart at home. A woman answered. "May I speak to Roy, please?" Linda Gale said. "He's next door. Who's calling, please?" "This is Linda Gale, Mrs. Wishart. I need to talk to Roy. Can you ask him to call me at home?" "Regarding what, please?" "I understand that Mr. Warner wants both of us back in Los Angeles. I don't know if I will be able to do that." "Why don't you contact Mr. Warner and tell him that?" "Would you deliver the message for me, please?" "I certainly will. You must come see us more often. I hear so many wonderful things about you. How is your husband? I bet you two are having a jolly time with all your success. I have to admire your composure when you call here. Your gall is like none I've ever encountered." After Linda Gale hung up, the side of her face felt as though it had been stung by a wasp. She brushed her teeth and showered and put on fresh clothes and drove to Roy Wishart's house at the other end of River Oaks, where the homes were monumental and as ornate and brightly lit as antebellum riverboats, the moss-hung live oaks so stately and dark and mysterious that she wondered if any of the people living here were made up of the same blood and tissue and bone as she. In comparison, the homes of the plantation oligarchy in Louisiana seemed like worm-eaten facsimiles. She found that thought a bit consoling. Clara Wishart had said Roy was next door. But which house? The sky was almost dark, the stars sparkling in the east. The house south of the Wisharts was lit only by carriage lamps. The one on the north was another matter. Through the French doors, she could see a Christmas tree that towered to the ceiling, its boughs ringing with tinsel and strings of colored lights that winked on and off. Out back, 2 men were playing tennis on a red clay court, walking the ball back and forth in the cold air, their thick white sweaters buttoned to the chin like early 20th century college boys. She knew one of them had to be Roy. Who else would play outdoor tennis at night in winter? Who else would wear long pants on the court as though the year were 1920? Who else would try to insulate himself from his loveless marriage by turning profligacy and self-indulgence into a religion? She had to admit she was drawn to his boyish immaturity and the fact that in bed he could be sweet and caring. His reverential attitude toward her beauty and the way he touched her body and did everything she secretly wanted were confessions of his need and his adoration. These were things that shouldn't be taken lightly. She could not allow herself these kinds of thoughts. She had made a resolution on the plane during the electrical storm, and she had to keep it and not think in a self-centered manner. She had called Roy profligate, but she knew that deep down inside Linda Gale Pine there was a sybarite always thinking about one more bite of forbidden fruit. She parked her car by the carriage house and opened the chain-link door to the court and stepped out on its hard-packed surface. Roy turned around and grinned broadly in surprise, his face hot and sweaty under the lights. She felt her heart quickening.
the way it had at high school dances years ago when a boy visiting from Baton Rouge or Vicksburg caught sight of her and was obviously smitten by her looks. Then Roy refocused his attention on the game. His opponent threw the ball in the air and served it like a white rocket across the net. Roy backhanded the ball up the line, then charged the net before his opponent could recover, slashing the weak lob diagonally across the court. "Gotcha," Roy said. "Be back in a jiff." He walked toward Linda Gale, blotting his forehead with his sleeve. "What are you doing here, you lovely thing?" "Wondering why you didn't call me. Wondering if you saw Herschel." "I thought that might be it. Let's go in my friend's pool house. I need a drink. How'd you know where I was?" "Your wife told me." "You called Clara?" "No, I called you. She answered. She mocked me." In an earlier incarnation, she likely ran a torture chamber for the Inquisition. He opened the door to the pool house and let her walk in front of him, then pulled off his sweater and dropped it on the bar. His T-shirt was soaked, his arms shiny with sweat. The room was outfitted with a billiard table, a refrigerator, a rack of cue sticks on the wall, and a felt poker table with mahogany trim and leather pockets for chips. He sat down in a deep cloth-covered chair and crossed one leg on his knee. "Can you fix us a scotch and soda? I'm running on the rims. You picked up some tan in Santa Monica. You look stunning." "Did you see Herschel?" "I banged on the front and back doors and looked through the windows. No one was there. I went back later and tried again. I talked to a neighbor who said he thought Herschel was out of town." "When did you do all this?" "This morning and at lunchtime." "That's it?" "What else was I supposed to do?" She didn't have an answer. "Thanks for doing what you could. I don't know where he could have gone." "Maybe to visit his family. These things always pass." "These things?" "Don't start. I didn't mean anything by it." "Herschel isn't one to disappear without saying anything. Why didn't he tell Weldon or somebody at the office?" "Maybe he did. Anyway, you've done your best. Time we talk about other things, namely ourselves. You know how I feel." "Does your friend want a drink?" "Don't shut me out like this, Linda Gale." "I asked if your friend wanted a drink." "No, he needs to sulk a while. He does that every time I beat him. He was the clandestine Jew in our fraternity. I was the only fellow who knew he was Jewish. He's extra sensitive, particularly when I hammer him on the court." "Why would you want to belong to a fraternity made up of people like that?" "All of the fraternities were like that. They still are. In Louisiana, a lot of Negroes attended your school and church?" "None of us had choices about where we went. You did." "How about that drink?" She filled a tumbler with ice and 3 fingers of scotch, then squirted soda into it and wrapped a paper napkin around it and handed it to him. "You're not joining me?" he said. "I have to find Herschel." He leaned forward in the chair and circled her wrist with his thumb and forefinger. His grip felt like a wet manacle. "Stay, please. I'll shower and change clothes, and we can go to a restaurant for dinner. There's so much to talk about. Everyone is excited about the picture. There are so many wonderful things waiting for you. I want to be there when those things happen, to help you, to be your friend in any capacity you wish." "I betrayed Herschel and I seduced you," she replied. "Believe me, I'm not worth your concern." "Give me a little credit. I don't get seduced," he said. "When you all got married, Herschel was a mature man and a combat veteran. You were 16 and knew nothing of the world. You call that a level playing field? I doubt Herschel would." "I'm not your intellectual match. Thank you for going by the house. I'll be seeing you on location, I guess." He put his drink down on the floor and stood up. "Are you saying goodbye?" "I don't know. Do you want to divorce your wife? Do you want to marry me and start spending the holidays with my relatives in Bogalusa? Would your father and his friends approve of me? Would your father have my Jewish agent in his house? Would he like Rosita?" "I'd do anything for you." "I think you probably would. You're quite a guy, Roy. The problem is I've never figured out who you are. Maybe your wife has and sees a kindred spirit in you. That thought frightens me to death." She went out the door and began walking toward her automobile. She heard the chain-link door on the tennis court swing open behind her. "Miss Pine," a voice said. "Yes," she said, turning around. "I'm Bill Green. I've always wanted to meet you," Roy's tennis partner said. His hair was as black and shiny as a raven's, his face fine-boned. "Weishart and I are old friends." "He told me."
You were fraternity brothers. That's why I have to teach the bum a lesson on the tennis court sometimes. He's a fierce competitor. I let him have that last point because you were watching." "I see. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Green." "You have to go?" "Yes, I'm afraid so." "Maybe Roy will go home, too. He's been here since this morning. I think he and Clara have had some choppy sailing recently." "He's been here all day?" "Yes, he's been a nuisance. He does this when he and Clara get into it." "He hasn't gone anywhere else?" "No, he's either been playing billiards or trying to hand me my posterior across the net." "Mr. Green, this is very important. Did Roy talk to anyone today? Did he make a call inquiring about my husband?" "I heard him call a policeman. That's not unusual for Roy. He's an honorary police officer. He likes to ride around in cruisers and that sort of thing." "What did he say to the policeman?" "Something about doing Roy a favor. I wasn't paying much attention." "You've been very kind. Good night, Mr. Green." Green glanced up at the sky. "There's a ring around the moon. We'll have rain. You know what they say about Texas. If you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes." "It was Missouri," she said. "Pardon?" "Mark Twain said that about Missouri, not Texas. It's funny how people get a quotation wrong, and then the misquote takes on a life of its own. It's a bit like most relationships. We never get it quite right. The fabrication becomes the reality." Green nodded, as though he understood. She walked away from the light that glowed through the windscreens on the court and crossed the lawn, the St. Augustine grass spongy and thick under her feet, the shadows of the camellia bushes and live oaks swirling and dancing around her. Her face felt cold and small, the skin shrunk against the bone. For just a second she thought she heard the mocking voice of Clara Weishart laughing inside her head. Chapter 25. I had no idea where Herschel had gone. I felt guilty for having spoken with him about the possibility of shooting Dalton Weishart or Hubert Slakely. My sentiments about Weishart and Slakely were genuine, but whether I would shoot a man in cold blood was a matter of conjecture. In part, I had confided in Herschel to get his mind off Linda Gale's infidelity. Just the same, I felt irresponsible, and Grandfather hadn't helped matters by taking me to task for my careless words. Maybe I had begun to see the world through a glass darkly. I tried to remind myself that even as a teenager I had seen goodness in Bonnie Parker and an appreciable degree of heroism in Clyde. Even Lloyd Fincher, upon learning of Rosita's jeopardy, had given me the key and directions to his duck camp southeast of Beaumont. Besides my growing cynicism about the world, I had another problem. I had a business to run. In my low moments, I needed to remember what Rosita and I and Herschel and Linda Gale had accomplished. The Dixie Belle Pipeline Company was a huge success. We had contracts all over Oklahoma, Texas, and the Gulf of Mexico. Our welds were known as the best in the oil patch. When we dropped the pipe into the ground, chances were it would lie there a century without a crack forming in the joints. On top of that, we had the patent on the machines responsible for the weld's longevity. I wouldn't try to go inside the head of a dictatorial anti-Semite like Dalton Weishart, but I suspected he considered us usurpers, the kind of irritant he normally bought or neutralized with no more than a 5-second commitment of time. That his minions had to deal with us on our terms after I had indicated to him that his company's negligence may have caused my father's death was probably a bitter cup for him to swallow. Even worse, he probably couldn't stand the thought of the country becoming a Jeffersonian democracy. Rosita and I checked out of the motel in Galveston and went to one of our job sites in Louisiana right outside of Morgan City. I no longer thought about the particulars of our problems with the law. I believed Dalton Weishart's people had written the script, and there was little Rosita and I could do to change it. Cancer and lightning go where they want. So does political corruption. For me, there was one operative principle to remember. They were not going to lock up my wife again. If I had to shoot Dalton Weishart or Hubert Timmons Slakely, I would. In the meantime, my company couldn't run itself. In the years immediately following the war, Hollywood and the drilling industry were probably the only two portals through which a believer in the American dream could wander and suddenly find himself among amounts of wealth and levels of power he never imagined. The prerequisites were few. A teenager who escaped a chain gang in Georgia and climbed off a boxcar in California to pick peaches later became the actor we know as Robert Mitchum. A gambler and occasional wildcatter who drew to an inside straight in a Texas poker game won a deed to a seemingly worthless piece of land that became the biggest oil strike in the United States since Spindletop. The success stories were legion. All you had to do was believe. It was like prayer. What was to lose? I loved the work I did and took pride in it. I loved the smell of a swamp or a pine woods at sunrise. I tried not to think of myself as someone who was despoiling the environment. When we laid pipe through woods, we cleaned and reseeded the right-of-way and created a feeding area for wildlife and a fire break and access road for firefighting vehicles. The wetlands were another matter. Nonetheless, we broke the plantation oligarchy's hold on working people, often paid no more than $25 for a 6-day week. I wrote these words in my journal our first night back in the motor court outside Morgan City. Dear Lord, I've been out of touch for a little while. Sorry for all my rhetoric about shooting people, even though I think some of them deserve it. Take care of Herschel, would you? And please help me take care of Rosita. As always, I pray that my sacrifice is acceptable in your sight. In truth, I feel powerless. Hence, I entertain all these violent thoughts and feelings. Christmas is 3 days away. Happy birthday in advance in case I don't have time to say it later. That night I began rereading Le Morte d'Arthur. For either a man or a boy, it was a grand and romantic tale about the chivalric world, the jingle of chain mail and the crash of two-handed broadswords on armor and shields rising audibly off the page. The irony lay in the fact that its author, Thomas Mallory, had been a professional thug and full-time lowlife, more specifically a thief, a spy, an extorter, a rapist, and an assassin. He not only broke the law at every opportunity, but did so with great joy. Apparently, the only times he was not committing serious crimes were when he was in prison or fighting as a mercenary in France or writing the greatest romance since The Song of Roland. How could a man who was probably a sociopath draw on symbols from the subconscious and use Celtic legends with such passion and iconic meaning and artistic cohesiveness? Why was such an unlikely person chosen for such a gift? It was not really Thomas Mallory who was on my mind. Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow were. They were poor and uneducated and never succeeded in stealing over $2,000 or $3,000 in a bank robbery. John Dillinger once called them a pair of punks who were giving bank robbery a bad name. Like Woody Guthrie's migrant farm workers, they had come with the dust and gone with the wind. Why did they continue to intrigue and fascinate us? Was it because we secretly envied their freedom? Or was it because they got even for the rest of us? I had confessed my feelings of powerlessness in my journal. There was a paradox in my confession. My epiphany about my lack of power in dealing with the system had come to me in peacetime, not during the war. At Normandy and at the Ardennes Forest, I had felt empowered, not the other way around. I could kill my enemies at will. If I so chose, I could destroy myself inside a firestorm, perhaps saving the life of another. I lived under the stars and in the snow and in wind-blown forests like a druid hunting animals with a sharpened stick. I lived one cold, foggy breath away from the edges of eternity. The trappings of civilization meant no more to me than stage props. I had fallen asleep with my book in my hand. I heard Rosita click off the light and gently set my book on the nightstand. She lay down next to me and curled her body into mine, her arm resting on my side, her breath rising and falling on my neck. I didn't wake until I heard hundreds of geese honking in the early dawn. I went outside with a cup of coffee and stood in the midst of a fog that was so thick I felt as though I was standing inside a cloud. No, the sensation was more compelling than that. I felt as though I were not in Louisiana, but on the mythic Celtic island of Avalon at the beginning of time, when man first looked up through the trees and saw light shining from the heavens and thought that he was standing in a cathedral whose pillars were the tree trunks that surrounded him. In another hour I would be out on the right-of-way, where the men I had hired would pull the welding hood over their faces and bend to their work. The welding hood shaped exactly like the helmet of a Crusader knight, each man thickly gloved to the elbow, one knee anchored on the ground, as though all of them were genuflecting in preparation for battle. Those were fine thoughts to have. The Arthurian legend and the search for the Grail are always with us and define who we want to be. But the chivalric stories of Arthur and Roland are hard to hold on to, and we're dragged back into the ebb and flow of a world that celebrates mediocrity, wherein the forces governing our lives remain unknown and beyond our ken. I heard the phone ring inside our room. It was Linda Gale. Roy Weishart lied to me. He told me he went to our house to check on Herschel but couldn't find him. How do you know he lied? I asked. Roy's neighbor told me Roy was playing tennis with him all day. He didn't go anywhere. You're calling me in Louisiana to tell me Roy lied to you? Roy's friend said he called a policeman. I thought maybe Roy sent this policeman out to the house because he didn't want to be bothered. Maybe he felt uncomfortable, I said. Maybe he was afraid. I'm not sure what Herschel might do. Will you let me finish? I talked to our neighbor across the street. He's a nice man. He asked Herschel to go fishing once. He said the cops asked if he thought Herschel was suicidal. That's why we're all concerned, Linda Gale. Maybe the cops are trying to help. The neighbor told the cops Herschel likes to drink sometimes at an ice house on West Alabama, back in our old neighborhood. What about it? I said. The owner told me Herschel's truck was there, but a wrecker towed it away. He doesn't know what happened to Herschel. He said he'd been drinking a lot. I had been standing. I sat down in a chair by the writing table. The receiver felt warm against my ear. I saw Rosita looking at me. He disappeared? The two cops who came out to the house were plainclothes. One of them left his card with the neighbor. Here, I'm looking at the card now. His name is Hubert T. Slakely. Does that name mean anything? It was dark and cold when Herschel took his bottle of Jack's outside the ice house and sat down at one of the plank tables under the canvas canopy. He was wearing his beat-up leather jacket and a cloth cap, but neither seemed to keep the cold off his skin. He felt as though his metabolism had shut down, and his body was no longer capable of producing heat, not even after 4 shots of whiskey straight up. Maybe it was just the weather, he told himself. It was too cold for the other patrons, who were inside by the electric heater playing the shuffleboard machine and talking about Harry Truman integrating the United States Army. Herschel salted his beer and took a sip from the glass and listened to the wind swelling the canopy above his head. 3 blocks away he could see the red and yellow neon on the spire of the Alabama Theater printed against the sky. This was a fine neighborhood in which to live, he thought. The houses were mostly brick bungalows built in the 1920s, the streets shaded by old trees. The buses to downtown ran every 10 minutes and cost a nickel. The local grocery store sold his produce out of crates on the gallery, and the customers signed for their purchases and paid at the end of the month. Why did they have to move to River Oaks where they didn't belong? Why did Linda Gale have to discover Hollywood? Why did Roy Weishart have to come into their lives? For the most part, he had been able to put aside the war and the things he had done and seen others do. Sometimes in his sleep he heard the treads of a king tiger clanking through the forest, the rounds of his Thompson flattening or sparking off its impervious plates, but he always managed to wake himself up before the worst part of the dream, the moment that left him shivering and hardly able to control his sphincter, a moment when 70 tons of steel tried to grind him into pulp inside his cocoon of ice and broken timbers and frozen earth. A black man was cleaning cigarette butts and food wrappers and pieces of newspaper from under the tables with a push broom. His eyes were elongated, almost slits, and the peaked hat with ear flaps that he wore tied under the chin gave his face the appearance of a sad football. "Where you from?" Herschel asked. "Mississippi, sir," the man said. "You like it hereabouts?" "Yes, sir, I like it fine." Herschel shook a Camel loose from a pack and stuck it in his mouth. He watched the black man and didn't light the cigarette. "What do you think about the president integrating the armed forces?" "I don't study on it, sir." "You don't have an opinion? None? Is that correct? You're a man of color living in a segregated society, but you don't have an opinion about integration?" "It ain't nothing I have control over." "You want to smoke?" "Thank you. I'm not supposed to light up on the job." "I figure if a man has fought for his country, he should have the same rights as any other man," Herschel said. The black man raised his eyes long enough to glance at the men inside the ice house. "Yes, sir, that would make sense." "What's your name?" "Lawrence." "A colored washwoman saved my life. She was a juju woman. I was wrapped up in a rubber sheet. If she hadn't looked through the window and seen me, I wouldn't be here today." "I got to get on it, sir." "Can I ask you a personal question?" "Yes, sir, that would be fine." "Did your wife ever mess around on you?" "I ain't ever been married. I thought about it, though. There's a lady at the church I go out with." Herschel lit his cigarette. The smoke rose from his mouth as white as a cotton boll. What had he been talking about? The subject seemed to have dissolved into thin air. His head began to droop, his concentration to fade. "Sorry, I feel like I got malaria, except I don't. I guess I better go home." "Sir, there's 2 men yonder in that car. They've been looking at you. Maybe you shouldn't be driving nowhere right now." "Which men?"
"They got suits and hats on. One of them comes in here. He's a bad white man."
"Say that again?"
"I didn't mean nothing by it. I just didn't want to see you have no trouble."
"When a colored person says a white man is bad, he's pretty bad. Have I got it right?"
"I ain't saying no more."
When he stood up, Herschel had to steady himself with the tips of his fingers on the tabletop. "I hope you marry the church lady. I bet she'll do right by you."
"That's your truck on the street?"
"That's it. Give me your arm, will you?"
"Sir, don't do this."
"You know how to count the cadence? Tell you what, I'll count it, and you march it, and the 2 of us will get me over to the truck." Lawrence backed away, shaking his head, his eyes on the ground, his hands clenched on the broom handle.
"Sir, I need this job. I can't be getting in other people's business."
"I can't blame you," Herschel said. "Take care."
"You too, sir."
Herschel walked past the soda cooler and the ice chute into the darkness. There seemed to be bottle caps everywhere, crunching like glass under his feet. The sensation reminded him of walking barefoot as a boy on a gravel road in rural Louisiana when his father worked all day for $1.50 WPA grocery order. The wind was colder, blowing through the trees on the unlit street where his truck was parked in the shadows. Behind him, he heard Lawrence stacking crates and pushing the broom along the concrete walkway by the side of the ice house. An unmarked pre-war Ford was parked by a fire hydrant, its hood pointed toward West Alabama, giving the occupants a clear view of the ice house, the planked tables under the canopy, and Herschel's truck. When Herschel stepped off the curb, he felt as though he had set his foot down on the deck of a ship just after it had pitched into a trough. He heard both doors of the Ford squeak open and 2 men get out on the asphalt. He removed his truck keys from the pocket of his leather jacket and opened the truck and dropped the keys on the back floor. When he turned around, he was facing the 2 men who wore suits and hats with wilted felt brims. "I was fixing to take a nap, not drive," he said. One man was duck-footed and had short, thick legs and a chest like an upended beer keg. The other man was tall and lean all over, his posture as stiff as a coat hanger. "I'm Detective Hubert Slakely, Houston PD," he said. "Are you carrying a firearm?" "I own one. It's at my house, so I can't say as I'm carrying it." "Your name is Herschel Pine?" "Yes, sir, it is. I'm not aiming to drive this truck anywhere, if that's the issue." "There's a report you're suicidal." "I don't figure I'm worth shooting, so why would I want to waste money buying a bullet to shoot a person I consider worthless?" The detective took off his hat and drew a comb through his hair. The moon was shining through the live oak over the street. Herschel could see a peculiar luminosity in the detective's eyes, one he had seen in the eyes of Klansmen, and redneck sheriff's deputies, and gun bulls who worked in Angola and cashed their checks at Margaret's whorehouse in Opelousas. All of them sought a badge, a flag, a banner. It didn't matter what kind. Their enemy was the human race. The detective clipped his comb inside his shirt pocket and replaced his hat on his head. "Would you mind putting your hands on the side of the vehicle?" "I'm too tired. I think I need my nap now." "It beats a night in jail." "I can't say. I've never been in a jail. I know you, don't I? Or at least your name?" "Lean against the truck and spread your feet." "I not only know who you are, I know why you're here and who you work for," Herschel said. He could feel a fishbone in his throat. He coughed and started over. "Your name gets around. You're the one who arrested Rosita Holland." "Now I'm arresting you." Slakely removed a pair of handcuffs from a leather pouch on his belt. "Turn around, please." "If my father was here, he'd tell y'all to kiss his butt. Or he might give you a whipping. I ain't going to no damn jail. The man who thinks he can put me there had better." That was as far as he got. The blackjack had been handmade by a convict and was tapered like a darning sock, the lead ball on the heavy end wrapped in rawhide, the lower end mounted on a spring and wood handle that doubled the velocity of the blow. Herschel bounced off the side of the truck and struck the concrete on his face. Slakely leaned over and beat him in the back and shoulders as though breaking up ice in a washtub. Then he began kicking Herschel with the point of his shoe, holding on to the truck for purchase, kicking every exposed place on his body he could target. "Captains," said the black man named Lawrence, "he's just drunk. He didn't mean no harm." Slakely turned around. "You better get out of here, Sambo." "Yes, sir." "You tell anybody about what you saw here, we'll be back." "Yes, sir, I know that." "Glad we agree." For seconds, or perhaps minutes, the only sound Herschel could hear was the wind in the oak limbs and the easy drift and sweep of leaves across the asphalt. The voices of the two police officers sounded as though they were resonating off the walls of a well that had no bottom. "Is he?" "No, he's all right. When you can't see the blood is when you got a problem." "You kind of lost control, Hubert. Jesus Christ." "He was resisting. He had it coming. There's no problem here." "Want me to call it in?" "Maybe he learned his lesson." "Can you hear me, Pine? Did you learn something tonight?" "The guy's a mess, Hubert. I think we've got a problem." "You got a point. Help me lift him up." "What are we doing?" "Cleaning up the street." Herschel landed hard in the trunk of the pre-war Ford. His head was jammed against the spare tire, his knees against a box of tools, his face half buried by a tarp stiff with paint. For an instant, he saw Slakely staring down at him, his hand balanced on the open hatch. "Don't do it," he thought he heard himself say. "Please." The hatch slammed down an inch from Herschel's face, the stars in the sky gone in a wink. Roy Weishart called Linda Gale early in the morning before the sun was up. The receiver felt cold against her ear. She stared through the back window at the blueness of the dawn and the bareness of a tree that was wet and gnarled and looked scraped of leaves. She wanted to be back in California, wrapped inside the fog that rolled off the ocean on mornings like these. "Jack called late last night. He wants me at a meeting in the morning," Roy said. "Jack who?" "Jack Warner. Who else would I be talking about?" "I don't know. Maybe Jack Valentine. Except he's dead, isn't he? Killed in South Central L.A. There was a beat. "I'd like to see you before I go." "You want to see me? After you lied?" "Lied about what?" "You said you checked on Herschel. Your friend, Mr. Green, said you never left his house, that you were playing tennis all day." "It's 15 minutes to your house from mine. Green was on a business call for almost an hour. It was about noon. I'd gone over to your house already, but I went a second time. I also called the police. Why do you always think the worst of me, Linda Gale?" "Because I don't know what to believe. Never. Not on one occasion." "Believe that I love you? Let's have breakfast and talk." "I don't want to fly out of here and leave things in the state they're in. You're going to drive me to the grave. That's not an exaggeration." "Roy, you have to let me alone. I can't think straight." "That's why I want to be with you. We'll face these things together." "You know what bothers me most, Roy? You know what bothers me right now more than anything else in the world?
I have no idea.
You haven't asked about Herschel, she replied. Not once. He could be dead or out working on his truck. You didn't ask or show the least curiosity. How do you explain that?
20 minutes later, the phone rang again.
Herschel? She said.
No, my name is Albert, the man's voice said. I help out at the relief center here. Who's this?
I think you have the wrong number.
You said Herschel. That's the name of the man I'm calling for. Herschel Pine. I got your number out of his wallet.
I can't understand what you're saying. Don't hang up, please. Are you saying you found my husband's wallet?
I found him. He was inside some cardboard boxes behind the center. He looks like somebody beat him up. I thought maybe he wandered in from the highway.
How bad is he hurt?
The way people get hurt in a fight.
Can you put him on the phone?
He's sleeping now. It got pretty cold last night. His teeth were clicking. I covered him up on a cot.
What are his injuries? Please tell me. My husband doesn't get in fights. How bad is it?
There was a pint of wine in the pocket of his jacket. It was broken. I don't think it cut him. Lady, this neighborhood is mostly colored. Ask yourself why he was down here, because I don't know. He's no stew bum. That's why I called. I think somebody put the boots to him and dumped him here.
She followed his directions to a rural neighborhood on the 2-lane highway to Galveston, a neighborhood with dirt streets and shotguns and paintless frame houses that had peaked tin roofs and neat yards and coffee cans planted with flowers on the galleries. He'd reminded her of the sugarcane and rice mill towns of southern Louisiana, trapped between the softly focused culture of the agrarian South and the petrochemical industries that chained the Gulf Coast. She pulled up to a clapboard church set among cedar and pine trees and parked in back by a rain ditch. The man named Albert helped her put Herschel in her car. Albert was dressed in an off-color, ill-fitting suit and unshined dress shoes with white socks. His hair looked like paint poured on a rock.
"You're a minister?" she asked. "No, just a drunk trying to get well." "Fine car," he said.
"I want to make a donation to your church," she said.
"You can if you want. You don't have to. Can I tell you something, lady?"
"Yes. You shouldn't cry. He's going to be all right." "No, he's not. But you've been very kind." She opened her purse and took out a $50 bill. "Take this. Don't argue."
"Ma'am, if you're in some kind of trouble, maybe you should call the police. I don't like to see you drive out of here crying like that. You could have an accident. Let me call the cops for you. They'll know what to do."
Chapter 26. Christmas morning, I received a person-to-person call at the motor court outside Morgan City. I heard the operator tell the caller to deposit $2 in coins.
"Weldon," Linda Gale's voice said.
"What's happened?" I said, fearing the worst. She told me everything she knew about the beating Herschel had taken, then had to deposit more coins. My stomach felt sick. I looked across the room at Rosita. I knew the target was not Herschel. It was us, and our choices were starting to run out. "What are you going to do?" I said.
"I don't know. I've put him to bed," Linda Gale said. "Our doctor says he may have had a psychotic break."
"It was Hubert Slakely who beat him?"
"That's the name Herschel gave me. I called the police. Somebody is supposed to call me back."
"Where's Roy?"
"I don't know. I left a message at his office."
"Did you call his house?"
"No."
"I see."
"Don't take that attitude with me, Weldon."
"I didn't mean to. We're heading back to Houston."
"I've closed my eyes to what's going on. Dalton Weishart plans to take over y'all's company. That's what all this is about."
"There's a lot more involved in our company."
"Is Roy mixed up in any of it?"
"If you don't know, how would I?" I didn't intend to hurt her. But when you deal with those who have chosen to inflict great harm on themselves and their loved ones on a daily basis, whatever you say to them about the reality of their lives will either prove inadequate or offend them deeply and leave you with feelings of guilt and depression. It's not unlike walking through cobweb.
"I sometimes think you hate me," she said. "What bothers me is that I feel I deserve your contempt."
"If I gave you that perception, it was unintentional." I looked through the window.
The day was blue and gold, the palm fronds in front of the motor court lifting in the breeze off the Gulf. It was Christmas, a day when the rest of the world seemed at peace. "Where are you calling from?" "A payphone," she replied. "Which payphone?" "Outside the drugstore, the one by the River Oaks police station." "Have you used it often?" Again, I probably assaulted her sensibilities in asking a question that indicated surreptitiousness was a natural part of her life. "Several times," she replied. "I'll call you at your home later and see how Herschel is doing," I said. "In the meantime, I want you to hear me on this. I think you're a good person, Linda Gale. You read me?" I don't know if she replied. The operator asked for more coins, then the connection was broken. Rosita and I checked out of the motor court and began the long two-lane drive down the old Spanish Trail through the bayou country to Lake Charles and the Texas border. Back then, Christmas morning in the southern United States seemed to produce a strange environmental and cultural phenomenon that I could never quite explain. The weather was always mild, the sky more like spring than winter, the grass a pale green, sometimes with clover in it. The streets would be almost empty, except for a few children playing on the sidewalk with their new roller skates or Western Flyer wagons. The celebration of Saturnalia on the previous night would fade into the quiet predictability of a sunlit morning and a sense of abeyance that allowed us to step out of time for a short while and be safe from one another. That was the mood in which we drove over the high bridge that spanned the Calcasieu River west of Lake Charles, and dropped down into a complex of chemical plants where a few years ago there had been only gum and cypress and willow trees that used to remain red and gold all the way to the salt until at least mid-November. On this particular stretch of highway, the toxicity in the air was nauseating, and so thick and palpable it was impossible to keep out of the automobile. But the people who lived in the small town by the chemical plant seemed to give little heed to the degradation of their environment, and were thankful to have the jobs and the homes they did. I wondered again about the sacrificial nature of life, the collective triage we performed with regularity on our fellow man, and the wars and human attrition we accepted as the cost of our survival. Would that the Song of Roland defined our experience and not this gloomy projection of our future, I told myself. I couldn't afford to lose myself in abstractions. Rosita and I were on our own. Or that's what I thought at the time. We crossed into Texas and entered a coastal area where hundreds of United States Navy ships had been mothballed after the war. They were anchored in bayous, canals, and brackish bays, their guns plugged, their scuppers bleeding rust, their decks and hulls scrolled with the shadows of giant cypress trees that had lost their leaves. It was a strange sight, as though our greatest creations had become refuse for which there was neither purpose nor means of disposal. East of Beaumont, I could see traffic slowing down and stopping as it does where there's an accident. I pulled up to a cafe next to an outdoor fruit stand that sold pecans and pralines during winter. We sat in a booth close to the counter. Through the front window, I could see several of the mothballed ships inside a blackwater swamp, the sunlight dying behind the clouds, the juxtaposed images like a still life of death on a massive scale, but for reasons that made no sense to me. "This place is great for Mexican food," I said. Rosita looked at a calendar on the wall. "Merry Christmas," she said. She rested one foot on top of mine under the table. "You have the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen," I said. She shaped the words, "I love you," with her mouth. A trucker came in, not happy with the traffic situation. "What's the deal up there?" he asked. "They put up a barricade," the counterman replied. "For what?" The counterman shook his head and didn't answer. "Well, what the hell is it?" the trucker asked. "I thought your brother-in-law was a deputy sheriff." The counterman leaned over and lowered his voice. He was a huge man, his hair jet black, his forehead ridged like a washboard. "They're looking for a couple of communists that tried to kill a Houston police officer." "Communists? What the hell are communists doing around here?" the trucker replied. I kept my eyes fixed on Rosita's. "Be with you all in just a minute," the counterman said. The directions and the key to Lloyd Fincher's duck hunting camp were still in my wallet. "Just coffee," I said.
We drove 1 mile back toward the state line and turned south on a dirt road that followed a bayou through pine woods and gum trees and pasture land dotted with palmettos. I could smell the salt in the air, and through the water oaks and persimmons I could see the sunlight glittering on the Gulf of Mexico like thousands of bronze razor blades. Something else was occurring in the passage of the sun, in the shifting of the light, and the way the wind scudded across the algae that resembled green lace around the base of the cypress. The air was colder and damper, the shade alive with the smell of stagnant water and animal dung and carrion, the shadows of the plugged guns on the mothball fleet lengthening across a skeletal woods. Up ahead was a cattle guard that looked in bad repair, like the one on Grandfather's ranch years ago, the one he had warned Clyde Barrow about. Then I saw something I tried to dismiss as a hallucination, the release of an image buried in the place where memories lived. It was the 1932 Confederate. It was moving down a dirt road toward the water with 4 occupants, their silhouettes as stiff as mannequins, dust rising off the wire-spoked wheels. What did they want? What were they trying to tell me? "Are you okay, Weldon?" Rosita said. "The light was in my eyes," I replied. "Will you get out and open the gate? Be careful where you step. There may be a broken spar in the cattle guard." I waited while she took the chain off the gate and pushed it back. She looked down at her feet and stepped carefully back on solid ground, then leaned in the window. "Stay to the right," she said. After I drove over the guard, she closed and latched the gate and got back inside the car. "How did you know the cattle guard was broken?" "I think Fincher told me." "You think?" I shrugged. The place that Fincher called a camp looked more like a mid-19th century planter's home that had gone to seed. The main building was constructed of plaster and old brick, with wood trim and a wide roofed porch. The house had electricity and running water, but the mortar was crumbling between the bricks, and the sinks were striped with an orange residue as crusty as metal filings, the fireplace in the front of the chimney blackened with soot. There was no telephone or radio. "After dark, I'll go back to the highway and find a grocery store," I said. Rosita was standing in the middle of the living room, gazing at its bareness. "There's nothing here that has a name on it. The magazines don't have address labels. All the drawers are empty. Why would Fincher let it get so run down?" "Maybe he's fallen on bad days." We looked at each other. We were thinking the same thing. An impoverished or desperate man is not one you want covering your back. I cleaned an owl's nest out of the chimney and started a fire. Through the window, I couldn't see any other buildings beyond the railed fences that marked the boundaries of Fincher's property. "Let's do a little recon," I said. The sky was an ink wash of purple and black, the air thick with a stench that was like offal burning in an incinerator. I had to clear my throat and spit before I spoke. I didn't want to mention the odor or what it reminded me of. "When I was a little boy, my father took me fishing for gaff-top catfish west of here over by Freeport," I said. "They were the biggest catfish I had ever seen." "Where's that odor coming from?" she asked. "It's probably a garbage fire. Look, you see those mounds down there, close by the swamp?" "No," she said, distracted by the smell blowing through the trees and across the water onto the land. "Those are burial or ceremonial mounds. There were Fisher people here before Indians had tribal names. Maybe the Fisher people weren't even Indians. Maybe Semitic explorers were here thousands of years ago, men in boats made from papyrus reeds." She wasn't listening. Sometimes a look came into Rosita's eyes that I could not undo any more than I could erase the memories that lived in both her conscious and unconscious. Those who had stood in front of the ovens and chimneys and scaffolds were never the same, and no power on earth could change that. We were almost to the edge of the swamp. I squatted by a mound and picked up a handful of sandy soil and broken seashells and let them slide off my palm. See? This was probably a hummock, the kind you see in the Florida Everglades today. They were peaceful people who lived in groups of 25 or 30. They lived almost idyllic lives. "Where did they go?" she asked. They were infected with European diseases. Some were enslaved. I stood up, my knees creaking. I looked back at the house. The wind had dropped, and the smoke from the chimney was rising straight into the sky. I'll go back to the highway and get us some food. We'll be fine. My words were a vanity. I was looking at the remains of people who probably thought the same way I did. People who one bright morning saw sails on the southern horizon and walked into the water to welcome the strange-looking men who had hair on their faces. Rosita clutched my arm and rested her head on my shoulder. "Oh, Weldon," she said. That's all she said, just that. "Oh, Weldon." After dark, I drove back to the 2-lane and found a small grocery store and bought milk and coffee and sugar and lunch meat and bread and eggs and 2 steaks and packets of Kool-Aid and a quart of peach ice cream. I fixed a fine meal for us. In the warmth of the fire, my sense of apprehension began to fade. I had heard and seen nothing out of the ordinary at the grocery, nor did I see any police presence on the road. It was Christmas night, and the stars were bright over the gulf, the moss in the cypress trees straightening against the moon, the smell of the garbage fire gone. There were no electric lights out in the woods or on any of the land that adjoined Fincher's property. Tomorrow would be a new day, I told myself. We had survived a war that was the worst in human history. One way or another, as we approached the year 1948, we would prevail. We found blankets and sheets and a quilt in a closet and slept on the floor in front of the fire. I slept without dreaming, with Rosita's body molded into mine. I heard rain tinking on the roof in the middle of the night, and I was sure that when I woke in the morning, the grass would be greener and spangled with dew in front of Fincher's house, the wind blowing fresh and cool off the gulf, the world filled with promise. O wilderness were paradise now. There's a group of men in Texas you have probably never met. I hope you never do. Contrary to the biblical admonition, you will not know them by their deeds, but by their Western dress and coarse speech, their nativism and misogyny. They often wear long mustaches and do not shave for several days at a time. The decals on their vehicles proclaim their politics and might contain a message of warning to the incautious. They may be as lithe as a buggy whip or as unhealthy in appearance as a washed tub of clabber milk. The reality is they're posers and thespians. With rare exceptions, they've never busted broncs, ridden drag on a cattle herd, shoved their hand up to the armpit in a cow's uterus, gone 8 seconds to the buzzer at a fairground, roofed a house in an electrical storm, been stirrup-drugged through a dry riverbed, or huddled in a cellar while a tornado ripped the house off its foundation and funneled livestock into the sky. Their symbols of power are their trucks and their firearms. They shoot deer at salt licks and on game farms and take enormous pride in the trophies they hang on their walls, all of which assure them they are the givers of death and will never be its recipient. They came at dawn, perhaps 20 of them, armed with shotguns and lever-action Winchesters, fanning out from their vehicles, the ground fog puffing whitely around their knees, some of them with badges of auxiliary lawmen clipped on their hand-tooled belts. I wondered if they had any idea how many tactical errors they committed slamming truck doors, calling out to one another, approaching an adversary with the sun in their eyes, their chrome-plated belt buckles glinting like the crossed bandoliers on the British redcoats our ancestors potted from 200 yards away. I was barefoot when I went outside, unprepared, stunned, and angry at myself for having trusted Lloyd Fincher. As I stared at the men approaching me, I felt like the Dutch boy who had stood in front of the dike while fissures spread outward from a single hole he tried to plug with his thumb. I could have stuffed the Luger in the back of my belt, but it would have done no good, and perhaps would have provided this fraudulent collection of tobacco-chewing nativists with the excuse they needed to kill Rosita and me. I don't remember what I said to them. It was probably not a rational statement. I know I hated them as much as I had hated the Waffen-SS or any group who preys upon the weak or the outnumbered. I know that whatever I said was greeted with a rain of blows that knocked me to the ground. I know that for a few seconds I could see only the billowing fog and the dampness of their cowboy boots and tight jeans. I know that when I rose into the sunlight again, I was trying to get my queen knife free of my pocket. My design was simple. I was going to spill their entrails in the dirt, lay open their unshaved faces, and leave at least one of them with a carotid artery pumping a bright red jet all over his shirt. That was not what happened. I was shoved face down in the dirt and handcuffed with my wrists behind me while a stick was tied in my mouth. My Hebrew warrior woman from the house of Jesse was paraded off the porch and locked inside a white restraint jacket, one made out of double-stitched canvas-like cloth that tinkled with straps and buckles, the kind a medieval court jester might wear. I thought of my mother and the day she was taken away to the psychiatric ward at Jeff Davis Hospital in Houston. I thought about killing people and in large numbers. I saw a film strip in my mind that showed me doing things I wouldn't have thought myself capable of. Chapter 27. Linda Gale called Roy Weishart at his office and was told he would not be in during the holidays. "Has he left for Los Angeles?" she asked. "If you'd like to leave a message, I'll make sure he gets it," the receptionist said. "I've already done that." "Who's calling, please?" "That's a good question." "Pardon?" "I said I'm not sure who is calling," Linda Gale said and hung up. She fixed a sandwich and a glass of milk for Herschel and turned on the radio for him, then put on her sheerest stockings, a black suit, high heels, long white gloves, and a purple pillbox hat with a veil, and drove in her Cadillac to Roy Weishart's home. 2 automobiles she didn't recognize were parked in front. The columned porch was brightly lit by the carriage lamps. Clara Weishart answered the door. "I need to see Roy, Mrs. Weishart," Linda Gale said. "My impression is you have seen quite a lot of him." "Great injury has been done to Herschel. I won't take much of Roy's time." "Herschel? Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm forgetful with names. And what does Roy have to do with Herschel?" "That's what I'd like to find out." "You look quite nice. You seem to have taken on a new persona. It's funny how Hollywood can transform an individual." "I need to talk to your goddamn husband, Mrs. Weishart." "You are a little potty-mouthed, aren't you? Follow me out to the terrace. Jerry is here. So is another gentleman. Let me know what you think of him." Clara Weishart walked ahead of her through the dining room and opened the French doors onto the terrace. It was lit by gas flares and warmed by electric heaters placed on the flagstones. Steaks 2 inches thick were smoking on a grill. Roy and Jerry Fallon were having drinks at a round redwood table with a third man Linda Gale thought she had seen before. Was it at the Shamrock or a party in Beverly Hills? The third man was half reclining in his chair, his legs extended in front of him, a highball in one hand, his thick lips wrapped around a cigar. His graying hair was cut tight, his eyes as devoid of light as charcoal. "This is Mr. Carbo," Clara said. "Frankie Carbo?" Linda Gale said. "That's me. I'm pleased to meet you," he said. He didn't rise from the chair. The accent was adenoidal, Brooklyn or Rhode Island. "We met before." "I saw you at a hotel opening." "At the Shamrock? Yeah, I was there. I bet you know who I was with. I can see it in your face." "I'm sorry, my memory doesn't serve me well sometimes." "I was with Benjamin in Virginia. She could have had a Hollywood career, too. I think being with Benjamin hurt her." "You're talking about Bugsy Siegel and Virginia Hill?" she said. "I never call him by that name. We grew up together. Virginia and him both look like stars. The studio gave him a screen test, but they didn't want him around. It's like that out there." Like what, she thought. She didn't want to ask. She couldn't believe she was having a conversation with a man who had been a suspect in a half-dozen murders. Jerry Fallon was smiling at her, his face warm from either alcohol or the red glow of the space heater. Was he telling her something? Not to say any more? "People out in L.A. are worried about you," Jerry said. "We can't go off schedule, love. There's only one unforgivable sin in the industry. You don't lose other people's money." "Don't start picking on her," Roy said. His julep glass was wrapped with a cloth napkin, the shaved ice dark with bourbon, a sprig of mint stuck in it. His face was dilated and oily like that of a heavily medicated man working his way through an illness, his knees close together, pointed away from Carbo.
"I need to get some information from you, Roy," she said.
But he wasn't finished talking with Jerry. As always, his words were necessary to define the discussion, to complete a thought, to close down a particular moment, to leave his signature at the bottom of the last paragraph hanging in the air. "She's a good girl. You all don't deserve her," he said. He stood up from his chair. "Have a seat, Linda Gale. Don't pay attention to these guys."
"2 policemen almost killed Herschel," she said. "They locked him in a car trunk. Herschel can't stand to be trapped in tight spaces. He almost suffocated inside a rubber sheet when he was a baby."
"Which policeman?" Roy said.
"One of them is named Slakely."
"That doesn't ring any bells."
"You know the police. Don't pretend you don't."
"I've never heard of this fellow. We'll straighten him out, though. Please sit down." He glanced once at Clara, then back at Linda Gale. "I wouldn't talk about a police officer like that," Carbo said. "You say something careless and a rumor starts. You call a lawyer. That's how you handle it. That's why lawyers were invented." "Sit down by the heater, Linda Gale," Roy said. "Clara made some eggnog." "Yeah, sit down," Carbo said. "I hear you're working for Mr. Warner. Benjamin lived right next door to him. He saw an empire in the Nevada desert. There's a word for that. Visionary? I think that's why he was killed. He was shot 4 times in the face. The bullets blew his eye out on the rug." Linda Gale's knees felt weak. From the corner of her eye she could see Clara Wiseheart obviously taking pleasure in her embarrassment and discomfort.
"I'd better go now,"
Linda Gale said. She waited for Roy to speak. He took a sip from his julep, his eyes on hers. "You still like it pink around the bone," he said.
"What?"
she said. "Your steak," he said. "I'll put another one on." "I'll walk you to your car," Jerry said.
"Thank you," she said.
She took his arm, her high heels catching on the edges of the flagstones, the heat from a gas torch bright on the side of her face. She looked once more at Roy. He was turning a steak on the grill, watching the grease flare on the coals. His gaze lifted to hers. He pointed a finger at the back of Carbo's neck, grinning, his thumb cocked like a pistol. He jerked his finger as though he had just pulled the trigger. Jerry opened the driver's door on her car. Clara Wiseheart had gone back inside the dining room. Carbo was talking to Roy, who kept looking through the piked gate at Linda Gale.
"What's that man doing here?" she said.
"He's the laddie you see if you want into the fight game," Jerry said. "You know what the sports wire is?"
"It has to do with Las Vegas?"
"The people who control it control all the gambling in the United States. Some of the money gets laundered in the film industry. The mafia already controls the projectionists and stagehands. You think that guy in there is bad? You ought to meet Charlie Luciano."
"Herschel might die, and I'm responsible. Did Roy have Jack Valentine killed?"
"He knows the guys who could do it. I doubt Roy would go to the trouble with a guy like Valentine. Frankly, who cares? People live, people die. Carbo was just telling us he was pals with Bugsy Siegel. Some people think he was involved in Siegel's murder. It's not ours to worry about. Move your husband out to Santa Monica and forget all these people in River Oaks. There's nothing that goes on in Roy's house that doesn't go on in the government. At Okinawa, I strafed Japanese fishing boats because they had radios on them. There were families on those boats. It's the way of the world. We're wayfaring strangers. We're born alone, we die alone."
"You got that from Roy."
"That's the only thing in life he's been right about, except for his infatuation with you."
"I don't have the power to deal with these people. I don't know what to do."
"You're the one with the talent. They're the ones who want to buy it. What's that tell you? Take their money and treat them with the contempt they deserve."
"I quit."
"Quit what?"
"The picture," she said. He stepped back from her and turned her shoulders so the carriage lamp shone on her face.
"Look at me," he said.
"You heard what I said."
"Don't even think those words."
She started to speak, but he pressed one finger to her lips.
"No," he said. "You did not say what you think you did. You imagined those words. You did not say them. You do not throw hundreds of thousands of dollars of studio money into the incinerator."
She got into the Cadillac and started the engine. Jerry was trying to hold on to the door handle and walk alongside the Cadillac, talking all the while at the glass. He didn't let go until she smacked into a ceramic urn by the entrance and bounced over the curb into the street, a hubcap rolling down the asphalt. When I was released from jail on the streets of downtown Houston, I knew what a derelict felt like. My coat was gone, my clothes filthy and torn, my face unshaved. There was blood in my hair. One eye was swollen into a slit. My wallet was gone, my car towed to an impoundment somewhere outside Beaumont. Our enemies, whoever they were, had created a masterpiece of misery. There were no criminal charges against Rosita or me, so we had no way to seek redress. Rosita had been locked up in the psychiatric ward at the county hospital and was now classified as a mental patient and ward of the system. Wasn't it the responsibility of the state to care for the insane? Anyone who doubted she was ill could examine her record of abnormal behavior, her insularity and detachment, her connection with communists, her scalding of a police officer's face. Hadn't she been in an extermination camp? Perhaps she had been used in experiments that had driven her mad. I walked to my office and borrowed money from my secretary to take a cab to our house in the Heights. Our maid, Snowball, and her daughter had moved into the back room and taken good care of Grandfather. I showered and shaved and put on fresh clothes and placed an ice bag on my eye before I let him see me. He was in the sunroom, reading the newspaper, his boots on, his trousers stuffed in the tops. "Where's Rosita?" he said. "They got her." "Say again?" I told him. "That fella Fincher sold you out?" he said. "That's what it looks like. I think I'm going down the drain, Grandfather. I don't like to hear you talk like that. I'm fixing to call up Dalton Wiseheart and tell him he can have our company at market price. That's not what they're after, Satch. They want to break your spirit, spit in their mouths." "What about Rosita?" He removed his reading glasses and stared at the lawn. It was bright and sunny outside, as though the weather were mocking our problems. "I made a mess of everything in my life," he said. "I shouldn't be giving you advice." "What would you do?" "What I always did. Sling blood on the trees. But look where it got me. None of my children, including your mother, have ever forgiven me for the violent and drunken man I was. Will you be all right if I'm gone for a while?" His pale blue eyes were roomy and distant. "I wish I was younger," he said. I had no accessible target for my rage and sense of helplessness. I couldn't prove my suspicions about the treachery of Lloyd Fincher. I shouldn't have been surprised by his behavior. He had been a mid-level functionary all of his life, one of those who liked nothing better than a public admission of wrongdoing so he could quickly move on to the next disaster in the making. Fincher's kind of corruption was endemic to the system he served. He was the gland that prevented the infection from reaching the brain of Dr. Frankenstein's monster. There was only one face I could put on all our troubles. My lawyer had told me a few things about him, but nothing I wouldn't expect in the file of a bad cop, and nothing that told me of his day-to-day patterns. For that very reason, I had retained a private investigator, a friend, to take a close look at Hubert Timmons Slakely. I called the P.I. His name was Boone Larson. He had worked for the Pinkertons and once told me the agency believed Butch Cassidy had not been killed during a bank robbery in Bolivia, but had lived until 1937 in Spokane, Washington. I always liked that story. I did not tell Boone of the attack on Herschel or the vigilante raid on Fincher's hunting camp. If a fellow wanted to have a private chat with Slakely, where would he catch up to him? I asked. "You might try his apartment." "Somewhere else." "What's wrong with his apartment?" "He might be having friends or relatives over. Why disturb him?" "Are you sure you want to do this, Weldon?" "I'm curious about what a guy like that does in his free time." "He's got a place he goes to on weekends or on his off days. You know he used to work vice in Galveston?" "Right. I think he has yearnings for the old days." I went upstairs to the attic and opened the Army surplus footlocker where I kept many things from my boyhood. Pocket knives, my Boy Scout handbook, my first jitterbug bass lure,
my collection of arrowheads, my catcher's glove, 3 musket balls I had cut out of a dead cottonwood tree, an Indian trade axe that had a small tobacco bowl on one end and an air passage drilled through the handle so it could be smoked. I waited until dark and drove to the place 20 miles outside of town where Slakely kept a shiny tin trailer on a bayou that dumped into the San Jacinto River. A fine mist was falling when I cut my headlights in the woods and walked toward the trailer, wearing gloves, a bandana tied across the lower half of my face, a shapeless fedora pulled down on my brow, the trade axe hanging from my right hand. From the edge of the woods, I could see the trailer, a pickup truck, a tool shed in back, trash burning in an oil barrel, sparks twisting into the mist, a light burning on a pole above a boathouse, an old water tower silhouetted against the sky. Through a small pair of binoculars, I could see Slakely drinking a bottle of Pearl at a table in the trailer. He was talking to a young, round-shouldered, thin-hipped girl in a shift printed with pink hearts. Her face had no expression. She blinked when he raised his finger to make a point. I went to the tool shed and kicked a pile of newspapers across the floor, then poured a can of paint thinner on them and set them alight with a paper match. The flames climbed up the wall and spread around the sides of a broken window, a draft sucking it out of the glass into the cold air. I went back into the darkness of the trees and waited. I told myself I had no plan. I had not taken the Luger with me. If I had been acting with premeditation, I surely would have carried it on my person, wouldn't I? There was no registration on it, no chain of possession that could link it to me. The lethality of a trade axe was a subjective matter. It could be used as a tool to cut meat or to make pemmican. It could be used as a ceremonial pipe. I had chosen latitude over specificity. When you roll the dice and let the arithmetic take care of itself. It all seemed quite reasonable to me. The fire was not long in gaining Slakely's attention. He came out the side door of his trailer without a hat, pulling on a raincoat. Sparks were fanning from the oil barrel onto the shed, and I'm sure he thought they were the cause of the fire. He turned on a garden hose and extinguished the flames inside the shed first, then flooded the barrel. He turned off the faucet and went into the shed to examine the damage. He was bent over, trying to determine where the fire had started, and had no awareness that I was standing immediately behind him. He kicked at the can of paint thinner. Then he saw me. Even in the poor light, I saw his mouth open and the blood go out of his face. "Who are you?" he said. I stared at him and said nothing, as though he were the aberration and not I. His eyes dropped to the trade axe in my hand. "Maybe you don't know I'm a detective with the Houston Police Department. If this has to do with the girl, she's a runaway. I was trying to help her. That's why you're here? The girl?" His face was glistening with rainwater. His hair splayed on his scalp, which was striped with welts where Rosita had scalded him. I saw him wet his lips and swallow. The holster of a small nickel-plated revolver was clipped on the left side of his belt. "Let's get the girl down here, if it'll make you feel better. She'll tell you everything is okay. You hearing me? You deaf or something? Maybe you got no voice box? Look, Flora's coming now." It was a poor ruse, but one he probably used successfully before. Deceit, manipulation, guile, cruelty, and fear were the sum total of who and what he was. Back then, we often sent his kind as our emissaries into black neighborhoods and later wondered why they hated us. I continued to hold my eyes on his, my fingers squeezing the hardwood handle of the axe. I knew it was coming. What is it? It is that moment when the coward's fear is so great he has nowhere to put it except inside eternity, and that's when he steps irrevocably across a line. His right hand reached for the butt of his revolver. My first blow caught him across the side of the face, laying open a huge flap of skin, one of his eyes bulging like a marble. I hit him again, somewhere in the neck, then in the head. He was bent almost double like a man with a violent stomach ache. I could no longer see his right hand or determine if he had gotten his hand on his revolver. I knew only that I was hitting him, the blade of the axe rising and falling as though it had a will of its own. I knew that with each blow he descended closer and closer to the floor, taking his evil with him. I knew, as grandfather had said, that I was slinging his blood over every surface inside the shed. Let no man tell you our simian ancestor is not alive and well and waiting for his moment to come a-borning again. When I stopped, the only sounds I heard were a pine cone tinkling across the tin roof of the shed, a boat horn blowing on the river, an owl screeching in the trees. I backed out of the shed, unable to take my eyes off what I had done, the axe dripping in the dirt. When I turned around, the young girl from the trailer was staring at me, trembling in the cold, too frightened to speak. "Don't be afraid, Flora," I said. "How do you know my name?" "He used it when he tried to trick me into looking behind me. You're in no danger." "Is he dead?" "I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. It's over." She had a pug nose and freckles and chestnut hair that was cut short and curled on the ends. Her shoulders and arms were prickled in the wind. The accent was East Texas. "I won't tell. I promise," she said. "Did he harm you?" She turned her cheek into the light from the trailer so I could see the bruise on it. "What else?" "What else what?" "What else did he do to you?" She began to breathe through her nose, her lips pressed tightly together. I picked up Slakely's revolver from the floor of the shed and threw it out the broken window into the mud. Then I removed his wallet from his back pocket. It held around $60. I could not tell if Slakely was alive or dead. His eyes were shut, his mouth open. A piece of tooth was on his lip. I took $20 from my own wallet and gave it and Slakely's money to the girl. "I'm going to take this bandana off. I'm going to do so because I don't like frightening you. This man did great injury to people I love. One of those people is my wife. Because of this man, I may lose her. He also pulled a weapon on me, and I'm sure if he'd had the chance, he would have killed me. You can stay here or ride with me back to Houston. If you like, I can drop you at the train station or the bus depot." "You do that?" I flung the trade axe end over end into a bog by the river's edge. "Do you have a coat?" "He took it from me." "Put this on," I said. I draped my jacket across her shoulders. "I bet you have a lot of good things waiting for you down the road. I bet you're a fine young woman. The bad things are behind you. The good things are in front of you. It's that simple." I tried 4 times to see Rosita at the county hospital. I was told she couldn't have visitors. She was undergoing treatment and resting and being reclassified for possible release or transfer. For a moment I felt a surge of hope in my chest, as though a terrible mistake were about to be corrected and I would discover that a conspiracy was not at work in our lives, that in effect the problem lay in my perception. Then the nurse looked again at the clipboard in her hand and knitted her brow. "Excuse me, I was wrong. The diagnosis has been completed, but no determination has been made regarding treatment," she said. "You'll have to come back later. She's in good hands." "You listen to me." "Sir, I think you should go." I glanced through a glass window down a corridor and thought I saw 2 men in white uniforms taking Rosita through a set of doors quilted with thick pads. She was wearing a smock tied loosely in back and slippers that looked made of cardboard. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. I beat on it with my fists and was escorted to the front entrance by 2 uniformed police officers. I could not stand the thought of what was being done to Rosita. 2 days passed, and there was nothing in the newspapers about my attack on Hubert Slakely. My lawyer was of no help. I wondered if I was being taught a lesson about the nature of power. You either gave in to it, or you were crushed by it. Tearing Slakely apart was poor redress. My attack upon him was similar to the hanging of the misanthropes at Nuremberg. They deserved what they got, but they were the instruments, not the designers. The orchestrators of the Reich skated, sometimes committing suicide, but they never had to look their victims in the eye. I knew only one person who had the power and money to undo our problems. Unfortunately, I did not know who lived in his skin. I guess I wanted Roy Wiseheart to be more than he was capable of, so maybe the problem was mine and not his. It was Wednesday morning when I shined my shoes and put on a suit and tie and went to the office he kept by the Rice Hotel. As always, he seemed unbothered by the intrigue and contradictions that seemed to define his life. His face glowed with health. Not a hair was out of place on his head. His handshake was firm, his eyes clear. "Did Linda Gale tell you about meeting Frankie Carbo? I think it unnerved her a bit." "No, she didn't. She doesn't report to me," I said. "What are you doing with a guy like that?" "You're a funny one to ask. He's your uncle's business partner." "What?" "Cody Holland is your uncle, isn't he? The man who lent you the money to start up your pipeline company?" "Yes," I said, the back of my neck tingling. "Your uncle is a boxing promoter. Nobody gets into the fight game without dealing with Frankie Carbo. Come on, let's go to the club and play some handball." "Say that about my uncle again?" "I'm not judging him. He's a smart businessman. Can you name one human being who wouldn't touch money because it had germs on it? Look, maybe you can help me. Linda Gale is talking about quitting the picture. Jack Warner is down with the flu and wants to halt production for a couple of weeks to straighten out some union trouble, so we're temporarily off the hook. Will you talk to her? It'll cost the studio a fortune if she quits." I sat down in a straight-back leather chair by the window. I looked up at him and wondered why I had come. His concerns were always about himself. In his mind, the world was a tin globe on a stand that he could spin and observe and stop whenever it suited him. I also wondered if Roy Wiseheart could read people's minds. Whenever I was about to write him off, he would say something of a redeeming nature that caught me off guard and made me revise my condemnation. "How's Herschel?" he asked. "Not good. I wish I could change what happened. What you've never understood about me, Weldon, is I've never understood anything about you. You're Proteus rising from the sea, always changing shape. Hardly anything so grand. The truth is, I'd like to be you. You're a self-made man. You've got the guts of a back-alley beer-glass brawl. You'd put your hand in a fire for a friend. You're probably the only honorable man I've ever known. I need you to get Rosita out of state custody. Not just out of the psychiatric ward. You know the people who can do it. They can have my pipeline company. They can have whatever they want. You overestimate my importance." "Don't tell me that. You know people who can buy Guatemala with their Diners Club card. These are people who listen to my father and not to me. In some ways, I'm like you, a man traveling on a tourist visa in his own country. Without my father's name and my wife's money, I'd be nothing. Tell it to the chaplain." "You're always a hard sell," he said. "Did you see the story about that cop Slakely, the fellow who's been causing trouble for everyone?" "No, I didn't see the story," I said, letting my eyes go flat. "It's here in the Post," he said, flipping open the morning paper on his desk. "Somebody chopped him up with an axe. Probably."
Wayfaring Stranger by James Lee Burke. Narrated by Will Patton.
Chapter 1. It was a year none of the seasons followed their own dictates. The days were warm, and the air hard to breathe without a kerchief, and the nights cold and damp. The wet burlap we nailed over the windows stiff with grit that blew in clouds out of the west amid sounds like a train grinding across the prairie. The moon was orange, or sometimes brown, as big as a planet, the way it is at harvest time, and the sun never more than a smudge, like a light bulb flickering in the socket or a lucifer match burning inside its own smoke. In better times, our family would have been sitting together on the porch in wicker chairs or on the glider with glasses of lemonade and bowls of peach ice cream. My father was looking for work on a pipeline in East Texas. Maybe he would come back one day, or maybe not. Back then, people had a way of walking down a tar road and crossing through a pool of heat and disappearing forever. I ascribed the signs of my mother's mental deterioration to my father's absence and his difficulties with alcohol. She wore out the rug in her bedroom, walking in circles, squeezing her nails into the heels of her hands, talking to herself, her eyes watery with levels of fear and confusion that nobody could dispel. Ordinary people no longer visited our home. As a lawman, Grandfather had gone up against the likes of Bill Dalton and John Wesley Hardin, and in 1916, with a group of rogue Texas Rangers, he had helped ambush a train loaded with Pancho Villa's soldiers. The point is, he wasn't given to studying on the complexities of mental illness. That didn't mean he was an ill-natured or entirely uncharitable man, just one who seemed to have a hole in his thinking. He had not been a good father to his children. Through either selfishness or ineptitude, he often left them to their own devices, even when they foundered on the wayside. I had never understood this obvious character defect in him. I sometimes wondered if the blood he had shed had made him incapable of love. He hid behind flippancy and cynicism. He rated all politicians somewhere between mediocre and piss-poor. His first wife had a face that could make a freight train turn on a dirt road. WPA stood for We Piddle Around. If he hadn't been a Christian, he would have fired the hired help, we no longer had any, and replaced them with sloths. The local banker had a big nose because the air was free. Who was my grandfather in actuality? I didn't have a clue. It was right at sunset when I looked through the back screen and saw a black automobile, coated with dust and shaped like a shoebox, detour off the road and drive into the woods behind her house. A man wearing a fedora and a white shirt without a tie got out and urinated in front of the headlights. I thought I could hear laughter inside the car. While he relieved himself, he removed his fedora and combed his hair. It was wavy and thick and brown and shiny as polished walnut. His trousers were notched tightly into his ribs, and his cheeks looked like they had been rubbed with soot. These were not uncommon characteristics in the men who drifted here and yon through the American West during the first administration of President Roosevelt. "Some people must have wandered off the highway onto our road," I said. "The driver has taken a leak in front of his headlights. His passengers seem to be enjoying themselves." Grandfather was sitting at the kitchen table, an encyclopedia open in front of him, his reading glasses on his nose. He deliberately stood in front of his headlights to make water, so others could watch. "I can't speak with authority about his thought process since I'm not inside the man's head," I replied. I picked up the German binoculars my uncle had brought back from the trenches and focused them on the car. "There's a woman in the front seat. The second man and another woman are in back. They're passing a bottle around." "Are they wets?" I removed the binoculars from my eyes. "If wets drive four-door cars." My first wife had a sense of humor like yours. The only time I ever saw her laugh was when she realized I developed shingles. I focused the binoculars back on the driver. I thought I had seen his face before. I heard Grandfather get up heavily from his chair. He was over 6.5 feet tall, and his ankles were swollen from hypertension and caused him to sway back and forth as though he were on board a ship. Sometimes he used a walking cane, sometimes not. One day he seemed to teeter on the edge of eternity. The next day he was ready to resume his old habits down at the saloon. He had gin roses in his cheeks and skin like a baby's, and narrow eyes that were the palest blue I had ever seen. Sometimes his eyes did not go with his face or his voice. The intense light in them could make other men glance away. "Let's take a walk, Satchel Ass," he said. "I wish you wouldn't call me that name. You've got a butt on you like a wash tub." "There's a bullet hole in the rear window of the car," I said, looking through the binoculars again. "My butt doesn't resemble a wash tub. I don't like you talking to me like that, Grandfather." "Wide butts and big hips run in the Holland family. That's just something to keep in mind as you get older. It's a family trait, not an insult. Would you marry a woman who looks like a sack of Irish potatoes?" He pulled open a kitchen drawer and removed a holstered revolver that was wrapped with the belt, the loops stuffed with brass shells. The revolver was the dull color of an old buffalo nickel. It had been converted long ago for cartridges, but the black powder tamping rod was still in place, fitted with a working hinge under the barrel. The top of the holster had been worn smooth and yellow along the edges of the leather. 6 tiny notches had been filed along the base of the revolver's grips. Grandfather hung the belt from his shoulder and put on his Stetson. The brim was wilted. the crown sweat-stained a dark gray above the brim. He went out the screen door into the waning twilight. The windmill was ginning furiously, the stanchions trembling with energy, a thread of water coming from the spout, the tank crusted with dirt and dead insects and animal hair along the rims. "The moon looks like it was dipped in a teacup. I can't believe how we used to take the rain for granted," he said. "I think this land must be cursed." The air smelled of ash and dust and creosote and horse and cow manure that feathered in your hand if you picked it up. Dry lightning leaped through the heavens and died like somebody removing an oil lamp from the window of a darkened house. I thought I felt thunder course through the ground under my shoes. "Feel that?" I said, hoping to change Grandfather's mood and my own. "Don't get your hopes up. That's the Katy blowing down the line," he replied. "I'm sorry I made fun of your butt, Satch. I won't do it no more. Walk behind me till we know who's in that car." As we approached the tree line, the driver of the car walked out of the headlights and stood silhouetted against the glare, then got back in his car and started the engine and clanked the transmission into gear. The trees were so dry they made a sound like paper rustling when the wind blew through the canopy. "Hold up there," Grandfather said to the man. I thought the driver would simply motor away, but he didn't. He stuck his elbow out the window and stared straight into our faces, his expression curious rather than alarmed. "You talking to us?" he asked. "You're on my property," Grandfather said. "I thought this was public woods," the driver said. "If there's a posted sign that says otherwise, I didn't see it." The woman next to him was pretty and had strawberry blonde hair and a beret tilted over one eye. She looked like a happy country girl, the kind who works in a dime store or in a cafe where the truckers come in to make innocent talk. She leaned forward and grinned up into Grandfather's face. She silently mouthed the words, "We're sorry." "Did you know you have mud on your license tag?" Grandfather asked the driver. "I'll get right on that," the driver said. "You also have what appears to be a bullet hole in your back window." The driver removed a marble from the ashtray in the dashboard and held it against the light. "I found this on the back seat. It was probably a kid with a slingshot," he said. "I saw a kid up on a train trestle with one." "You a lawman?" "I'm a rancher. The name is Hackberry Holland. You didn't give me yours." "Smith," the driver said. "If you'll tell me your destination, Mr. Smith, maybe I can help you find your way." "Lubbock, or any place there's work. I work on automotives mostly." "Is that an antique firearm?" "A .44 Army Colt. Most of the time I use it for a paperweight. You know automobiles, do you?" "Yes, sir, you could say that. I see automobiles as the future of the country. Henry Ford and me." "Turn left at the paved road and stay due west," Grandfather said. "If you see the Pacific Ocean, that means you passed Lubbock." The man in the back seat rolled down the glass. He was short and not over 120 pounds and wore a suit and tie and a short-brimmed hat cocked on his brow the way a dandy might. He had a long face like a horse's hanging out of a stall. He also had the kind of lopsided grin you see on stupid people who think they're smarter than you. His breath was as rank as a barrel of spoiled fruit.
"My name is Raymond. This here's my girlfriend, Miss Mary," he said. "We're pleased to make y'all's acquaintance."
The woman sitting next to him had a cleft chin and a broad forehead and a small, mean-spirited Irish mouth. Her face was sunken in the middle like soft wax. She was smoking a cigarette, gazing into the smoke. "There's a busted spar in my cattle guard," Grandfather said. "Don't pop a tire going out. I'd appreciate you not throwing that whiskey bottle in my trees, either."
"Tidy is as tidy does,"
Raymond said. Grandfather rested one hand on the bottom of the window. He let his eyes roam over Raymond's face before he spoke. "The man who kills you will rip out your throat before you ever know what hit you," he said. "I'm not talking about myself, just somebody you might meet up the road. The kind of fellow who turns out to be the worst misjudgment you ever made." "We apologize, sir," said the woman in front, leaning across the driver so Grandfather could see her expression more clearly. Her smile made me think of somebody opening a music box. "We didn't mean to bother y'all." You have a mighty nice spot here. Thank you for being so gracious and kind."
"No harm done," Grandfather said. I wanted her to say something to me, but her gaze stayed fixed on Grandfather. The driver slowly accelerated the car, a nimbus of brown dust rising from the wax job, our visitors' silhouettes framed against the headlights. There was a long, bright silver scratch on the left fender. After they were gone, I could feel Grandfather's eyes on me like he was about to give me a quiz to see how dumb I was at that particular moment. "What are you studying on, Satch?" he said. "The car and the way they treat it don't fit. You think they're bank robbers?" "If you haven't heard, there's no money in the bank to rob, or in the general store, or in the bubble gum machine at the filling station. Where in the name of suffering Jesus have you been, boy?" I picked up a rock and threw it in a high arc and heard it clatter through the trees. "Why do you have to make light of everything I say?" "Because you take the world too seriously. Let's go see what your mother is doing. I bought some peach ice cream this afternoon. That's always her favorite." "I heard you talking on the phone to the doctor," I said. Suddenly you could hear the crickets in the dark, the whistle of the Katy beyond the horizon. The dust clogged my nostrils and throat. "You're fixing to send her for electroshock treatments, aren't you?" The doctor raised that possibility. "They use electroshock when they don't know what else to do. I think the doctor is an ignorant man. In addition, he's stupid and thinks meanness and intelligence are the same thing. He says electroshock is the most modern treatment for what ails her. It's done in a hospital. She'll have the best of care there. It could be worse. Sometimes they push a steel probe into the brain." On the subject of care, I wonder why nobody gave her any when she was a little girl and had to fend for herself. "You're developing a hard edge, Weldon. It's not in your nature. It'll eat up your youth and rob you of the wisdom that should come with manhood." "I hate you," I thought. "Tell me something," he said. "What?" I said. "Do you ever think about forgiveness?" "For you, Grandfather? No, I don't. If you've ever sought forgiveness for anything, I've yet to see the instance." "I'm talking about forgiveness for all of us." "Are you going to call the sheriff about the people in the car?" "They're not our business. If they come back, that's another matter." "The woman in the front seat caught your eye," I said. "All women do. That's the way things work. That's why preachers are always railing about sex. It's here for the long haul." I could not take my grandfather's proselytizing. A stranger with a sweet smile is the light of the world, but your own daughter doesn't mean diddly squat on a rock. I instantly regretted the harshness of my words. He walked ahead of me, the holstered revolver swinging back and forth under his arm, the windmill blades rattling in the wind. When we entered the house, my mother was eating from the carton of ice cream Grandfather had bought and cleaning the spoon with her hair. When my mother's spells first began, she told us she had dreams she could not remember, but she was convinced they contained information of vast importance. Behind her eyes, you could see her drawing a rake through her thoughts, as though on the verge of discovering the source of all her unhappiness. Her early hours seemed to be neither good nor bad. She said morning was a yellow room that sometimes had a sunny window in it. But after 3 p.m., when the sun began to move irrevocably toward the horizon, a chemical transformation seemed to take place inside her head. Her eyes would become haunted, darting at the row of poplars on the side lawn as though a specter were beckoning to her from the shade. "What's wrong, Imogene?" my father said the first time it happened. "You don't hear them," she replied. "Hear who?" "The whisperers. They're over there, by the garden wall." "Look at me. I'm your husband, the man who loves you. There's no one else in the yard except you and me and Weldon." My mother went silent, seeming to believe now more than ever that we were her enemies. She could not understand the poisonous vapor that awaited her every afternoon when the sun became a red wafer inside the dust clouds rising in the west. After Grandfather and I returned to the house, I washed my mother's hair in the upstairs bathroom and dried it with the electric fan, lifting it off her neck and eyes.
When I finished, she got up from the chair and dropped her bathrobe to the floor in front of the closet mirror, staring at the flatness of her hips against her slip. She began tying a string around her waist the way colored women do to keep their slip from hanging below the hem of their dress. "Mother, I'm in the room," I said. My words didn't seem to register. "I've lost so much weight," she said. "Do you think I look all right? Did those people in the automobile come here in regard to your father? Why would they be here about him? He might have found work and sent word. I think they were drunk and got lost." I went downstairs and set up our checkerboard on a folding bridge table we kept behind the couch. My mother loved to play checkers, and while she played, she smiled as though allowing herself a brief vacation from the emotional depression that consumed her life. Her hair had been dark blonde when she was younger. It had turned brown with streaks of gray. She still bathed every day but no longer wore makeup or cut her fingernails. I believed that if I did not take my mother away from this house, away from the doctors who planned to kill thousands of her brain cells, she would end up a vegetable in the state asylum outside Wichita Falls. "Mother, what if you and I left here and went out on our own?" I said. "Where would we go?" she said, staring down at the red and black squares on the checkerboard. "Maybe Galveston or Brownsville, where the air is fresh and full of salt from the waves crashing on the beach. There's no dust thereabouts. I could get a job. People are coming to take me away, aren't they?" Through the kitchen door, I could see Grandfather reading his encyclopedia, which he did every day, one volume after the next. Behind him, out in the darkness, fireflies were lighting in the trees like sparks rising off a stump fire. I tried to think, but couldn't. "We have to fight them, Mother," I said. "The doctors are not our friends. I wish they had rubber gags put in their mouths and their own machines were turned against them." She stared at her hands. The heels were half-mooned with fresh nail marks. "I don't know why I hurt myself this way, or why I have the thoughts I do. I feel I'm unclean in the sight of my Creator. Something is about to happen. It has to do with the people in the car. They were here before. I saw them from the upstairs window. They took off their clothes out there in the trees." I knew then that my mother was absolutely mad, but her mention of our visitors made me think once again of the driver and his rugged good looks and thick walnut-colored hair and toughness of attitude toward Grandfather. He was no shade tree mechanic, no matter what he claimed. "I'll be right back," I said. I began hunting through a sheaf of old magazines stuck in a wood rack by the end of the couch. I flipped through the pages of a 1933 issue of True Detective until I came to a photo of a handsome man wearing a fedora whose expression had the intransigence of boilerplate. I took the magazine to Grandfather. "Does this fellow look familiar?" I said. "No. You didn't even look. It's the man you had words with." "I think I'd know if I was talking to Pretty Boy Floyd." "Same eyes, same chin, same mouth, same expression," I said. "A real hard case. There's only one problem. Floyd was killed last year on a farm in Ohio. Before the feds finished him off, he said, 'Have at it, boys, it's been that kind of day.'" Grandfather had one-upped me again. He closed his encyclopedia and removed his glasses. "I heard y'all talking in there," he said. "She'll be better off under the care of the state. Don't encourage her to think otherwise. You're not doing her a service." "It's you they ought to take away," I said. I had never spoken to my grandfather like that. As I walked back into the living room, the back of my neck was flaming, my eyes filming, my mother's image as distorted as a hank of hair and skin floating in a jar of chemicals. In my absence, she had illegitimately crowned 2 kings for herself and was obviously pleased with what she had done. The weather turned hot unexpectedly. The power went out during the night, shutting down our 2 electric fans, and within an hour the house was creaking with heat. The sun came up red and angry and veiled with dust at 6 a.m. The notion of cooking breakfast on a wood stove inside a superheated frame house was enough to make anyone lose his appetite, and the thought of cooking it for my cranky grandfather was even more irksome. But duty before druthers, I told myself, and poked kindling and newspaper through the hob into the firebox and set it aflame, then put the coffee pot on the lid and walked outside, hoping against hope there would be a cloud in the sky that had water and not half of West Texas in it. I followed the serpentine tracks of the four-door automobile through the trees and over a knoll and down a gully humped with dead leaves. For me, it was like following the trail of a mastodon or a creature from ancient mythology. I didn't care if the people in the car were outlaws or not. The driver and the woman, who had a smile like a music box, represented not only the outside world but defiance of convention. Rather than accept their fate, they had decided to change it. The two-story gabled home in which I had been born no longer seemed a symbol of genteel poverty, but an institutionalization of retrograde thought and cruelty that disguised itself as love, a place where surrender to a merciless sun and silo owners who stole people's land for 50 cents an acre at tax sales was a way of life. Grandfather said the notorious outlaws of our times were disenfranchised farm people, hardly more than petty thieves lionized by J. Edgar Hoover to promote his newly organized bureau. I wondered if Grandfather would call Babyface Nelson a lionized farm boy. Then I saw the whiskey bottle Raymond drank from busted in shards on a rock. Grandfather had asked him not to throw the bottle out of the automobile. But if you tell a man like Raymond not to stick his tongue on an ice tray or to avoid lighting a cigarette while fueling his automobile, you can be guaranteed he'll soon be talking with a speech impediment or walking around with singed hair and a complexion like a scorched wiener. The whiskey bottle wasn't all I saw. On the other side of the knoll, down by the river bottom, was a camp, complete with a lean-to, a stone-ringed fire pit, and some sharpened sticks that somebody had roasted meat on. Tire tracks led in and out of the trees. Our visitors had not only spent considerable time here, but had probably buried their waste in our earth and had sex in the lean-to and shaved and brushed their teeth with water from a canteen and poured the water on the ground, conflating their lives with ours without our consent. Who were they? In particular, who was the woman in the front seat? I sat down on the knoll and stared through the trees at our house. The wind had piled dust on the west wall to almost the window level of our dining room. Up in the panhandle, the dust was stacked in mounds that reached the bottom of a windmill's blades. Would that be our fate, too? Would my mother be taken away and returned to us with the lifeless expression of a cloth doll? I couldn't bear the thoughts I was having. I lay down on the riverbank in the midst of our visitors' camp and closed my eyes. I think I fell asleep and dreamed of the strawberry blonde girl with the beret cocked on her brow. I saw her smile at me, her mouth as soft and moist as a rose opening at sunrise. I swore I could hear wind chimes tinkling in the trees. I wondered what her name was and what it would be like to run away with her. Even more, I wondered what it would be like to place my mouth on hers. For just a moment the world felt blown by cool breezes and was green and young again. I would have sworn the willow branches were strung with leaves that lifted and fell like a woman's hair, and there was a smell in the air like distant rain and freshly cut watermelon. 6 days later, a physician and a nurse with a scowl like a prison matron's came to the house in a white ambulance. They went inside and, with hardly a word, sedated my mother and took her away to the psychiatric unit at Jeff Davis Hospital in Houston. I suspected my mother's next stop was Wichita Falls, where they'd blow out her light proper. I stopped speaking to Grandfather unless the situation gave me no alternative. I went to school and did my homework and chores, but avoided physical proximity to him. I could not even bring myself to look into his face out of both resentment and shame at what he had done. Unfortunately for me, Christian charity required that I do things for him that he could not do for himself. His ankles and the tops of his feet were a reddish-purple color, The skin stretched so tight it looked like it was about to pop. I suspected he had diabetes and had decided to let it take its course, regardless if that meant blindness or amputation or the grave, which was the kind of self-destructive irrationality that characterized most of his time on Earth. In my mind, he had become a traitor, or at best he had revealed the person he had always been, a self-centered, unfeeling, and brutal man who made use of his badge to indulge all his base appetites. The stories about his womanizing and drunkenness and gambling were legendary. So were the accounts of the men who had died in front of his revolvers. He joined the Hebron Baptist Church only after the coals of his lust had crumbled into ash. 10 days had passed since my mother was taken away in the ambulance. The doctor told me she would probably kill herself if she didn't get treatment, Grandfather said, watching me from the kitchen table while I put away our dishes. That's why I finally gave in. I didn't see another door out, Satch. Don't call me that name anymore. Not now, not ever. All right, Weldon. The doctor is a goddamn liar. You're acquiring a personality that's not your own, he said. That might be understandable, considered what's happened in your family, but it will cause you a shitload of grief down the road. Be your own man, even if you don't add up to much. How could anyone pack so many insults into so few words? I worked the iron handle on the sink. The trickle that came out of it was rust-colored and smelled of mud. Leaves were spinning in the yard, clicking against the walls and screens like the husks of grasshoppers. I could almost feel the barometer dropping, as though another great storm was at hand, perhaps one filled with rain and thunder and electricity forking across the heavens. I think I might go away, I said. There was a pause. They say the people who went to California to pick fruit have come back home. Maybe it's better to starve among your own people than in a Hooverville. We have a nice house. A lot of people don't. I turned from the sink. His pale blue eyes were fixed on mine. I saw no recrimination in them, no desire to control or belittle. It was an uncommon moment, one that made me question whether I'd been fair to him. I don't think I belong here anymore, I said. When you woke up this morning, your name was still Holland, wasn't it? If people stick together, they can always make do. It's not the same now, Grandfather. His eyes went away from mine. I sold off 30 acres this afternoon. That's part of your inheritance, so I thought you had a right to know. Who did you sell it to? A man from Dallas. He tried to get it for $5 an acre. I got him up to $6.50. I already knew the mathematics of predatory land acquisition, and I was aware that my grandfather was notorious for his poor handling of money and lack of judgment when it came to bargaining. I also knew he wasn't telling me the whole story. You gave him the mineral rights, didn't you? There's nothing down there except more dirt. Then why does a man from Dallas want it? Maybe he's going to build a golf course. How would I know? Hep me up. I lifted him by one arm and fitted the handle of his walking cane into his right hand. He hadn't bathed that day, and a smell like sour milk rose from his shirt. I'll walk you upstairs, I said. Get me my revolver. What for? Somebody tried to rob the bank in San Angelo today. There was at least one woman in the getaway car. Maybe our visitors didn't head for Lubbock after all. Maybe it was Ma Barker, I said. I think that gal with the beret woke up the man in you, he said. I don't blame you. If there's any greater gift than a beautiful woman in the morning, I'll be damned if I know what it is. That night, I heard an automobile in the woods. I went downstairs and unlocked the back door and went out on the porch. The air was cold, the moon showing behind the edge of a cloud, the sky free of dust. Through the tree trunks, I could see a white glow, but it disappeared as quickly as someone blowing out a candle. At daybreak, I started a fire in the wood stove and set a pot of water on the lid, then removed Grandfather's double-barrel shotgun from the closet and walked through the woods to the riverbank. The river was almost dry, the bank dropping 6 feet straight down, the sandy bottom stenciled with the tracks of small animals and threaded with rivulets of water that were red in the sunrise. I must have walked a half-mile before I saw a 4-door Chevrolet parked under a live oak. It was a 1932 model, one called a Confederate, with wire-spoked white wall tires and a maroon paint job and a black top and black fenders and red leather upholstery. The spare tire was mounted on the running board. It was the most elegant car I'd ever seen. The back seat had been torn out and propped against the trunk of the tree. A man with his arm in a sling was leaning against the seat, while another man worked under the car, banging on something metal, his legs sticking out in the leaves. The woman with the strawberry blonde hair was tending to the injured man, but she wasn't wearing her beret. The second woman was eating a Vienna sausage sandwich. "Raymond, we've got a boy with a gun," she said. The injured man, the one I'd thought might be Pretty Boy Floyd, winked at me. "He's all right," he said, looking at me but talking to Raymond, who was crawling out from under the car. "He's just protecting his property. Where's your grandfather, kid?" "How do you know he's my grandfather?" "Because you look just like him." He pointed at the collapsed wire fence behind me. "Is that y'all's boundary?" "It was. We just sold off some of our acreage." "Is that a Browning automatic rifle by your leg?" "Is that what it's called?" "I found it in an empty house," he said. "Tell me, y'all have a phone?" "No, sir," I said. "Because we had an accident, and I might need to call the doctor. I thought I saw a line going into your house. That's your house with the gables, isn't it?" We couldn't afford the phone bill anymore. Raymond was standing by the car now, brushing off his clothes with one hand. In the other he held a ball-peen hammer. "I straightened out the steering rod, but it's going to shimmy. What are you fixing to do with that shotgun, boy?" "Shoot skunks that come around the house," I said. "I'm right good at it." "You know who we are?" the injured man said. "Folks who drive fine cars, but who'd rather sleep in the woods than a motor court." Raymond was grinning. He walked close to me, his shoes crunching in the leaves. He had taken off his dress shirt and hung it on the door mirror and was wearing a strap undershirt outside his trousers. His shoulders were bony and white and stippled with pimples. I could smell the pomade in his hair. "You heard of people shooting their way out of prison, haven't you?" "Yes, sir." "You ever hear of anybody shooting their way into prison?" "That's a new one," I said. "Like you know all about it?" Raymond said. "You asked me a question." "You're looking at people who made history," he said. He lifted up his chin, a glint in his eye. "Raymond is a kidder," the injured man said. "We're just regular working folks. I've been fixing this car for a man. Like to give it a spin? I bet you would." "Y'all broke into a prison?" I asked. "I was pulling your leg," Raymond said. "I read about it in the newspaper," I said. "It was at Eastham Pen. A guard was killed." "Maybe you should mind your own business," said the woman eating the sandwich. The only sound was the wind blowing in the trees. I felt like I was in the middle of a black and white photograph whose content could change for the worse in a second. I couldn't have cared less. "Could y'all bust into an asylum?" I asked. "Why would we want to do that?" Raymond said. "To get somebody out. Somebody who doesn't belong there." The woman with the strawberry blonde hair took a brush from her purse and stroked the back of her head. "Somebody in your family." "My mother. She was committed. I don't know the term for it. They took her away." She began brushing her hair, her head tilted sideways. "You shouldn't fret about things you can't change. Maybe your mama will come home just fine. Don't be toting a gun around either, not unless you're willing to use it." "I'd use it to get my mother back. I wouldn't give it a second thought." The injured man laughed. "Keep talking like that, you'll end up picking state cotton. Can you forget what you saw here? I mean, if I asked you real nice." "They're going to give her electroshock. Maybe they already have," I said. "You think that's fair? She's an innocent person, and she's getting treated worse than criminals who deserve everything that happens to them." Leaves were dropping from the oak tree, spinning like disembodied wings to the ground. They were yellow and spotted with blight, and they made me think of beetles sinking in dark water. The woman eating the sandwich turned her back and said something to the injured man. It took me a moment to sort out the words, but there was no mistaking what she said. "Don't let him leave here." "Mary, can you get me a cold drink from the ice chest?" said the woman with the strawberry blonde hair. "I want to talk to our young friend here."
"I say what's on my mind, Bonnie," Mary said. "You like to be sweet at other people's expense."
"Maybe there's an ice-cold Coca-Cola down in the bottom," Bonnie said. "I don't remember when I've been so thirsty. I'd be indebted if you'd be so kind." She took my arm and began walking with me along the riverbank back toward the house, never glancing over her shoulder, not waiting for Mary's response, as though the final word on the subject had been said. She was wearing a white cotton dress with pink and gray flowers printed on it and lace at the hem that swished on her calves. "I want you to listen to me real good," she said close to my ear. "Pretend we came with the dust and went with the wind. Tomorrow when you get up, you'll still be you and we'll be us, and it will be like we never met. Your mama is going to be all right. I know that because she reared a good son." "Who killed the guard, Miss Bonnie? It wasn't you, was it?" "Go home, boy. Don't come back either," she replied. I returned to the house and replaced Grandfather's shotgun in the kitchen closet. A few minutes later, he came downstairs walking on his cane. I fixed oatmeal and browned 4 pieces of bread in the skillet and put a jar of preserves on the table. I filled his oatmeal bowl and set it in front of him and set his bread next to the bowl. All the while, I could feel him watching me. "Where have you been?" he said. "I took a walk down by the river." "Counting mud turtles?" "There's worse company," I replied. "I guess it's to your credit, but you're the poorest excuse for a liar I've ever known. I heard a car out in the woods last night. Did that same bunch come back here after I told them not to?" "They're not on our property. The driver was hurt. The fellow named Raymond was fixing a tie rod." "Did the driver have a gunshot wound?" "No, they were in a car accident." He had tied a napkin like a bib around his neck. He wiped his mouth with it and set down his oatmeal spoon. "Did those people threaten you?" "The lady with strawberry blonde hair said my mother was going to come home and be okay. I think she's a good person. Maybe they've already took off. They're not out to cause us trouble." He got up from the table and went to the phone. It was made out of wood and attached to the wall and had a crank on the side of the box. He picked up the earpiece and turned the crank. Then he turned it again. "It's dead," he said. "Maybe a tree fell on the line." "I think there's something you're not telling me." "The driver asked if we had a phone. I told him we didn't. He said he saw a line going into the house. I told him we couldn't afford the service anymore." "So you knew?" "Knew what?" "That these people are dangerous, but you chose to pretend otherwise," he replied. My face was burning with shame. "What are you aiming to do?" I asked. "Let's clear up something else first. Why were you talking about your mother to a bunch of outlaws?" "I wondered if they could help me get her out of the asylum." I saw a strange phenomenon occur in my grandfather's face. For the first time in my life, I saw the lights of pity and love in his eyes. "I called the doctor yesterday, Satch," he said. "I told him not to put your mother through electroshock. I told him I'd made a mistake, and I was coming down to Houston to get her." I stared at him, dumbfounded. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I was waiting on him to call me back to see if everything was ready to go." I got up and went to the sink and looked at the woods. I felt like a Judas, although I didn't know exactly whom I had betrayed, Grandfather or our visitors down by the river. The woman's name is Bonnie. The driver had a Browning. I think he might be Clyde Barrow. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" he said. He told me to take our Model A down to the store at the crossroads and call Sheriff Benbow. "Go with me," I said. "While they burglarize our house?" "We don't have anything they want." "It must have been the tramp in the woodpile. That's the only explanation I have for it," he said. "Were you hiding behind a cloud when God passed out the brains?" I drove away and left him standing in front of the porch, his khaki trousers stuffed into the tops of his stovepipe boots, the wilted brim of his Stetson low on his brow, his thoughts known only to him. I turned onto the dirt road that led past the woods where our visitors had camped. Our telephone wire was hanging straight down on the pole. There was no tree limb on the ground. A dust devil spun out of a field and broke apart on the Model A's radiator, powdering the windshield almost like an omen. The Crossroads store was still 2 miles away. I did a U-turn and headed back home. Grandfather owned 2 horses. The Shetland was named Shorty and was blind in one eye. When Grandfather rode Shorty through a field of tall grass, all you could see were his shoulders and head, as though he had been sawed in half and his upper body mounted on wheels. His other horse was a 4-year-old white gelding named Blue, who was part Arabian and hot-wired to the eyes. All you had to do was lean forward in the saddle and Blue would be halfway to El Paso. A man Grandfather's age had no business on that horse, but try to tell him that. I parked by the barn. Shorty was in the corral. Blue was nowhere in sight. I looked in the kitchen closet where I had replaced Grandfather's double-barrel shotgun. It was gone. I took the holstered Colt from the drawer and walked into the woods and followed Blue's hoof prints along the riverbank to the end of our property. Through the trees I could see the Chevrolet and 4 people standing beside it, all of them looking up at Grandfather, who sat atop Blue like a wood clothespin. They were all grinning, and not in a respectful way. None of them looked in my direction, not even Bonnie. Grandfather had bridled Blue but hadn't saddled him. Blue was 16 hands and had the big-footed, barrel-chested conformation of an Arabian, and he rippled with nervous power when he walked. If a blowfly settled on his rump, his skin twitched from his withers to his croup. I could hear Grandfather talking. Times are bad, but that doesn't mean you're going to use my place for a hideout or be a bad influence on my grandson. I know who y'all are. I also know it was y'all cut my phone line.
We're plain country people. Not no different from y'all, Raymond said. We're not on your damn property either.
No, there's nothing ordinary about you, son. You're a smart-ass, and there's no cure for your kind, Grandfather said. You're going to end up face down on a sidewalk or fried by old Sparky. I'd say good riddance, but somewhere you've probably got a mother who cares about you. Why don't you try to change your life while you got a chance? We're leaving, Bonnie said. But don't be talking down to us anymore. Your grandson told us what you let happen to your daughter. Enough of this, let's go, the injured man said. You're Clyde Barrow, aren't you? Grandfather said. I told you the name is Smith. You were born in Talico. You tortured animals when you were a child. You got your brother killed up in Missouri. You're a certified mess, boy. Yeah, and you're a nasty old man who's going to have tumbleweed bouncing across his grave directly, said the man who called himself Smith. They all got in the Chevrolet, slamming the doors. That was when Blue went straight up in the air, his front hooves higher than the Chevrolet's top. Grandfather crashed to the ground, the shotgun flying from his hands, his face white with shock, his breath wheezing from his throat. I thought I heard bones snap in his back. Bonnie and her friends drove away with Raymond behind the wheel. One of them spat on Grandfather. In the shadows, I couldn't tell who it was, but I saw the spittle come out of the window, like wet string, and stick on Grandfather's shirt. In seconds, the Chevrolet was going up a dusty rise between the trees, the sunlight spangling on the windows. I let the holster and belt slide free of the revolver and pulled back the hammer and aimed with both hands at the back of the automobile. "Don't do it, Weldon," Grandfather said. I didn't aim at the gas tank or a tire or the trunk. I aimed 10 inches below the roof and squeezed the trigger and felt the heaviness of the frame buck in my palms and heard the .44 round hit home, wanging off metal, breaking glass, maybe striking the dashboard or the headliner. Inside the report, I thought I heard someone scream. The car wobbled but kept going forward and was soon gone. I shut my eyes and opened them again, unsure of what I had done, my ears ringing. "Why didn't you listen to me?" Grandfather asked. My right ear felt like someone had slapped it with the flat of his hand. I opened and closed my mouth to get my hearing back. "I didn't think." Was that a woman who screamed? No, it was not. You heard an owl screech. Do you understand me? I heard a woman scream, Grandfather. The mind plays tricks on you in a situation like that. That was a screech owl. They're blind in the daytime and frightened easy. Get me up. Yes, sir. Tell me what you heard. An owl. I heard an owl. From this time on, you don't look back on what happened here today. It doesn't mean a hill of beans. Don't you ever stop being the fine young man that you are. The following week, 3 of Grandfather's old friends came to our house. They were stolid, thick-bodied men who wore suits and Stetsons and polished boots and had broad, calloused hands. One of them rolled his own cigarettes. One of them was a former Texas Ranger who supposedly killed 50 men. They sat in the kitchen and drank coffee while Grandfather told them everything he knew about our visitors. He made no mention of me. I was in the living room and heard the former Texas Ranger say, "Heck, I'd hate to bust a cap on a woman." But he smiled when he said it. Grandfather glanced up and saw me looking through the doorway. Something happened in that moment that I will never forget. Grandfather's eyes once again were filled with a warmth that few associated with the man who locked John Wesley Hardin in jail. The lawmen at his table were killers. Grandfather was not. "Go upstairs and check on your mother, will you, Weldon?" he said. I read later about the ambush in Louisiana. Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow were blown apart with automatic weapons fire. Later, their friend Raymond would die with courage and dignity in the electric chair at Huntsville. His girlfriend Mary would go to prison. None of them was struck by the bullet I fired into their automobile. It rained that summer, and I caught a catfish in the river that was as reddish-brown as the water I took it from. I slipped the hook out of its mouth and replaced it in the current and watched it drop away out of sight. An event that was probably of little importance to anyone except the catfish and me. Chapter 2. When I was a newly commissioned second lieutenant in the United States Army about to embark for England in the spring of 1944, I purchased a leather-bound notebook in a stationery store not far from the campus of Columbia University. I suspect I thought I might take on the role of modern Ishmael, and my notebook would become the keyhole through which others would witness the greatest event in human history. I was vain, certainly, and like most young men of that era, at least those from the heartland, unable to reconcile my vanity and eagerness with my shyness around girls and my discomfort among people who were educated at Eastern universities. Maybe my notebook would give me an understanding of myself, I thought, opening the door of the stationery store within sight of the plazas and green lawns and monarchical buildings of the university where I hoped one day to attend graduate school. Maybe writing in a notebook about things most people could not imagine would make me captain of my soul. I saw myself in a trench, my back against the dirt wall, writing in my notebook while artillery shells whistled out of the heavens and exploded in no man's land. All my fantasy lacked was a recording of little Bessie playing in the background. Like all young men about to go to war, I did not want to hear talk about the grand illusion. If war was so bad, why did those who served in one never indicate that they regretted having done so? Think of the images conjured up by mention of the horns blowing along the road to Roncevaux. Which lays greater claim on the human heart, the song of Roland, or cloistering oneself inside inertia and ennui while the world is being set alight? My generational vanity was not of an arrogant kind. I didn't mean that at all. Our vanity had its origins not only in our youth, but in our collective innocence. We told ourselves we had prevailed during the Great Depression because we had kept faith with Jeffersonian democracy and had not given ourselves over to the Reds or the American equivalent of fascism. The truth about us was a little more humble in nature. We were born and raised in a transitional era. We were the last Americans who would remember a nation that was more agrarian than industrial, with more dirt roads than paved highways. We would also be the last generation to believe in the moral solvency of the Republic. This is not meant to be a dour evaluation of what we were or the era when we lived. In many ways, it was a grand time to be around. The cultural anchors of the continent were Hollywood on one end and Ebbets Field on the other. The literary staple of almost every middle-income American home was the Saturday Evening Post, which contained the short stories of F. Scott Fitzgerald and William Faulkner and John O'Hara. A cherry Coke at the drugstore cost a dime, the music was a nickel, and the dance floor was free. For most of us, each sunrise was like a pink rose opening on the earth's rim. Perhaps we created a myth and became acolytes in the service of our own creation, but if that was the case, the entire world was envious of us all the same. Little of what I recorded in my notebook could be considered memorable or historically insightful, even after Normandy, where we waded ashore in the second wave, the surf a frothy red from the initial assault. War is always a dirty and unglamorous business. Most of it has to do with head colds and body odor and crab lice and trench foot and sleeping in the rain and sometimes throwing your own feces out of a foxhole with your E-tool. But I never hated the Army or dwelled on the unnecessary cruelties of my fellow man, Sherman tank crews knocking down farmhouses just for fun. Many of the Southerners in my regiment could hardly read and write. The Northerners believed a factory job and a unionized plant was the fulfillment of the American dream. I admired them and thought most of them were far braver and more resourceful than I. If I had to go off to war with anyone, I could not have picked a better bunch. They were always better than they thought they were, no matter how bad it got, and never realized how extraordinarily courageous and resilient they were. I settled in for the duration and wrote in my notebook more as a reminder of the city where I had bought it than as a process of self-discovery. I'd return to New York, I told myself. I'd have lunch with a beautiful girl in an outdoor cafe under an awning on a cool afternoon in spring, perhaps by a park blooming with flowers. I'd take her dancing, maybe in a ballroom where Tommy Dorsey and his orchestra were playing, and in the morning I would attend classes at Columbia University, armed with the confidence that I, like Stephen Crane, had faced the great death and hence never had to speak of it again. Little did I know that the next few decades of my life would be altered as a result of events that began in an innocuous fashion at the bottom of a hill in the Ardennes forest at a time when we believed the Third Reich was done and the lights were about to go on again all over the world. In the fading grayness of the day at the bottom of my foxhole, I opened my notebook on my knee and began writing. My field jacket felt as stiff and cold as canvas in sub-freezing weather. I heard a pistol flare pop overhead, but inside the gloom it seemed to give off neither heat nor light, and like most day-to-day events in the Army, seemed to signify absolutely nothing. The fog in the trees is ghostly, I wrote. So dense and smoke-like and pervasive, I cannot see more than 30 yards into the forest. The majority of trees are fir and larch and spruce. In the soil, where there are no snowdrifts, I can see stones that are smooth and elongated like loaves of bread, the kind used to make Roman roads or build a peasant's cottage. Around me are apple and pear and plum and nut trees that are not indigenous to this forest, and I wonder if an early medieval farmer and his wife and children swinked in the fields close by, living out their lives to ensure the well-being of the man who lived in a castle atop a hill not far away. The evening is so quiet, I can hear a bough bend and the snow sifting through the branches to the ground. There are rumors that Waffen-SS made a probe on our perimeter within 1,000 yards of us. I don't believe the rumor. SS initiatives are usually accompanied by a large panzer presence. Major Fincher agrees with me. Unfortunately, Major Fincher is widely regarded as a dangerous idiot. At Kasserine Pass, he ordered an entire regiment to dig slit trenches instead of foxholes. Tiger tanks overran their position and turned in half circles on top of the trenches and ground 60 men into pulp with their tracks. Our regiment is made up of National Guardsmen, draftees, and regular Army. The officers and enlisted men get along fine. It's a good outfit, except for Major Fincher. Someone said the German army has been trying to find him for years in order to award him the Iron Cross. When the joke was reported to Fincher, a corporal had to explain its meaning. I didn't get to complete my entry. Sergeant Herschel Pine stuck his head over the pile of frozen snow and dirt by the edge of my foxhole and stared down at me. His narrow face was red with windburn, his whiskers reddish blonde on his cheeks, his helmet fitted down tightly on the scarf tied over his ears. "We got a problem, Lieutenant," he said. "What is it?" I replied, placing my pencil between the pages of my notebook, closing the cover. He slid down into the hole. His breath was fogging, his field jacket flecked with ice crystals. He was carrying a Thompson, 3 magazines taped together, one of them inserted in the frame. Before he spoke, he rubbed his nose with his mitten to clear the mucus frozen in his nostrils. His mitten was cut away from his trigger finger. "Steinberg is coming unglued," he said. "About what?" "Waffen-SS don't take Jewish or wounded prisoners." "Send him to me." "I say use him on point or get him out of here, sir." "On point?" I said. "If somebody's got to step on an anti-personnel mine, I say better dead weight than a good soldier, sir." "Steinberg is a good soldier, Sergeant." He was crouched down on one knee. He dropped his eyes. I knew what was coming. I didn't hold it against him, but I didn't want to hear it either. It was the curse of his kind, in this case a man who was raised on a cotton farm in one of the Red River parishes of central Louisiana, an area notable only for the fact that a mass execution of Negro soldiers by the White League took place there during Reconstruction. "I say better one of them than one of us, Lieutenant," he said. "Who are them?" "I don't think you want to hear what I have to say." "I'm very interested in what you have to say. Take the crackers out of your mouth, Sergeant." "They own the banks. They're the ones who lent Hitler the money to finance his war machine, sir. Actually, the Krupp family are Jews, aren't they?" "Lose the rhetoric and lose it now. Are we clear about that?" "Yes, sir," he replied. He didn't look up. His eyelashes were as long as a girl's, his cheeks as bright as apples under his whiskers. I could hear him breathing, trying to hide his anger and distrust of those he would call people of privilege. "What do your folks do on Christmas Day, Pine?" His eyes met mine, uncertain. "Pick pecans out on the gallery." "What else?" "My mother usually bakes a fruit cake, and my daddy fixes a big bowl of eggnog and puts red whiskey in it, not moonshine. Me and my little brother and a colored man who works for us go squirrel hunting. The weather's almost always mild on Christmas." "That sounds like a fine way to spend the occasion," I said. "I need to tell you something, sir." "Go ahead." "Last night on patrol, Steinberg got the heebie-jeebies when we ran into a listening post. He could have got us knocked off. It's the second time it's happened." "I'll talk to him." "Sir, there's something else I need to say." I waited. "I can smell money. That's the honest-to-God truth, sir. I can smell old coins buried in the ground. I can smell oil and gas before the drill punches into a pay sand. You ever see a well come in? The pipes sweat all over just before the drilling floor starts to vibrate." "I'm not sure what you're telling me." "I got a second gift, Lieutenant. I sweat when a situation is about to hit the fan. Maybe Steinberg has a right to be worried. I think the Krauts might try to bust through right where we're at. I've been sweating inside my shirt for 2 days, sir." His eyes were red along the rims, the bone structure of his face as lean and pointed as an axe. He was breathing through his nose, his nostrils white with cold, waiting for me to speak, clearly wondering if he had said too much. "Sir, I'm not crazy. I don't go to fortune-tellers or anything like that. I just know things. A Negro midwife delivered me. She was a voodoo woman from New Orleans. She said I was touched. She meant I had a gift. Niggers got a sense sometimes." "Maybe you're right. We're going to have Krauts in our lap before dawn," I said. "Whatever happens, we'll do our job. I don't want to hear any more about Steinberg or clairvoyance or somebody sweating inside his clothes. Now get back to your position." A half hour later, as the last gaseous, silvery remnant of sun died on the horizon, I heard the sound of small arms popping on our flank. From a great distance, the sound was like fat raindrops dropping on lily pads. It grew in intensity until the sporadic popping became an uninterrupted, self-sustaining roar, followed by the coughing of a .50 caliber machine gun down the line, the tracers streaking like bits of neon into the winter darkness. I climbed out of my foxhole just as I heard the creaking of tank treads, then tree trunks snapping, their snow-laden boughs slapping against the forest floor. The visual and auditory effect of a King Tiger tank's intrusion into an area defended by light infantry is difficult to describe. Its weight was almost 70 tons. Its Porsche engine could generate speeds of over 30 miles an hour. Its 88mm cannon could hit and destroy a Sherman tank at 1,200 yards. Bazooka rounds and even the French 75mm often ricocheted off its sloped sides. 40 yards out beyond a knoll, I saw giant trees crashing to the ground. Then the King Tiger topped the knoll, its front end jutting into the air, not unlike a horse rearing in a corral. I could feel the earth shake under my feet when the full weight of the tank slammed down on the incline, grinding boulders into gravel. For a moment I saw the head and shoulders of the tank commander sticking out of the cupola, its sides painted with the Iron Cross. He was wearing a black cap and a black jacket and had a face that was as one-dimensional and expressionless as bread dough in a pie pan. He sank down into the turret and pulled the hatch shut as the two MG-34 machine guns mounted beneath the cupola began firing. The Tiger in front of me was one of many. The forest was being denuded. The trees were dropping so fast they didn't have adequate space to fall, colliding perpendicularly like kitchen matches tumbling out of a spilled box. I saw our BAR man firing at the viewing slit on a Tiger, then a spray of 7.92 rounds danced across his field jacket. He dropped his weapon and began walking into the trees, one hand pressed to his chest as though he had heartburn. He fell to his hands and knees, his back shaking each time he coughed, chaining the snow with red flowers. I cannot say with any degree of accuracy what occurred in the next few minutes. Someone was yelling for a medic. I saw Private First Class Jason Steinberg and 3 other men get hit by automatic weapons fire and run over by a Tiger. I remember picking up the BAR man and trying to pull him into a hole. I also remember shooting 2 Waffen-SS at close range with my .45. I saw German infantry coming out of the fog behind the tanks, some of them wearing belted leather overcoats, small lightning bolts painted on the sides of their helmets. Then I was on one knee behind a boulder, firing a carbine that had a splintered stock and wasn't mine. Half my face was printed with wood splinters, one ear wet with blood, though I had no memory of a bullet striking the stock. The Tigers smashed over our foxholes, their cannon firing into a snowfield behind us, one as white and smooth and glazed under the moon as the top of a wedding cake. The eruption of flame and sound from the barrels of the 88s was surreal, so loud and powerful that I couldn't hear the creaking of the treads eating up anything in their path, the explosions literally shaking the senses, as though my eyes, my brain, my organs were being emptied one by one on the snow. Out in the field I could see 2 Sherman tanks burning. 3 of the crew members were trying to run across the field to a distant woods, their legs locked knee-deep in the snow, their shadows as liquid and dark as India ink, their arms flailing under the stars as rounds from a machine gun danced toward them. Behind me, I heard a fir tree that must have been 60 feet tall topple through the canopy. I stared at it, stupefied, perhaps a bit like a condemned wretch watching the blade of a guillotine fall on his neck. The fog inside the forest and the screams of the wounded being executed and the guttural commands of the SS non-commissioned officers all melded into the creaking sounds of the Tigers clanking like a junkyard across the snowfield. The tree crashed with the weight of an anvil on my helmet, razoring the rim down on my nose, mashing me into the earth. Hours later, I woke at the bottom of a shell hole, my body covered by the branches of the fir. The canopy of the forest was gone, and the sky was clear and black and patterned with constellations, the temperature close to 0. I thought I could hear a mewling sound, like a baby's, coming from under the snow, not 5 feet away. Chapter 3. I found an E-tool and started digging. The snow had been as tightly compacted as wet sand by tank treads. 1 foot down, the blade of the collapsible shovel struck a log, then another one, and I realized I was digging into someone's reinforced foxhole. The opening had been squeezed shut, as though someone had drawn the string on a leather bag, sealing a trapped infantryman inside a frozen cocoon that was hardly bigger than an obese woman's womb. I folded the shovel into the position of a garden hoe and began chopping at the rocks and snow and dirt and broken timber until I had created a hole large enough to stick my hand inside. My fingers touched an unshaved face that was as cold and rough as stone. The trapped man's knees had been pushed almost to his chin. He was trying to speak, but his teeth were chattering so violently he could not form individual words. I grabbed him by the wrists and dragged him over the cusp of the foxhole and wiped his face. Tears had frozen in his eyelashes. He raised his right hand and placed it against my chest as though reassuring himself that I was real. His mitten was cut away from his trigger finger. "Are you hit?" I asked. "Don't know, sir," he replied. "Where's your Thompson?" I said. "Don't know." He looked around and shook his head. "Where's everybody?" "Dead," I said. "They shot the wounded. Can you walk?" He had lost his steel pot, and his hair was studded with chips of ice that resembled rock salt. He stared at the splintered trees on the ground and at the blackened areas where German infantry had thrown potato mashers over the tops of their tanks into our midst. He looked at the tiger tracks leading right across the hole I had pulled him from. "Did you hear me, Sergeant? We're behind enemy lines." He seemed unable to fathom my words. I pointed toward the west and the lights flickering at the bottom of the sky. The intermittent flashes looked like heat lightning or electricity bursting silently inside a bank of thunderheads. "That's our artillery. Neither of us is in good repair. We don't want to be captured." He lifted his eyes to mine as though remembering a dream. "What happened to Steinberg?" "He got it." "How?" "Under a king tiger." "He was alive?" "I don't know." I lied. He tried to get to his feet, one knee giving out, then the other. He began swinging his arm. "The bastards left us?" "No, they all died. They died right here." I found a knit cap and beat the snow crystals off it and fitted it on his head. "Pull yourself together. This will probably become a staging area. We don't want to be here when that happens. Are you hearing me, Sergeant?" "I can't walk, Lieutenant. My legs are dead." You will walk whether you want to or not. Place your arm over my shoulder and put one foot after another, just like Arthur Murray dance steps. He tripped and held onto my shoulder as tightly as he could. There you go, I said. We're the Boogie Woogie Boys from Company B, am I right?
Yes, sir.
We have to find a safe place before daylight. One way or another, we'll find our lives. Do you believe me when I say that?
Yes, sir,
he said, limping along next to me through the shattered trees of the detritus of battle.
Lieutenant, I gotta explain why I was crying when you pulled me out. It wasn't because of the tank.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, sir, it does. A crowd is just a man, nothing more, nothing less. When I was a baby, I got wrapped up in a rubber sheet. A Negro woman hanging wash looked through the window and rushed inside and saved my life. My face was already blue. I've had nightmares about it ever since. I'm in a tunnel and my arms are pinned at my sides and I'm hollering for my mother. It's the worst thing ever happened to me, sir. Being down in that hole was like living it all over again.
I understand, Sergeant.
No, sir, you don't. Nobody does. I've been afraid of closed-in places all my life. I wanted to die in that hole and have it over with. If I'd had a weapon, I would have punched my ticket.
His breath was labored, his hip knocking against mine. I held him around the waist and used my other hand to keep his arm tight across my shoulders. I could see the eastern edge of the woods and a snowfield blazing as brightly as a flame under the moon. I had no idea where we were. The war had not only moved on, it seemed to have lost interest in us. In the distance, I could see a serpentine river shining like black oil, and beyond the opposite shore a railroad embankment and a water tower. If the sky remained clear, our planes would be in the air at dawn, blowing up fuel depots and nailing every armored unit they could spot. But where were we going to hide when the starlight faded from the heavens and the sun broke on the horizon, and what would we eat? We trudged across the snowfield, clinging to each other, our eyes tearing, our ears like lumps of cauliflower, the wind as sharp as a barber's razor when I turned my face into it. We stayed in the woods the entire day. A flight of bombers with a fighter escort passed high overhead, vapor trails barely discernible. Later we could hear the explosions of bombs through the earth, probably blockbusters designed to blow gas and water mains before the incendiaries were dropped in strings that looked like cords of firewood. The forest contained no signs of either human or animal life. I could only assume the animals had been killed and eaten. That there were no human footprints except our own was more than disconcerting. As the sun descended, shadows formed in the sculpted, funnel-shaped tracks we had left in the snow, creating a trail not unlike ink dots leading to our hiding place. Just before sunset, a lone Messerschmitt, painted with zebra stripes, came in low across the field, close enough for me to see the pilot's goggled face as he swooped past us. The area around his wing guns was black with burnt gunpowder. It seemed grandiose to believe that the pilot of a Luftwaffe fighter plane would have interest in two escapees from a one-sided slaughter, weak with hunger and in the first stages of frostbite. Less than 1 minute later, I heard his guns rattling as he strafed a target by the river, and I realized that others had probably survived the massacre. For a committed hunter, no target was too small or insignificant. As soon as night fell, Sergeant Pine and I made our way down to the river and pushed a rowboat free of the ice and frozen reeds along the bank and rowed to the far side. We huddled at the base of the train tracks. I was exhausted and colder and hungrier than I had ever been, the kind of hunger that is like a rat eating a hole through the bottom of your stomach. To the east was another wooded area, and beyond it lighted buildings of some kind, perhaps factories manned by slave labor operating 24 hours a day. I climbed up the embankment and placed my ear to one of the rails. For me, at that moment, the sound inside the steel could only be compared to the warm and steady humming of a woman's circulatory system when you rest your head against her breast. The headlight on the locomotive wobbled past us. Most of the cars looked empty, rocking on their undercarriages as we ran alongside the tracks, gravel skidding under our feet. I jumped aboard a boxcar whose interior was blowing with chaff and smelled of grain and livestock. Then I reached down and grabbed the sergeant by the wrist and pulled him through the door, the riparian, marsh-like countryside dropping behind us. I prayed that we were headed north, into Belgium. I prayed that a great deliverance was at hand. The train gained speed and began to bend around a long curve that took us due east. Far up the line, I could see the glow of the firebox in the cab and sparks fanning from the smokestack. I lay down in the back of the boxcar and covered myself with a pile of burlap bags, too tired to care where the train took us. As I closed my eyes, I heard the sergeant push the sliding door shut. Soon I was fast asleep, the boxcar's wheels clicking on the tracks, the floor rocking like a cradle. I woke at sunrise with a start, the way you do when you realize that the problems surrounding you are real and that your sleep has only placed them in abeyance. The train had picked up considerable speed. The boxcar was one that Depression-era hobos called a flat-wheeler because it had no springs and bounced a passenger all over the floor. "Where are we?" I said. Sergeant Pine had slid the door 3 inches from the jam. "It sure ain't Kansas, sir," he replied. "I'd say we're in the outhouse." I crawled to the door and looked out. The countryside was shrouded with fog that resembled and smelled like industrial smoke rather than vapor from rivers and lakes, the sun a lemon-colored piece of shaved ice on the horizon. There were bomb craters, rows of them, in fields that could have contained no military importance. "Sometimes the flyboys pickle the load before they get to the channel," Pine said. "We need to get off the train," I said. "Sir, I found something at the other end of the car. There wasn't just livestock in here. There's human feces stacked in the corner. It's frozen. That's why there wasn't any stink," he said. "You think there were POWs in this car?" "GIs or Brits would have marked up the walls," I said. "You're saying maybe this train carries Jews, sir?" "Who else would it be?" "I'm not sure, Lieutenant. I don't know if I believe those stories." "You saw the SS at work." "That doesn't make the stories true." "Maybe not." The train was going faster and faster, the boxcar shaking, the lines of chaff on the floor eddying back and forth like seawater sliding across sand. "I've never been this hungry. I'd eat the splinters out of the wall. You reckon we're going to get out of this, sir?" "If not, it won't be for lack of trying." "Can I ask what you did in civilian life, Lieutenant? The reason I ask is you were having a dream. You said something about Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow, the outlaws. Dreaming about those two has got to be a new one." "I knew them. Friends of my grandfather killed them. My grandfather was a Texas Ranger who put John Wesley Hardin in jail. I went to school in Texas and Louisiana and have a degree in history from Texas A&M and plan to go to graduate school and become an anthropologist. Does that help you out?" "Jesus Christ, sir." "What is it now?" I said, my attempt at affability starting to slip. "Look yonder," he replied. He pointed through the crack in the door. 2 fighters made a wide turn in the sky and came in low, right down on the deck, directly out of the sun, the muzzles of their .50 caliber machine guns winking. A white star inside a blue red-rimmed disc was painted on their wings. I saw a dirt spout in a straight line across a cultivated field just before I heard the round smack like a bucket of marbles into the sides of the boxcars. It was thrilling to see my countrymen appear almost miraculously in the sky, their wings emblazoned with an insignia we associated with the light of civilization. Unfortunately, our countrymen were shooting at us as well as at the enemy. The planes roared overhead and made another turn and came in for a second pass, this time with rockets mounted under their wings. The rockets caught the locomotive dead on, blowing the cab and the boiler apart, the coal car jackknifing and taking 6 boxcars down the embankment with it. Our boxcar rolled to a slow halt and was stock still on the tracks. The sergeant and I pushed open the sliding door and began running down a ditch that led to a canal overgrown on both banks with scrub brush and gnarled trees, so grotesque in their disfiguration that I wondered if they had been sprayed with herbicide. The current in the canal was brown and sluggish, more like sewage than creek water. The air as thick and gray as the inside of a damp cotton glove. Above the canal was a narrow, rutted road, bone white in color, a viscous green rivulet running down its center. I thought I heard a sound like a metal sign clanging in the wind. I climbed up the embankment to see farther down the road, with no success. The wind changed direction, and the sergeant cupped his hand over his nose and mouth, trying not to gag. God, what's that smell?" he said. It wasn't a smell. It was an acrid stench, one whose density made the eyes water. Automatically, I tried to associate it with images out of my past. Smoke from a chimney behind a rendering plant on a wintry day. The liquescence of unburied offal. Cattle dead of anthrax sliding off the beds of dump trucks into a chemical soup. I thought of rats trapped in compacted garbage that had been sprinkled with kerosene and set aflame. The stench was all of these things, but worse. In my mind's eye, I saw thick curds of yellow and gray smoke rising from human hair and skin stretched on bone. I saw fingernails curl and snap and the eyes of the dead pop open in the heat. I saw lesions and blisters spread across the faces of children and mothers and fathers and grandparents, as though their expressions were being reconfigured long after they were dead. I realized the sergeant and I had stepped through a door in the dimension and were about to enter a place that had no equivalent except perhaps in photos from the Devil's Scrapbook. Chapter 4. 10 minutes later, we climbed up an eroded embankment on the creek and rested on our stomachs among the trees, staring out at an iron arch and a set of gates that formed the entrance to a fenced camp where there were at least 4 barracks-like tar-paper buildings and a gingerbread house. Spirals of rusted barbed wire were strung along the top of the fence. Poplars had been planted along it. The rusted arch and its stanchions were scrolled with English ivy that had turned to black string and bits of red leaves. The only sounds I could hear were a tin door banging incessantly on a tar-paper building, and the muttering of birds, and a combative fluttering of wings. Evidently the camp had not included a crematorium when it was built, and the SS had made do with the materials they had on hand. Segments of train rails had been laid across bricks stacked 4 feet high, then piled with felled trees. Buckets of pitch that had been used for an accelerant lay empty on the ground. From the amount of ash under the rails, I estimated the fires had been burning for at least a day. Some of the bodies had been reduced to bones and leathery scraps hanging from the rails. Others were smoldering, only partially consumed by the flames. Not far away on a railroad spur was a giant pit where other bodies had been thrown naked, one on top of another, and doused with lime. Directly behind the improvised crematorium was a gallows, a single noose made of steel cable hanging from the crosspiece. "What is this place, Lieutenant?" the sergeant said. "Probably a supply depot for forced labor," I said. "Where are the guards?" "Guys who work in these places don't do well against armed troops. They probably got rid of their uniforms and hauled freight." The sergeant wiped his nose on his sleeve. "Maybe there's grub in that gingerbread house," he said. We had one weapon between us, my 1911 Model Army .45 automatic. I got to my feet and pulled it from the holster. It felt cold and heavy in my hand. "Let's take a walk," I said. The gates were unlocked, the smoke flattening in the wind, the smell of charred flesh unbearable. I cleared my mouth and spat, then pulled my sweater over my nose. The sergeant kept looking sideways at the crematorium, his eyelids stitched to his brows, his cheeks sunken. "Lieutenant, there's a little bitty child in that pit," he said. "Right yonder. Oh, man." "We'll talk about it later, Sergeant. Concentrate on what's in front of us." "Yes, sir. If this is a camp for slave labor, why is a child here?" "Don't try to make sense out of a place like this," I said. "There are more of us than there are of them. That's what we have to keep remembering." "Sir, maybe we should forget the house. I think there's poultry in that tar paper building, maybe turkeys. Maybe we should wring the necks of a couple and get out of here. Sir, pardon the expression, we're standing out here like shit in an ice cream parlor. Sir, I want to get out of here." "You got a point," I replied. A gust of wind slammed the tin door shut on the tar paper building. The sergeant grabbed it by the handle and jerked it open. Carrion birds clattered into the air, their wings beating against the walls and roof, their beaks red from their work. The building was not a barracks, but a charnel house. The only difference between the bodies in the pit and those in the building was some of them were wearing clothes, if rags could be considered clothes. The bodies at the bottom were festooned with pustules, the skin waxy, almost luminous. Who were these poor creatures? Did they once have families and homes like the rest of us? Did they die from typhus or diphtheria, pneumonia or cholera? Or bullets? No one would ever know. From what I saw, I would say they died a little bit from all those things, and for most of them, death came as a blessing. "Did you hear that, Lieutenant?" "Hear what?" "A woman's voice," the sergeant said. "I heard it." "I think you heard the hinges on the door." "Listen, that's not the wind. Somebody's alive back there." My hand was tight on the grips of the .45, my eyes trying to adjust to the weak light. "There it is again," Pine said. "It's a woman." "Who are you, lady? Tell us where you are." "It's too late to do anything for these people, Sergeant." "We can't just walk out of here, sir." He was trembling from the cold moisture running from his nose. "Right, sir? We can't pretend we didn't hear what we heard. Look at this goddamn place. Oh, Jesus, sir, I can't forget the way I talked to Steinberg." I walked deeper into the building and saw her lying on the floor in a filthy gray dress pooled with blood that appeared to have come from the bodies around her. Her face was turned toward me, her eyes too big for her face, her hair thick and dark brown with streaks of black, cropped on the neck, probably with a knife or a very dull pair of shears. A number was tattooed in blue ink on the inside of her left forearm. I knelt beside her and looked into her face. "I'm Lieutenant Weldon Avery Holland, United States Army," I said. "Who are you?" I thought she was trying to speak, but I couldn't be certain. I cupped my hand to her forehead. It felt as cool and smooth and bloodless as marble. "Can you tell me your name? Are others alive, too?" She tilted her head slightly. Her lips moved without sound. I leaned down with my ear to her mouth. Her breath smelled like shaved ice. "I'm sorry, I can't understand you," I said. "I never went to the whorehouse," she said. "My name is Rosita Lowenstein. Viva la Repubblica. No pasaran." I would have sworn she winked at me. We found an overcoat and a scarf and a pair of shoes in the house and put them on her. She told us that the camp staff had become frightened 3 days earlier when British planes bombed a German convoy 1 mile away. The staff had also heard rumors that Americans were executing SS in retaliation for a massacre in Belgium. She said she was 23 years old, had grown up in Madrid, and spoke Spanish, German, English, and French. We found a jar of preserves and a half loaf of bread and part of a smoked ham in the larder. We fed her and ourselves all the while eyeing the road. "What was that you said to us back there in the building?" the sergeant asked. "I told them if they put me in the whorehouse, I would kill the first officer I could. Then I would open my veins and tell the other woman to do the same." "What was the other thing you said?" the sergeant asked. "Long live the Republic, and they shall not pass." I was talking about the Spanish Republic and Franco's phalangists. The sergeant looked at me for clarification. "She's talking about the Spanish Civil War," I said. "They shall not pass is a famous statement made by a woman called La Pasionaria. She was a speaker for the Popular Front. She lives in the Soviet Union now." "You're a communist?" the sergeant said. "No, I was for the Republic," Rosita replied. "But they blighted themselves with the murder of the clergy. I am not political, except for my hatred of the fascists." "Do you know if others are alive?" I asked. She shook her head. "You mean no?" I said. "The difference between life and death is not measurable here," she replied. Even after eating, she could not walk, and the sergeant and I had to take turns carrying her. Her body had no odor, as though her glands had dried up and her pores were no longer able to secrete moisture. We carried her through a network of irrigation ditches and hid in a culvert under a road that had been bombed and rendered impassable. We also hid under a train trestle and slept in a forest where we kept warm by heaping leaves and dirt on ourselves. My feet were blocks of wood. I unlaced my boots but did not remove them for fear I would not be able to fit them on again. When I woke in the morning, 3 inches of snow had accumulated on top of me without my being aware of it. The weather continued to worsen. The grayness of the day and the snow swirling out of the fields allowed us to keep walking. Otherwise, we would have had to stay hidden in the woods until dark. We saw dead cattle in a field and a farmhouse pocked with holes, including the roof, probably made by aerial gunfire. We also saw a convoy of trucks filled with German infantry going up a dirt road toward the front, followed by 3 armored personnel carriers and 2 ambulances and a motorcycle with a sidecar on it. The motorcycle sputtered to a stop, and the driver and the officer in the sidecar climbed into one of the trucks. Later we saw a train carrying rail cannon and panzers boom down on flat cars. Late in the afternoon, the sergeant worked his way under the back wall of a farmer's barn and returned with 5 potatoes stuffed in his pockets, his face as red as sunburn from the wind, snow speckling on it like bits of glass. We kept traveling into the night and stopped only out of sheer exhaustion. The moon was up, the countryside bright and cold and empty of sound or movement. Just before going to sleep, I wrote these lines in my notebook. The woman is carrying lice. If she has typhus, Pine and I will soon have it too. She sleeps with her head against my chest while I walk. My lower back is on fire, and I have trouble straightening it. Pine is a yeoman and a solid fellow, with far more humanity in him than he is aware of. I hope he gets through this all right. Good night, grandfather. Good night, mother. Good night, Lord. See you all in the morning. Just before dawn, Pine shook me awake. We were at the bottom of a gully, sheltered by spruce and fir trees that were white with fresh snow.
"It's crawling with Krauts out there, Lieutenant," he whispered. "Mechanized infantry, lots of it." "Going which way?" "East. I think they're running out of gas. They parked a light Panzer in the field. 3 guys got out and left it." "Where's Rosita?" I said. "Still asleep. If they set up a perimeter in the woods, we're in trouble. Sir, when I went after food last night, I saw another farmhouse. It's just north of here. It looked deserted. I saw a cellar door in back."
I couldn't think. Those given to asceticism might disagree, but I never found hunger a friend when it came to imposing order on one's thoughts.
"How far is the house from the trees?" 100 yards, maybe. The woman was coughing, sir. She needs to be in a warm place. She needs a lot more food, too. We could use some of the same, Lieutenant." "You regret taking her along?" "I don't know how I feel, sir. I'm supposed to be a Christian. I got a wife back home. We'd only been married 4 months when I enlisted. I'd like to see her again." "Spit it out." "I don't regret taking a Jewish woman with us. I won't ever get rid of what we saw back there in that camp. If I get the chance, I'm going to write Steinberg's folks." I heard the rushing sound of a 105 round arcing out of its trajectory, then a dull, earth-shattering thump behind us, one that shook snow out of the trees. A second round landed out in a field close to the road where Pine had seen mechanized infantry. The explosion blew a fountain of dirt and snow and ice into the air. Pine and I stared at each other. "We're registered," I said. "Get Rosita." She was already up, standing on her own in the bottom of the gulch. Her scarf was tied tightly under her chin, her overcoat powdered with snow, her feet lost inside the big shoes owned by an officer who probably ordered her death and her fellow prisoners. The cold flush in her cheeks, the hunger in her eyes, the tangled brownish-black thickness of her hair bunched inside her scarf sent a pang through me that I could not quite explain. "Why are you staring at me?" she asked. "You remind me of someone I met when I was 16. Her name was Bonnie Parker." "Sir, they're going to throw a marching barrage in here," Pine said. "You're a strange man," Rosita said to me. "You want me to help you, ma'am?" Pine said. "Who's Bonnie Parker?" she said. "A beautiful outlaw woman," I said. "She was my first love. I ended up shooting a bullet through the back of her automobile while she was in it." For the first time, I saw Rosita smile.
I suspect it was foolish to be musing upon the allure of a young woman when there was a possibility that we might be blown into bits in a snowy tree-lined gulch in the heart of a medieval forest. But the prospect of death sometimes creates an interlude when time stops and you see a portrait of what existence should be like rather than what it is. The artillery crews began firing for effect, the 105 rounds arcing into the fields, blowing craters in the earth that boiled and hissed on the rims and rained dirt clods on the snow. Pine and I each grabbed Rosita by an arm and labored up the gulch, the 105s marching through the forest, smacking down like Neptune's net on all of us, Jew and Gentile, German and American. Inside the roar of the explosions, I think I shouted out my mother's name. When it stopped, the entire countryside was totally silent, as though we had been struck deaf. We were on the northern tip of the woods and could not see any German troops or hear any vehicles. The sky was pink and blue, the clouds puffy and white. The farmhouse Pine had seen the previous night was built of field stones and squared timbers that were notched and pegged and stained almost black by age and smoke from stubble fires. There were no animals in sight. Sunlight was shining through the barn walls. The windows of the house were dark, the chimney powdered with frost, a snowdrift piled against the front door. "What do you want to do, Lieutenant?" Pine asked. The wind was blowing hard, enough to cover our footprints. I went first, my .45 drawn. I pulled open the cellar door and went down the steps into the darkness. When I lit a match, I saw a wooden icebox against one wall, the kind many people owned when I was growing up in Depression-era Texas. Inside the box were salted fish wrapped in newspaper, a big round of cheese, and 2 smoked sausages that must have weighed 5 pounds apiece. Pine and Rosita came down the stone steps and pulled the door shut behind them. "Welcome to the Lone Star Cafe," I said. We ate until we thought we'd pass out. Rosita told us her father had been a linguist and professor of classical studies at the University of Madrid. He had also been a member of the Popular Front, and after the fall of Madrid, he and his wife and Rosita and her little brother walked across the Pyrenees into France with members of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. In late 1943, the family was arrested by the Gestapo. The father's name was on a list of suspected communists, and he either died in a jail cell or was tortured to death. The mother and the boy were packed into a freight car bound for Buchenwald and never seen again. Rosita was selected for duty in a camp whorehouse. "Maybe your mother and the boy made it through," Pine said. He was sitting against a wood post, his stomach full, his eyes sleepy. "It's not going to be long before the Russians are in Berlin. You can put their account on it." My brother was killed the second day after his arrival. My mother died 3 weeks later. "How could you know that?" he asked. An SS colonel checked. He wanted to impress me with his honesty and his access to information. He had me play piano at a dinner he gave. He wanted me to be his mistress. He poured me a glass of wine when he told me what he had learned of my family. "What did you do?" Pine said. "I spat the wine in his face," she replied. We heard heavy footsteps on the wood floor immediately above our heads. We sat frozen in the dark, breathing through our mouths, looking up the stairs. Then the door opened. A tall man stood on the landing, a lantern in his left hand, its oily yellow glow bouncing on our faces. A Schmeisser submachine gun hung on a strap from his right shoulder. His thick fingers, half-mooned with dirt, were clutched on the pistol grip. Rosita stood up, her hands in the air, and spoke to him in German. He walked halfway down the wood steps, lifting the lantern higher. He was wearing snow-caked boots and corduroy trousers and a leather coat seamed with cracks and lined with sheep's wool. His beard and hair were as wild as a lion's mane. He said something in reply, his eyes blazing. "How about a translation?" I said. I told him who we were and that we were sorry for entering his house without permission, Rosita said. I told him that Americans in large numbers would be here soon, and they would reward anyone who helped us. "What did he say?" I asked. "That we shouldn't have stolen from him," she replied. Chapter 5. Our glowering host turned out to be a Jehovah's Witness named Armin Bauer. He had been jailed as a pacifist, and his mongoloid son had been gassed during Hitler's racial purification program. 2 days before our arrival, he and his wife Charlotte hid in a cave while the SS were in the area. They had returned home just after we took refuge in their cellar. For 8 days they let us stay in their cellar and fed us and washed our clothes and heated water in pots on a wood stove so we could bathe. They gave us bottles of homemade beer and a plate of bread slices slathered with jam, treats I suspected they rarely allowed themselves. I tried to ask Armin where he had gotten the Schmeiser, but he refused to say. Charlotte was a jolly, bovine person with upper arms as big as hams and blonde braids she tied on top of her head. In view of the hardship and loss that had been imposed on her family, I was amazed at her good nature. Finally, I asked her, through Rosita, about its source. She held up 7 fingers and pointed at the backyard. Then she drew a finger across her throat. She looked at me and said something in German and laughed. She says she gave the Wehrmacht soldiers some bread and jam, with poison in it, Rosita explained. 7 of them are buried by the barn. She wanted to know if you'd like some more bread and jam. At night, we heard bombers flying overhead, and sometimes we saw flashes of light on the horizon, and seconds later heard a soft rumbling sound, more like distant thunder than bombs exploding. I couldn't tell if the planes were American or British. We'd heard that the Army Air Corps had stopped conducting only daylight raids, which cost them terrible losses. Like the RAF, they had commenced flying at night, lighting the target area with incendiaries. It felt unnatural to be a spectator in the war and not a participant. We were being sheltered and cared for by people who would be summarily executed if we were discovered in their cellar. We were eating their food, burning their fuel, sleeping on the blankets and quilts they gave us, and in Rosita's case, wearing their clothes. The wife had given her a pair of trousers, a warm jacket, knee socks, and a cute fur hat. The cellar was warm and dry, and we could sleep as much as we wanted or stay up late at night and talk the way people talk around campfires when their newfound companionship allows them to put aside pretense about their lives. It was a respite that I didn't feel I deserved. West of us, my countrymen were still dying. Sometimes when I fell asleep on my pallet with a quilt pulled over my head, the preserve jars on the cellar shelves would begin rattling, and I knew that someone who had taken my place was huddling at the bottom of a foxhole, knees pulled up in the embryonic position, trying to control his sphincter while German 88s were demonstrating what a firestorm was all about. On the 8th night, the reverberations of the artillery shells were stronger, the clouds on the eastern horizon flickering with light from the ground. Pine was sound asleep at the back of the cellar behind the stairs. Rosita was sitting on her pallet, her back to the wall, glancing up each time the house trembled. "You never hear the one that gets you," I said. "At least that's what survivors say." "Is it true?" "I don't think it is. An 88 millimeter comes in like a train. You can hear it powering out of the sky. One of ours, a 105, sounds like automobile tires coming towards you at high speed on a wet highway. The round can come right into your foxhole with the shell attached." "Are you going back to the war?" "I don't have a lot to say about that. I'd like to finish it, though." "Why do you always address me as Miss Rosita?" "Because in the American South you don't call a lady by her first name without expressing a form of deference. You're obviously a lady. Actually, you're a little more than that. You don't belong in a category." "You should go back home if you have the opportunity. You would be a very good university teacher." Then she seemed to revisit my last remark. "I am not categorical. That is an unbelievable thing to say to a woman." She had gained weight, and the shadows had gone out of her cheeks. The cast in her eyes was unchanged, however. It was different from what survivors of the Great War called the 1,000-yard stare. I had seen that. The eyes were unseeing, as though someone had clicked off a switch inside the person's head, shutting down his faculties. The expression was glazed, the facial muscles dead. None of these applied to Rosita. The look in her eyes was acceptance. She had seen the evil her fellow humans were capable of, and she did not try to find explanations for it. She also knew that few would want to believe the events she had witnessed, and her attempts to describe them would only make her a pariah. The truth would not make her free. It would become her prison. "Lieutenant, you make me uncomfortable when you look at me like that." "I'm sorry." "Do I still remind you of a woman outlaw?" "We grow them tough in Texas." "I don't know what that means." I got up from my pallet and sat next to her. My proximity seemed to make her flinch inside, though I had carried her in my arms for days. Her face was inches from mine. The woman outlaw represented something greater than herself. When people's homes in Kansas and West Texas and Oklahoma were being tractored out, a few outlaws fought back. In reality, Bonnie Parker was a murderer and treated my grandfather with disrespect, and that's why I shot at her. "I'm a symbol of other people. How degrading." "No, not a symbol. You have a huge soul. It dwarfs the souls of others. It certainly dwarfs mine. I've never seen eyes like yours. They're the color of sherry with light shining through it. You're the kind of woman who's beautiful inside a camera's lens no matter what pose she takes." I hadn't meant to say the things I did. My cheeks were hot, my throat dry. "You're a romantic," she said. "I think you see things in others that don't exist. You might be a famous writer one day." "You winked at me, didn't you?" "I did what?" "When you said Viva la Repubblica and no pasarán." "Like this?" she said. I felt chills all over. Early the next day, Charlotte ran down the cellar steps waving her arms. Before Rosita could translate, Charlotte threw open the cellar door and pointed joyously at the bluest, most beautiful sky I had ever seen. "Better come look at this," I said to the sergeant, who was shaving with Armand's straight razor and a pan of water. He walked up behind me into the sunlight shining through the door. "Great God in the morning," he said. The sky was filled with khaki-colored C-47s, more than I had ever seen. Hundreds, if not thousands, of parachutes blooming one after another from one horizon to another. 3 American paratroopers came down right behind the barn, rolling with the impact, then collapsing and gathering up their chutes. Pine and Rosita and I and our hosts went into the yard, the grass green and soggy, snow melting and sliding down the barn roof. A paratrooper came down 40 feet from us and began pulling his chute from a mud puddle. "Where the hell have you guys been?" Pine said. "You know how it is, Mac. The traffic can be a bitch," he said. For some reason, the German army was always praised for its efficiency and its practicality, and even by some its ruthlessness. Their occupation of an area left no one in doubt about who was in charge. Their methodology was as subtle as a hobnailed boot stepping on an anthill. Unfortunately, unlike Roman imperialists, they didn't have a culture that transferred readily to the subjects of the countries they conquered. The cultural and social changes caused by the United States Army's occupation of an area, for good or bad, were immediate, overwhelming, and almost cartoonish. The cultural assimilation that usually took place was mind-numbing. Fully equipped field hospitals were in business in hours. Showers and sit-down latrines were built. Water tankers and ambulances and long convoys of deuce-and-a-half trucks showed up out of nowhere. GIs played touch football in a pasture pockmarked by shell fire. They jitterbugged in a cafe with local girls who days earlier were thought to be the enemy, a Benny Goodman record playing on a hand-cranked Victrola. I should have been overjoyed to be back among my own. At first I was. Then I felt my initial happiness begin to fade, as though I were about to step aboard a passenger train that would take me away from home. The following day I couldn't find Rosita. I asked Pine where she was. "Some guys from G2 were talking to her," he said. "What does G2 want with Rosita?" "Search me, sir," he said. "They caught some SS and Wehrmacht uniforms. Some of the women guards in those camps have posed as inmates." "G2 thinks she's an imposter?" "She's probably okay, Lute." "When did you last see her?" "An hour ago. They put her on a truck with some other women." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Sir, the doc says I'm going to lose a couple of toes. I probably won't be seeing you for a while." We were standing in the sunshine outside a mess tent, the wind ballooning the canvas top. I looked at the lean cut of his jaw and the moral clarity in his eyes and regretted my anger. I couldn't quite accept the fact that we were parting. "You'll be headed back to Louisiana?" "Yes, sir, I will. I owe you, Lieutenant." "It doesn't work that way. We do our job and go home, and then we eventually forget about all this." He was shaking his head before I finished speaking. "We're going to be rich men, sir. I know everything there is to know about pipelining. I was hustling skids on a pipeline when I was 13 years old. It'll take some capital, but we'll pull it off." "I'm afraid I'm not connecting here." "Know the secret to the Tiger tank's structural success? It's the rolled steel and electro-welding process. When the war is done, the big peacetime score will be in oil and natural gas. That means pipelines, thousands and thousands of miles of them all over the country. Oil might as well stay in the ground if you can't get it to the refinery." "I'm sure you're correct," I said. "You all right, sir?" "Never better," I said, looking at a deuce and a half driving down the road, the back loaded with prisoners who may have been SS in civilian clothes. I received treatment for frostbite, but nothing else. I rejoined the regiment and stayed with it all the way to the Elbe River, where we met the Russians on April 25th, 1945. We got wonderfully drunk with them. We punched holes in canned beer with our bayonets, and the Russians drained the fuel from the rockets at a nearby V2 base. In the morning, we woke up with hangovers, and the Russians woke up dead. I thought my hangover would fade as the day warmed and the flowers opened along the banks of the Elbe, and the hilarity of the previous night slipped into memory, left behind with all the other departures from sanity that wars allow us to justify. I'd never been much of a drinker and thought the weakness in my joints and the spots that swam before my eyes were the result of exposing an inexperienced metabolism to too much alcohol. By evening I began to sweat, and my hair was sopping wet and cold as ice in the wind, and I entered the first stages of a hacking cough that I believed was either bronchitis or walking pneumonia.